Howdy there, my potatoes. Yes, we're back to the classics once again. Tonight we're slipping into a version of Earth that wouldn't feel like home at all. The air hangs heavier, the ground stretches in ways you wouldn't recognise, and the world around you feels older, slower, almost unfamiliar in every direction. The land is arranged differently, the plants don't quite match anything you've seen, and the quiet carries a sense of something vast and long-lived. This is the Mesozoic era, and for the next little while, we're just going to walk through it together. Not rushing, not trying to take it all in at once, just letting the world unfold as it is. So if this kind of slow, immersive history helps you unwind, feel free to follow along, leave some feedback for us to expand this even further, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always wonderful to see where these stories end up. Now dim the lights, get comfortable, and let yourself settle in. Let's ease into it. You arrive on a beach that feels wrong in ways you can't immediately name. The sand beneath your feet holds a reddish tint. The ocean stretches to a horizon that seems slightly closer than it should be. You turn around and face inland, and that's when the strangeness really starts to register. The forest ahead looks dense and green, but none of the shapes match the trees you know. There are no oaks, no maples, no familiar broad leaves catching the light in patterns your brain recognises. The temperature surprises you. You expected tropical heat, but the air feels warm rather than oppressive, somewhere between a pleasant summer day and the edge of uncomfortable. The humidity sits thick enough that you notice it with each breath, but not so heavy that it becomes difficult to move. Your skin registers the moisture immediately. Within minutes, a light film of perspiration forms on your forearms. You take a few steps forward and your foot sinks into soil that feels different from modern Earth. Softer in some ways. The composition includes more sand and less of the rich organic matter that comes from millions of years of decomposing grass and flowers. Because grass doesn't exist yet. Neither do flowers, at least not in this early part of the story. The soil releases a scent when you disturb it. Mineral. Clean. Missing the complex fungal notes that characterise modern forest floors. A sound reaches you from the forest. Not a roar, not the Hollywood soundtrack you've been conditioned to expect. Just a low rumble that could be digestive. Something large is moving through the vegetation about 100 yards away. You can hear branches snapping. The rhythm suggests weight, but not urgency. Whatever is making that noise isn't hunting, it's browsing. The sound of a creature going about the mundane business of finding enough calories to maintain several tons of body mass. You walk toward the tree line and the first thing that strikes you is the smell. Modern forests smell like decay and renewal mixed together. Pine needles and rotting leaves and the mushroom scent of fungi breaking down dead wood. This forest smells greener, sharper. The conifers here release their resin into air that hasn't learned the smell of flowering plants yet. It's not unpleasant, just unfamiliar in a way that makes your brain keep trying to categorize it against smells that don't exist yet. The light filters through the canopy in shafts that illuminate small flying insects. They're not quite like modern insects. Some of them are larger. A dragonfly the size of a small bird zips past your head, and you instinctively duck even though it has no interest in you whatsoever. It's chasing something smaller. The food chain is operating exactly as it always has, just with different players. The dragonfly's wings catch the light, and you can see the intricate vein patterns. Evolution has been perfecting insect flight for hundreds of millions of years by this point. You notice the absence of certain sounds. No birds singing in the branches. No squirrels chattering warnings about your presence. The forest isn't silent, but it's missing the entire mammalian soundtrack that you associate with walking through woods. Instead you hear insects. Lots of insects. The hum and click and buzz of creatures that will diversify into thousands of species, but right now represent a more limited menu of options. Something moves in the undergrowth to your left. You freeze, which is a reasonable response even though the creature that emerges poses no threat to you at all. It's about the size of a house cat built low to the ground with scales that catch the filtered sunlight. A small dinosaur. One of the bipedal runners that fills the ecological niche that small mammals will eventually claim. It spots you, processes that you're too large to eat and too unfamiliar to understand, and darts away into the ferns. The ferns are everywhere. They carpet the forest floor in waves of green that would look familiar if you saw them from a distance. Up close, though, you notice differences. These are tree ferns in many cases. Their trunks rise 10 or 15 feet before exploding into fronds that create their own sub-canopy beneath the larger conifers. The whole forest has layers like a cake, each one hosting its own community of plants and animals. You reach out and touch a frond. The texture is slightly rougher than modern ferns. The surface holds tiny structures that might be spore cases. Reproduction without flowers or seeds. The ancient way. You push deeper into the woods and find a clearing where a fallen tree has created a gap in the canopy. The trunk is massive, easily 6 feet across at its base. Whatever brought it down must have been dramatic. A storm, maybe, or old age and the simple mathematics of gravity. The wood has already started to decay, but slowly. Without the armies of fungi and bacteria that modern forests employ, decomposition takes longer here. The log will spend decades returning to the soil. Moss grows on the shaded side of the trunk. The moss looks almost modern, green and soft and damp to the touch. Some groups of organisms figured out their basic plan early and never saw a reason to change it. Moss has been carpeting damp surfaces for hundreds of millions of years. It will continue doing so for hundreds of millions more. A pool of water has collected in a depression near the fallen tree. You crouch down and look at your reflection in water that's slightly murky with tannins. The pool hosts its own tiny ecosystem. Water striders walk across the surface tension. Their legs dimple the water without breaking through. Small amphibians you don't recognize paddle through the shallows. They're not quite frogs. Not quite salamanders. Something in between that evolution is still working on. A fish that looks almost modern breaks the surface to snatch an insect, and you realise that some things haven't changed as much as others. Fish figured out their basic body plan hundreds of millions of years before dinosaurs showed up, and they're sticking with what works. The fish disappears back into the murky water with barely a ripple. The rumbling sound returns, closer now. You stand up and turn toward the noise just as a sauropod's head emerges from between two tree ferns. The long neck extends from a body you can't see yet, hidden behind the vegetation. The head itself seems too small for the neck that supports it. The eyes are large and calm, dark brown or maybe amber. The creature regards you with the mild interest of an animal that has no natural predators once it reaches adult size. You've seen reconstructions, you've watched documentaries, you've looked at skeletal mounts in museums with little placards explaining the Latin names. But standing 15 feet away from a living sauropod drives home the reality in ways that images never could. The skin looks reptilian, but also uniquely itself. Not quite like a lizard. Not quite like anything modern. The texture suggests both toughness and flexibility. Built to last decades in a world without advanced medicine. The colour surprises you. You expected grey or brown, dinosaur-coloured, whatever that means. But this individual shows patterns. Darker stripes along the neck, lighter patches on the throat. Counter-shading that would help it blend into forest shadows despite its enormous size. Evolution cares about camouflage even for animals that weigh 20 tons. The sauropod's head dips down to strip leaves from a cycad plant growing near the pool. The teeth aren't designed for chewing. They're simple pegs meant for raking vegetation into a mouth that will swallow it whole. Somewhere deep inside that massive body, stones in the stomach will grind the plant matter into something digestible. It's an elegant solution to the problem of extracting nutrition from tough Mesozoic plants. You watch the creature eat for several minutes. There's something meditative about the rhythm. Reach, strip, swallow, repeat. The neck moves with surprising grace for something that must weigh several tons. Evolution has spent millions of years working out the engineering problems of supporting that much mass on four legs, while still allowing the animal to reach food both high and low. The vertebrae in the neck are hollow, filled with air sacs that connect to the respiratory system, the same adaptation that birds will eventually use to reduce weight. A smaller dinosaur appears at the edge of the clearing. This one is definitely a predator. You can tell from the way it moves. Quick, darting steps, head swiveling to scan for threats and opportunities. It's maybe 4 feet long from nose to tail, and it's watching the sauropod with what you interpret as hope. Not hope of bringing down an adult, that would be suicidal, but hope that this particular sauropod might be travelling with juveniles, or that it might be sick or injured enough to become vulnerable. The sauropod ignores the predator completely. The size difference makes the threat calculation simple. The smaller dinosaur watches for another minute, then melts back into the undergrowth. You're left alone with the sauropod, which continues eating as if nothing happened, because from its perspective, nothing did. The sun shifts position, and you realise you've lost track of time. That's easy to do here. Without watches or phones or any of the structures that divide your modern days into measured chunks, time becomes something you feel rather than count. The shadows have grown longer. The light has taken on the golden quality that suggests late afternoon. The temperature has dropped slightly, maybe 2 or 3 degrees, enough to notice. You leave the clearing and follow what might be an animal trail. The path winds between massive tree trunks and through patches of ferns that brush against your legs. The fronds are cool and slightly damp. They leave traces of moisture on your skin. A different smell reaches you now. Water, a lot of it. The trail is leading you toward a river. The sound of moving water grows louder with each step. The forest opens up and you emerge onto a riverbank that extends for miles in both directions. The river itself runs wide and swift. The current carries fallen branches and clumps of vegetation downstream. The water looks clean but carries enough sediment to give it a greenish tint. The river cuts through landscape that tells you this is early in the dinosaur story, the Triassic period. The world is still putting itself back together after the Permian extinction, the worst die-off in Earth's history. Life is rebuilding, but it's doing so in a world that looks dramatically different from either what came before or what will come after. You emerge from the forest onto a riverbank made of red sandstone. The colour dominates the landscape here, red rocks, red soil. Even the water carries a reddish tint from sediment it has picked up somewhere upstream. This is the signature of the Triassic, a world painted in oxidized iron. The rock formations show horizontal banding, different shades of red and orange stacked like pages in a book. Each layer represents thousands of years of deposition, stories written in stone that geologists will eventually learn to read. The river itself runs wide and shallow in this section. You can see the bottom in most places. The rocks on the riverbed have been smoothed by centuries of current. Fish move through the water in schools that dart and wheel with the kind of coordination that suggests they've been perfecting this behaviour for millions of years, which they have. Fish are old. Older than dinosaurs by a comfortable margin. The fish themselves look familiar enough. Streamlined bodies, fins positioned for stability and propulsion, eyes placed to watch for predators from above and below. The basic fish design was already ancient when dinosaurs first appeared. Some of these species will survive all the way to your era with minimal changes. A creature that looks like a crocodile but isn't quite right watches you from the far bank. It's a phytosaur. Related to crocodiles in the same way that whales are related to hippos. Similar body plan, similar lifestyle, but arrived at through a different evolutionary path. The nostrils sit high on the snout instead of at the tip, a small detail that reveals the separate ancestry. The phytosaur's eyes follow you with the patient calculation of an ambush predator. It's been lying in that spot for hours, maybe days, waiting for something to come close enough. The strategy requires patience that borders on the geological, but it works, has worked for millions of years, will continue working for millions more. The creature slides into the water without a splash and disappears. You make a mental note not to wade too deep. The river might look inviting in the heat, but it hosts predators that have perfected the art of waiting. The landscape beyond the river stretches away in shades of red and brown and occasional green. The Triassic climate runs hot and dry in the interior of Pangaea. All the continents have mushed together into one supercontinent, and the centre of that landmass gets very little rainfall. You're standing closer to the coast, where moisture from the ocean makes life more manageable. But even here, the air has a dry quality that makes you appreciate the humidity of the forest you just left. The heat is building as midday approaches. The sun climbs toward its zenith and the temperature pushes into the 90s. The red rocks radiate heat like an oven. You find shade under an overhang and settle in to wait out the worst of it. A herd of animals approaches the river from the inland side. These aren't dinosaurs, they're dicynodonts. Mammal relatives that survived the Permian extinction and now roam the Triassic in large numbers. They look vaguely like a cross between a pig and a lizard, with beaks and sometimes tusks. The herd numbers may be 30 individuals. They've come to drink. The dicynodonts approach the water cautiously. Despite travelling in numbers, they know that riversides attract predators. Several adults position themselves on the edges of the herd while the younger animals drink. The social organisation reminds you of modern herd animals, wildebeest on the Serengeti. bison on the plains, protection through numbers, vigilance as a shared responsibility. The younger descendants drink with the enthusiasm of animals that have walked far to reach water. They push and jostle for position. The adults maintain their watch, eyes scanning the rocks, ears swiveling to catch sounds, nostrils testing the air for scents that might indicate danger. Movement in the rocks upstream catches your attention. Something large is positioned in the shadows of an overhang similar to the one you're using. You watch for a minute before you can make out the shape. A Rauisuchian, one of the top predators of the Triassic. It's built somewhat like a crocodile, but adapted for life on land. The legs are positioned more directly under the body, allowing for faster movement than the sprawling gait of true crocodilians. The jaws are full of teeth designed for gripping and tearing. The Rauisuchian watches the descendants drink. It's making the same calculations that predators have made for hundreds of millions of years. Energy spent versus energy gained. Risk versus reward. The herd is alert. The adults are positioned well. A frontal assault on a healthy adult would require significant effort and carry real risk of injury. But the herd includes young and old and potentially weak individuals. The Rauisuchian's body is absolutely still. Only the eyes move, tracking individuals in the herd, looking for the one that shows vulnerability. The patience is remarkable. This creature might wait here for hours, days even. Ambush predators measure time differently than prey animals. One of the younger dicynodonts wanders slightly away from the herd. Not far, just enough. Maybe 10 feet, enough to create a gap. The Rauisuchian explodes from cover with speed that seems impossible for something that large. The acceleration is shocking, 0 to 30 miles per hour in seconds. The herd scatters in panic. The young dicynodont tries to run, but it has started from the wrong position. The angles are all wrong. The Rauisuchian's jaws close around the smaller animal's midsection, and the outcome stops being in question. You look away, not because you're squeamish, but because this moment belongs to the private mathematics of survival. The Rauisuchian drags its meal back into the shadows. The struggle is brief. The herd regroups 100 yards downriver. They mill about uncertainly for several minutes. Then, because they still need water, they cautiously approach the river again. Life continues. It always does. The sun continues its arc across a sky that holds slightly more carbon dioxide than you're used to, not enough to notice while breathing. The concentration sits around 1,200 parts per million, high enough to trap additional heat and keep the global temperature several degrees warmer than modern averages. The Triassic Earth runs hot. The poles have no ice caps. The ocean currents flow differently. Weather patterns follow rules that won't apply in later periods. You follow the river downstream and the landscape gradually shifts from red rock to darker soil. The vegetation increases. More ferns, more cycads. The early relatives of modern conifers grow in clusters near the water. These are not the towering pines and redwoods that will evolve later. These are smaller, scruffier versions. Evolution's still working out the details of how to build a really tall tree. The conifers here max out at maybe 40 or 50 feet. Respectable by modern standards, but modest compared to what's coming. The bark is thick and fibrous. Protection against fire and insects and the simple wear of existing for decades in a challenging environment. The branches hold needle-like leaves that reduce water loss. An adaptation for the dry Triassic climate. A group of early dinosaurs appears on the opposite bank. These are relatively small, maybe the size of large dogs. They move on two legs with a bouncing gait that reminds you of ground birds, roadrunners, or secretary birds. These are theropods, the lineage that will eventually produce everything from Allosaurus to Tyrannosaurus to chickens. But right now, they're just one of many groups trying to make a living in the Triassic ecosystem. The theropods are hunting something in the undergrowth. You can't see their prey, but you can see the coordination they're using. They've spread out into a loose line. They're moving in the same direction, driving whatever they're after toward the river, where it will have fewer escape options. Pack hunting. It's a strategy that works regardless of the era. Wolves do it. Lions do it. These small Triassic dinosaurs have figured it out too. A small creature breaks from cover and runs toward the water. It's a cynodont, another mammal relative. This one is even closer to actual mammals than the dicynodonts you saw earlier. It has hair instead of scales. You can see the fuzzy coating even from this distance. It has specialized teeth instead of a simple array of identical pegs. It's warm-blooded. In many ways, it's basically a mammal. But it's living in a world where dinosaurs are starting to dominate, and mammals won't get their moment in the spotlight for another 150 million years. The cynodont hits the water and swims with desperate efficiency. The legs churn, the tail provides propulsion. It's heading for the far bank and safety. The theropods pull up at the water's edge. They've seen what lives in Triassic rivers, the phytosaurs and the giant amphibians and the predatory fish that can weigh 100 pounds. They're not interested in getting wet. The cynodont reaches the far bank and disappears into the rocks. One successful escape in a day full of similar life or death moments. The landscape around you holds a strange quality of transition. The Triassic is the opening act. The world is still figuring out what comes after the Permian catastrophe. Dinosaurs exist, but they're not dominant yet. They share the stage with creatures that will eventually disappear or shrink into obscurity. The Rossukians will die out. The Dicynodonts will die out. Even most of the early dinosaur lineages will die out. But right now, in this moment, they're all here together in a world that belongs equally to all of them. The heat of midday intensifies. The red rocks become too hot to touch. The air shimmers over sun-baked surfaces. Most of the animals have found shade or returned to water. The midday hours belong to insects and the reptiles that hunt them. A lizard emerges from a crack in the rocks and basks for exactly as long as it takes to raise its body temperature to optimal levels. Then it darts after a beetle and disappears back into the crack. Efficient. Precise. The product of millions of years of fine-tuning. You spend the afternoon in the shade of your overhang, watching the river and the life it supports. Turtles haul out to bask. Primitive crocodilians patrol the shallows. Fish jump to catch insects. The ecosystem operates like a well-oiled machine despite being cobbled together from species that are all evolutionary experiments in progress. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, the temperature moderates. The animals emerge from their shelters and resume activity. The Dicynodont herd returns to the river, wiser now, more cautious. The adults position themselves even more carefully. The young stay closer to the protection of the group. Learning is happening in real time. Night falls with the sudden decisiveness that happens near the equator. The temperature drops, but not dramatically. The Triassic nights run warm. The rocks that absorbed heat all day now release it slowly back into the air. Stars appear in configurations you don't recognize. The continents have shifted. Your position on Earth has changed. The constellations you learned as a child won't exist for another 200 million years. The sounds of the night shift follow patterns that would be familiar to any modern naturalist. Daytime creatures find shelter. Nighttime creatures emerge. The predators that hunt by sight give way to those that hunt by smell or sound. The river continues its eternal conversation with the rocks. The wind moves through vegetation that has never heard the word for wind in any language, because language won't be invented for another 250 million years. You find shelter in an overhang similar to the one the Rausuchian used earlier. The rock still holds warmth from the day's sun. You settle in and watch the darkness deepen. Somewhere in the distance something howls. Not a mammal, not yet, but something with lungs and vocal cords and a need to announce its presence to the night. The sound carries across the landscape and fades into silence. Then another howl answers from a different direction. Communication. Territory. The ancient business of survival played out in sounds that will never be recorded except in your memory. You wake to a different world. The Triassic has ended. The Jurassic has begun. You can tell immediately because the landscape has transformed. Where yesterday showed you reds and browns and scattered green, today presents an explosion of vegetation in every direction. The climate has shifted. Pangaea is starting to break apart. The cracks between continents have allowed seawater to penetrate into areas that were previously dry inland basins. Moisture has returned to the ecosystem, and life has responded with enthusiasm. The forest here grows taller than anything you saw in the Triassic. Conifers rise 100 feet or more. Their trunks measure 6 or 8 feet across. The bark is thick and deeply furrowed. Protection against fire and storm and the countless insects that try to bore into the wood. The canopy creates continuous shade broken only by the occasional gap where a tree has fallen, and sunlight streams through in golden columns. Ferns carpet the understory in layers so thick that you can't see the ground. Tree ferns create a middle story between the floor and the canopy. Their trunks rise 15 or 20 feet before branching into fronds that create their own miniature canopy. The whole system has developed complexity that the Triassic vegetation never achieved. Multiple layers, multiple ecological zones, each one supporting different communities of plants and animals. You stand up and stretch. Your shelter has protected you through a night that brought rain. The rocks are wet. The air smells fresh and clean in the way that only follows precipitation. Water droplets still cling to fern fronds and spiderwebs you didn't notice in the darkness. A spider that's not quite like any modern spider tends its web with careful precision. The silk catches the morning light and glows with iridescent quality. Evolution is still working out the details of silk production and web architecture, but the basic strategy is already in place. Build a trap. Wait. Eat what gets caught. The sound of something massive moving through the forest reaches you before you see anything. The ground transmits vibrations through the rocks. Whatever is approaching weighs enough to register with every footfall. You step out from under the overhang and look in the direction of the sound. The forest ahead shows movement. Branches swaying, fronds parting. Something very large is coming this way. A sauropod emerges from between two massive conifers. But this is not the relatively modest creature you saw in the Triassic. This is a full Jurassic giant. The neck rises 30 feet in the air. The head at the end of that neck is small and delicate, almost bird-like in its refinement. The body that follows is the size of a small house. Each leg is as thick as a tree trunk. The feet spread wide to distribute the weight. The tail extends behind for another 30 feet, held just clear of the ground for balance. The sauropod's skin shows patterns you didn't expect. Not solid grey or brown, mottled colouring. Darker on top, lighter underneath. The kind of counter-shading that helps break up the outline even for an animal this enormous. The texture looks smooth from a distance, but as the creature passes close by, you can see scales and wrinkles and all the complexity that comes with covering that much living tissue. The sauropod is part of a group. You count 6 adults and 3 juveniles. The young ones are only about 15 feet long. Small by sauropod standards, but still larger than any land animal in your era. The group moves through the forest with surprising grace considering their size. They know where they're going. This is familiar territory, a path they've walked before, perhaps many times. The adults move in a loose formation with the juveniles protected in the middle. The lead adult stops periodically to test the air. The massive head lifts and turns, nostrils flaring, processing scents that tell a story about the forest ahead. Predators, water, food, all written in chemical signatures too subtle for human detection. You follow at a respectful distance. The sauropods are heading toward open water. You can hear it now. Not a river, something larger. A lagoon, or perhaps a lake. The sound of small waves lapping against shore. The cry of pterosaurs fishing in the shallows. The forest opens up and the water spreads before you in a body that stretches to the horizon. Islands dot the surface. The far shore is invisible in the morning haze. The water reflects the sky in shades of blue and grey. The surface ripples with wind and the movement of aquatic creatures. Near the shore you can see fish jumping, breaking the surface to catch flying insects or escape from predators below. The whole body of water pulses with life. The sauropods wade into the shallows without hesitation. The water rises to their bellies, then their shoulders. They don't stop. They keep walking until the water reaches their necks. The smallest juveniles are soon swimming, their necks and backs forming a line of islands moving steadily away from shore. The adults can still touch bottom even 50 yards out. They're feeding on aquatic plants that grow in the shallows, vegetation that's easy to reach and more nutritious than many of the land plants. The feeding strategy makes sense when you watch them work. On land, a sauropod has to raise its head high to reach the tops of trees. That requires energy, fighting gravity constantly. In the water, buoyancy does some of the work. The neck can sweep side to side with less effort. The plants are soft and tender. Young shoots and water weeds that don't require the massive grinding system that breaks down tough conifers and cycads. A different group of sauropods is already in the water. These are built differently. Longer necks, smaller bodies. They're feeding in deeper water where the plants grow more sparsely, but the competition is less intense. The Jurassic has produced multiple solutions to the sauropod lifestyle, and many of them are thriving side by side. Different species, different strategies, all taking advantage of the abundance that the wetter Jurassic climate provides. Movement in the trees catches your attention. A small theropod watches the sauropods from a branch about 15 feet up. It's built for climbing. The feet have curved claws perfect for gripping bark. The tail provides balance. The arms are longer than you'd expect, almost reaching the length that will eventually produce wings. This is Archaeopteryx territory. The earliest birds or the latest feathered dinosaurs, depending on how you want to define the terms. The creature on the branch has feathers. You can see them clearly in the morning light. Not flight feathers, not yet. These are more like insulation, display structures, the kind of feathers that help regulate temperature and attract mates. The colours are subtle, browns and greys with hints of iridescence on the neck. Nothing too flashy. Camouflage still matters when you're small and edible. The animal spreads its wings and glides from one branch to another. Not flying, not quite. The wings provide lift, but there's no flapping. No powered flight, just controlled falling with style. The landing is clumsy. A scramble to grab the new branch and stabilise. But the creature made it across a gap that would have stopped a purely terrestrial animal. Evolution is feeling its way toward Flight 1 adaptation at a time. You walk along the shoreline and the evidence of Jurassic abundance spreads in every direction. Insects pollinate cycads, even though flowering plants haven't evolved yet. The relationship is less specific than what will come later. The insects visit for food and accidentally move pollen around. It works well enough. Fish jump to catch the insects that skim too close to the water. The surface of the lake erupts in small splashes as fish time their jumps to intercept flying prey. Pterosaurs wheel overhead on wings made of skin stretched between elongated finger bones. They're fishing, diving from 20 feet up to snatch prey just beneath the surface. The technique requires precision. Too high and you miss. Too low and you crash. These creatures have the timing down to an art. They fold their wings at the last second and hit the water beak first. The head disappears. The body follows for just an instant. Then they're airborne again with a fish struggling in their jaws. A turtle hauls itself onto a rock to bask in the morning sun. The shell shows concentric growth rings. This individual is old, maybe 30 or 40 years. Turtles have figured out their basic design and locked it in. They looked essentially like this 70 million years ago in the Triassic, and they'll look essentially like this 70 million years in the future when the Jurassic gives way to the Cretaceous. Some designs work so well that evolution sees no reason to tinker. The turtle's eyes watch you without concern. You're too large to be food and not displaying any behaviour that reads as threatening. The turtle settles into its basking position and closes its eyes. The shell will absorb solar radiation and warm the blood flowing through vessels just beneath the surface. Temperature regulation through behaviour. Simple and effective. The vegetation around the lake supports herbivores of every size. Small ornithopods pick at low-growing ferns. They move in groups of 5 or 6 individuals, alert, nervous, constantly checking for threats. Their size makes them vulnerable. Any number of predators would happily eat an ornithopod. The only defence is vigilance and speed. Stegosaurs waddle along the shore on 4 legs. Their back plates catch sunlight and likely help regulate body temperature. The plates are arranged in an alternating pattern, 2 rows running down the back from neck to tail. The plates are too thin for defence. A predator's teeth would go right through them, but as radiators they make perfect sense. Blood vessels run through the plates. Air flowing over the surface carries heat away. The whole system acts like a living thermostat. The stegosaurs are feeding on low vegetation. Ferns mostly. The small head dips down. The beak crops the fronds. The weak jaws do minimal processing. The stomach will do most of the work. Like the sauropods, stegosaurs have adopted a swallow-now-digest-later strategy. A predator walks along the far shore, an Allosaurus, the apex hunter of the late Jurassic. It moves with the confident stride of an animal that has no natural enemies once it reaches adult size. The other animals notice its presence but don't panic. Distance creates safety. As long as the Allosaurus stays on the far shore, it's just another part of the landscape. The predator is maybe 25 feet long, built for power rather than speed. The skull is massive, reinforced for the stresses of biting through bone and muscle. The teeth are blade-like, serrated front and back, designed for slicing rather than crushing. The whole package is an efficient killing machine honed by millions of years of evolution. The Allosaurus is full, you can tell from its gait. A well-fed predator moves differently than a hungry one. The desperation is missing. The constant scanning for opportunities is less intense. This particular individual probably made a kill within the last day or 2. It's walking to water to drink, not hunting. Just maintaining the basic biological needs that apply to every living thing. You spend the day watching the lake ecosystem operate. Schools of fish spawn in the shallows. The water churns with their movement. Thousands of individuals all responding to the same environmental cues, the same hormonal signals. The eggs will settle on the bottom and the survivors will hatch in a few weeks. Most will be eaten. A few will grow to adulthood and repeat the cycle. Crocodilians that are closer to modern crocodiles than anything you saw in the Triassic patrol the deeper water. Their eyes and nostrils break the surface. The rest of the body remains hidden. The technique is ancient and effective. Prey can't see the threat until it's too late. These crocodilians are essentially modern in design. Evolution found a workable crocodile plan in the Triassic and has been making only minor adjustments ever since. Small mammals emerge at dusk to drink. They approach the water with extreme caution. Every sense alert. The ears swivel to catch sounds. The nose tests the air. The eyes scan for movement. The whole process takes several minutes before the first mammal actually drinks. Then it's quick laps of water followed by immediate retreat. Nighttime is safer for mammals, but no time is truly safe. The nighttime predators start their shifts as the sun sets. Owls that are not quite owls launch from perches to hunt. The wings make almost no sound. The flight is silent in a way that modern owls have perfected. These Jurassic versions are getting close. The facial disc that funnels sound to the ears is already well developed. The asymmetrical ear openings that allow precise location of prey are already in place. The Jurassic Earth runs slightly cooler than the Triassic, but still warmer than modern times. The breakup of Pangaea has changed ocean currents. Water that was once trapped in the interior of a supercontinent now flows in new patterns, distributing heat differently. The climate zones have started to resemble what will eventually become familiar. Tropical belts near the equator, temperate zones at mid-latitudes, even the beginnings of seasonal variation at higher latitudes. You climb a hill as the sun sets and look out over the landscape. Forest stretches to every horizon. The canopy forms an unbroken carpet of green. Lakes and rivers glint in the fading light like jewels scattered across fabric. The sheer amount of green is overwhelming after the Triassic reds and browns. The Jurassic has unlocked abundance through moisture, and every ecological niche has filled with something trying to make a living. The sunset paints the clouds in shades of orange and pink and purple. The colours reflect off the lake surface. The whole world glows with the soft light of ending day. You sit on your hilltop and watch darkness claim the landscape bit by bit. Shadows spread from the east. Stars appear in the darkening sky. The Milky Way becomes visible as a band of light stretching overhead. The same stars that shine on the Jurassic shine on every era. Constant witnesses to the changing world below. The world shifts again. You're standing in a meadow that should not exist. The ground is covered in grass-like plants, and the air carries the scent of flowers. Not the overwhelming perfume of a modern flower garden. Something subtler. Green and sweet and completely new. The Cretaceous period has arrived, and with it has come the angiosperm revolution. Flowering plants have evolved, and they're changing everything about how ecosystems function. The flowers themselves are small, modest. Nothing like the elaborate blooms that will evolve later. These are the pioneers. Simple structures with a few petals and basic reproductive organs, but they represent a breakthrough in plant reproduction that will reshape the terrestrial world. Instead of relying on wind to distribute pollen to other plants of the same species, these plants have partnered with insects. The flowers produce nectar. The insects visit for the food and inadvertently carry pollen from plant to plant. It's a more efficient system than anything that came before. Bees move between the flowers with single-minded focus. These are not modern honeybees. Those won't evolve for millions of years. These are the early pioneers, wasps that have started specializing in pollen and nectar instead of hunting other insects. They're covered in fine hairs that pollen sticks to. Evolution will eventually transform their descendants into the dedicated pollinators that modern ecosystems depend on. But even these primitive versions are changing the rules of how plants reproduce. The meadow sits in a landscape that has continued to fragment. Pangaea is fully broken now. The continents are recognizable if you know what to look for. North America has separated from Europe. The Atlantic Ocean is young but growing wider every year. South America has split from Africa. Antarctica and Australia are still connected, but the crack between them is widening. The changing geography has created new ocean currents and new weather patterns that affect every part of the globe. You walk through the meadow and notice the diversity of plant species. In the Triassic and Jurassic, conifers and ferns dominated, with relatively few species creating vast monocultures. The same types of trees would stretch for hundreds of miles. Here in the Cretaceous, dozens of different flowering plants share space within a single acre. Each one has found a slightly different strategy. Some bloom early in the season, some bloom late. Some attract beetles with their scent. Some attract flies with colours that mimic rotting meat. The specialisation has exploded into a riot of variation. The colours range from white to yellow to pink to deep red. The shapes vary from simple cups to complex tubes. Each flower represents a solution to the problem of reproduction. Each one is an experiment in attracting the right pollinator while excluding the wrong ones. Evolution is trying everything at once. A duck-billed dinosaur appears at the edge of the meadow, a hadrosaur. These creatures have developed specialised teeth and jaw mechanisms that allow them to process the tough flowering plants more efficiently than earlier herbivores. The hadrosaur's teeth are arranged in batteries, multiple rows that work together like a self-sharpening grinding surface. Old teeth fall out, new teeth grow in from below. The system can handle the abrasive vegetation that includes early grasses and the tough stems of flowering plants. The hadrosaur's duck bill is perfect for cropping vegetation close to the ground. The beak has no teeth, just a hard edge for cutting through stems. The teeth sit further back in the jaw where they can grind the harvested material into something digestible. The whole system represents a significant advance over the simple peg teeth of earlier herbivores. The hadrosaur is not alone. A group of perhaps 20 individuals emerges from the tree line. They spread across the meadow and begin feeding. The social organisation is complex. The largest adults position themselves on the edges of the group. The juveniles stay in the middle. Everyone maintains awareness of everyone else through a combination of visual signals and vocalizations, low grunts and honks that carry across the open space, and predators are watching. You spot the tyrannosaur before the hadrosaurs do. It's positioned in the shadows at the far end of the meadow, not moving, just observing. This is a younger Tyrannosaurus rex, not fully grown yet, maybe 12 feet tall at the shoulder instead of the 15 or 16 it will reach at full size, but already a formidable hunter. The jaws can generate thousands of pounds of bite force. The teeth are thick and conical, designed for crushing bone rather than slicing flesh. This predator kills by simply biting hard enough to end resistance. The Tyrannosaur's brain is working through problems that evolution has been refining for millions of years. The hadrosaur herd is alert. They're in open ground where they can see threats coming from any direction. The adult hadrosaurs each weigh several tons and can deliver devastating kicks with their powerful hind legs. Those legs aren't just for running, they're weapons. A frontal assault on a healthy adult would be risky even for a full-grown rex. The hadrosaur could break bones, shatter a jaw, and a predator's ability to hunt and therefore its life. But the herd includes younger animals, and older animals, and at least one individual that's limping slightly. The Tyrannosaur's eyes track that one. The mathematics of predation are always about finding the weakest link. The individual that can't run as fast or fight as hard. The one where the risk-reward calculation tilts towards success. The attack, when it comes, happens with shocking speed. The Tyrannosaur covers 50 yards in seconds. The acceleration defies expectations for an animal that weighs several tons. The massive legs drive forward with mechanical efficiency. The tail provides balance. The body stays low. The whole package is built for closing distance before prey can react. The herd scatters. The injured hadrosaur tries to run, but the limp slows it down just enough. The Tyrannosaur's jaws close around the hadrosaur's neck and the physics of the situation take over. Several tons of predator driving forward with momentum. Teeth designed to grip and crush. A prey animal already compromised by injury. The struggle is brief. The outcome was never in doubt once the chase began. You turn away again. The Cretaceous operates on the same fundamental principles as the Triassic and Jurassic. Energy flows from plants to herbivores to carnivores. Nutrients cycle through living systems and return to the soil. Death feeds life. Everything else is detail. The landscape around you showcases the peak of dinosaur diversity. The Cretaceous is the final chapter of the Mesozoic era, and evolution has had 150 million years to experiment with the dinosaur body plan. The results are everywhere you look. Armored ankylosaurs with clubs on their tails, horned ceratopsians with frills and horns for display and combat, crested hadrosaurs with elaborate nasal passages that amplify calls, massive sauropods that make the Jurassic giants look modest by comparison, predators ranging from human-sized raptors to the largest terrestrial carnivores that have ever lived. You walk into a forest that mixes the old and the new. Ancient conifers still grow here. Massive tree ferns still create middle canopies, but now they share space with early oaks and magnolias and plants that won't fully diversify until after the dinosaurs disappear. The flowering plants have not replaced the older groups, they've joined them. The diversity has added another layer to ecosystems that were already complex. The forest floor shows evidence of decay happening faster than in earlier periods. Fungi have diversified along with the flowering plants. The partnership between fungi and plant roots has become more sophisticated. The whole decomposition process has accelerated. Dead wood returns to soil in decades rather than centuries. The nutrient cycle spins faster. A small mammal watches you from the safety of a tree hollow. It's about the size of a modern squirrel. The fur is dense and dark. The eyes are large. These creatures have survived in the shadows throughout the entire Mesozoic. They've developed specialized features that make them distinctly mammalian. True fur that provides insulation. Precise temperature regulation that allows activity regardless of external conditions. Live birth instead of eggs. Milk production to feed the young. But they've remained small because the dinosaurs dominate all the large animal niches so completely that mammals haven't found room to expand. The mammal in the tree is nocturnal. You can tell from the large eyes adapted for low light. It sleeps during the day when dinosaurs are most active. It emerges at night to hunt insects and eat seeds and fruits and avoid the creatures that would happily eat it. The strategy has worked for 100 million years. It will work for another 60 million more. And then, when the dinosaurs disappear, these small survivors will inherit the Earth and diversify into everything from shrews to whales. The atmosphere itself deserves attention. You find yourself on a hilltop where the view extends for miles in every direction. The sun hangs in a sky that looks bluer than you remember. The oxygen content of the air runs about 21%, essentially identical to modern levels. But the carbon dioxide sits higher, around 2,000 parts per million compared to the 400 you're used to in your time. The difference traps more heat in the lower atmosphere, keeps the poles ice-free, drives weather patterns that deliver rain to regions that will be deserts 66 million years in the future. You take a deep breath and notice nothing unusual. Your lungs process the air just fine. The extra carbon dioxide isn't concentrated enough to cause problems. Humans who evolve much later will breathe air very similar to this during certain warm periods. The Mesozoic atmosphere is not alien, just tuned differently than what you're accustomed to. The temperature at this latitude averages about 85 degrees Fahrenheit, warm but not unbearable. The humidity makes it feel slightly warmer. You're standing at roughly 40 degrees north. In your time, this latitude corresponds to New York or Madrid. In the Cretaceous, it feels more like modern-day Georgia or northern Florida. The climate zones have compressed toward the equator. The habitable band has widened toward the poles. The sky shows clouds building on the horizon, towering cumulus formations that rise thousands of feet into the afternoon heat. The Cretaceous weather runs active. The warm ocean temperatures pump moisture into the atmosphere through evaporation. The lack of ice caps means more water is available for the hydrological cycle. Rain falls frequently in most regions. Droughts happen, but they're shorter and less severe than what will come when the climate cools in later eras. The clouds tower into the afternoon sky and you know a storm is coming. The air has that electric quality that precedes convective activity. The birds and pterosaurs have already fled to shelter. The larger animals are moving toward protected areas. Cretaceous storms can be impressive. The atmospheric energy available for convection exceeds modern levels. The temperature differentials between different air masses create conditions that modern meteorologists would find both fascinating and concerning. The first drops fall within minutes. Large, warm drops that quickly intensify into a steady downpour. The rain arrives in sheets that reduce visibility to a few dozen feet. You find shelter under an overhang and watch the rain transform the landscape. Small streams form almost immediately. Water that fell as rain only seconds ago is already flowing downhill toward larger drainages. The vegetation bends under the weight of water. Ferns flatten, tree branches droop. The sound creates a roar that makes conversation impossible if there were anyone to talk to. Lightning strikes a tree about a mile away. The flash illuminates the landscape in stark white light. The thunder arrives almost simultaneously, a crack so loud you feel it in your chest. The tree explodes in a shower of sparks and flaming debris. Fire has always been part of the equation. Lightning ignites dry vegetation during the dry seasons. Wind spreads the flames. Rain eventually extinguishes them. The cycle repeats endlessly across millions of years. Some plants have evolved to depend on fire for seed germination. The heat cracks open protective coatings. The ash enriches the soil. New growth emerges from the destruction. The ecosystem has incorporated disaster into its operating system. The storm passes as quickly as it arrived. The clouds move on, driven by high-altitude winds. The sun returns and illuminates a landscape that drips and steams. Water droplets cling to every surface. The temperature drops slightly as evaporation pulls heat from the air. Within an hour, the only evidence of the storm is the wetness, and the destroyed tree still smoking in the distance. You climb down from the hilltop and walk through forest that drips and steams in the post-storm humidity. The air feels thick enough to swim through. You can almost see the moisture hanging between the trees. This is what the Mesozoic gives you in exchange for the stable climate, humidity. Lots of it. The dry days of the Triassic interior are a distant memory. The Cretaceous runs wet in most areas. The fragmenting continents have created more coastline. The ocean influences weather patterns across wider areas. A rainbow forms in the mist. The physics of light refraction haven't changed in 200 million years. Water droplets still split white light into its component wavelengths through internal reflection and dispersion. The colours still arrange themselves in the same order. Red on the outside where the light is refracted at the smallest angle. Violet on the inside where the angle is steepest. The beauty transcends era. Some phenomena remain constant regardless of when you observe them. You find a clearing where the sun has broken through the clouds and sit on a rock that's already starting to dry. The warmth feels good after the chill of the rain. Steam rises from your clothes, from the rock beneath you, from the vegetation all around. The whole forest is breathing water vapour back into the air. The hydrological cycle in action. Evaporation feeding condensation, feeding precipitation, feeding evaporation. The engine that drives weather and climate and the distribution of life across the planet. You close your eyes and listen to the forest return to its normal rhythms. Insects resume their buzzing. The sound builds gradually as individuals emerge from shelter and test the air. Birds that are not quite birds resume their calls from protected perches. The larger animals that sought shelter during the storm emerge and continue whatever they were doing before the interruption. A hadrosaur honks in the distance. The sound carries across the wet landscape. Another hadrosaur answers from a different direction. Communication, coordination. The social glue that helps herd animals survive. The day length is slightly shorter than you're used to. About 23 hours instead of 24. The Earth spins faster in the Mesozoic. The Moon is closer by about 20,000 miles. The tides are stronger because gravitational force increases with proximity. The coastal ecosystems experience more dramatic tidal swings. More energy moving in and out twice a day. More opportunities for organisms that can exploit the intertidal zone. These are small differences that you wouldn't notice without instruments. The day doesn't feel shorter. The tides don't look dramatically different unless you know what to compare them to, but they're real. The planet itself operates on parameters that have been slowly changing for billions of years and will continue changing for billions more. The Mesozoic Earth is a slightly different machine than the Earth you know, but it's the same planet. The same ball of rock and metal and water spinning through the same solar system. The patterns of life in the Mesozoic follow rules that transcend any particular period. You watch the sun rise over a coastal plain where hadrosaurs are already active. They've spent the night in a defensive group, arranged in a circle with the juveniles in the centre and the adults facing outward. The formation provides protection against nocturnal predators. Now, as dawn breaks, they spread out to feed. The adults position themselves between the juveniles and the tree line where threats might emerge. The system has no commander, no central authority making decisions, just individuals following instincts that evolution has refined through countless generations of selection pressure. The morning feeding session lasts about 3 hours. The hadrosaurs crop vegetation methodically. They're converting plant matter into body mass at a rate that seems impossible, until you remember they're doing this for 10 or 12 hours every day. A full-grown hadrosaur eats hundreds of pounds of vegetation daily. The math only works because the Cretaceous provides an abundance of fast-growing flowering plants and ferns. The hadrosaurs are ecosystem engineers. Their feeding opens up areas that allow different plants to colonize. Their dung fertilizes the soil and distributes seeds. They shape the landscape simply by existing in it. Midday brings heat that sends most of the large animals to shade. The hadrosaurs find a grove of trees near a stream. They settle into positions that allow air circulation. Some lie down with their legs folded beneath them. Others stand with their eyes half closed. It's not quite sleep. More like a state of reduced alertness, conserving energy during the hottest part of the day. The strategy works for animals that are too large to hide from the sun. Smaller animals take over the midday shift. Lizards that are actually lizards bask on rocks to raise their body temperature to optimal levels. They're already warm from the ambient heat, but basking gives them an edge. A few extra degrees of body temperature means faster reflexes, better digestion, more efficient metabolism. Insects become more active in the heat. Cicadas that are recognizably related to modern species begin their buzzing chorus. The sound builds until it's almost deafening. Then it stops abruptly. Then it starts again. The rhythm continues throughout the hottest hours. A snake that's recognizably a snake hunts the lizards with patient stalking. Snakes evolved during the Cretaceous from lizards that lost their legs. They figured out the legless lifestyle and committed to it completely. The flexible spine allows sidewinding locomotion. The elastic jaws allow swallowing prey whole. The whole package is surprisingly effective. Snakes have diversified into dozens of species. Some hunt on the ground, some climb trees, some have started exploring aquatic environments. Evolution is having a snake moment. You follow the stream and find a pool where water has collected in a depression left by an old tree stump. The pool hosts an entire miniature ecosystem. Aquatic insects skim the surface on legs that use surface tension for support. Small fish patrol the shallows looking for food particles. A turtle basks on a log that extends into the water. The shell shows growth rings and battle scars. This individual has survived for decades in an environment where most animals don't make it past their first year. The turtle can drop into the pool and disappear in an instant if threats emerge. But right now the threat level is low. The turtle's eyes are closed. The neck is extended. Maximum surface area exposed to the warming sun. Reptile thermoregulation through behaviour. Simple and effective and unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. The afternoon brings a shift in wind direction. Air from the ocean pushes inland, carrying moisture and the smell of salt. The temperature moderates by a few degrees. The animals emerge from their midday shelters and resume activity. The hadrosaurs return to feeding. Predators that have been resting in shade start hunting. The daily rhythm continues. You climb a coastal bluff and look out over the ocean. The water extends to a horizon that curves slightly more than you remember. The Earth is still the same size it will be in your era, but the lack of familiar landmarks makes the curvature more apparent. Islands dot the near distance. Some are volcanic. Plumes of smoke rise from active vents. The Cretaceous Earth is geologically active. Continents are still moving. New ocean floor is spreading along mid-ocean ridges. Subduction zones are consuming old crust and melting it back into the mantle. Pterosaurs patrol the air currents that rise where wind meets the cliff face. A pterosaur the size of a small airplane glides past at eye level. Quetzalcoatlus, the largest flying animal that has ever lived or ever will live. Its wingspan measures nearly 40 feet. The wings are made of muscle and blood vessels and skin stretched between bones that are hollow and lighter than they look. The whole structure masses only about 500 pounds. Engineering on the edge of what's physically possible given the constraints of biology and atmospheric density. The pterosaur isn't hunting. Not right now, it's riding thermals, using rising air to gain altitude without expending energy on flapping. The technique is the same one that modern vultures and eagles use. Physics doesn't care about era. Hot air rises when it's less dense than surrounding air. Animals with wings have been exploiting that fact for as long as wings have existed. The creature banks and turns, catching a different thermal. It spirals upward in lazy circles until it's just a speck against the clouds. Then it folds its wings slightly and glides off toward the interior, covering miles with each minute of flight, moving between feeding grounds with efficiency that ground-bound animals can only envy. Quetzalcoatlus feeds on fish and carrion. The long neck allows it to probe shallow water and pick through remains. The size protects it from most predators. The only real threats are other Quetzalcoatlus competing for territory. The sunset brings the usual shift in activity. Diurnal animals seek shelter, nocturnal animals emerge. The transition period creates a window when both groups are active simultaneously. You watch from your vantage point on the bluff as the changing of the guard plays out across the landscape below. The hadrosaur herd moves toward a sheltered area between rock outcrops. They'll spend the night there in their defensive circle, watching, waiting, ready to respond to threats. A pack of small theropods returns to a communal roosting site. They settle into positions on tree branches that allow them to watch for nighttime predators. Some of them tuck their heads under their arms, in a posture that birds will eventually inherit directly. The connection between dinosaurs and birds is obvious when you watch them sleep. The behaviour, the body plan, the feathers, all pointing toward the evolutionary relationship that will be proven millions of years in the future through fossil evidence and genetic analysis. Mammals emerge from burrows and tree hollows. They're cautious. Every movement is checked. Every sound is evaluated. The night offers safety from diurnal predators, but introduces new threats. Owls that are not quite owls hunt from perches with silent flight. Snakes hunt from ambush positions using heat-sensing pits to locate warm-blooded prey. The night shift has its own roster of dangers. The stars come out in unfamiliar patterns. The Milky Way stretches across the sky in a band of light that's brighter than anything you've seen in your light-polluted modern era. No cities, no industry, no atmospheric haze. Just stars and the occasional meteor burning up in the upper atmosphere. The same stars that the dinosaurs see every night. The same stars that will shine long after the dinosaurs are gone. You find shelter in a cave that shows evidence of previous occupants. Bones litter the floor. Some are fresh enough to still smell of decay. Others have been here for years and are beginning to fossilize. The cave provides protection, but it's not permanent safety. Animals that use caves can always return. You position yourself near the entrance where you can see approaching threats and have an escape route. The night sounds create a symphony that's both familiar and alien. Insects dominate the audio landscape. Their clicks and buzzes and chirps fill the air with white noise that makes it difficult to pick out individual sounds. The temperature drops slightly as the land releases its stored heat. The cooling air sinks into valleys. The resulting air movement creates breezes that rustle vegetation. Occasionally something larger moves through the underbrush. The sound of branches breaking, leaves rustling, then silence as whatever it was moves on or settles for the night. Occasionally something howls or roars in the distance. The night has a voice in every era. Predators announcing territory, prey animals warning others of danger. The vocalizations echo across the landscape and fade into the background noise. You lie back and watch the stars wheel overhead. The earth continues its rotation. The night continues its ancient rhythms. And somewhere far in the future, people will stand on this same spot and never know what once walked here. You stand on a beach that will, in 66 million years, become the Yucatan Peninsula. The date is precise. You know it because you can see the object in the sky. A point of light that grows brighter each night. An asteroid roughly 6 miles across on a collision course with Earth. The mathematics have been inevitable for years. Orbital mechanics don't allow for last-minute miracles. The object is too large and moving too fast for gravity to deflect it into a safer trajectory. The impact is coming. Nothing can stop it. The dinosaurs don't know. They can't know. The hadrosaurs continue to feed in the coastal meadows. The tyrannosaurs continue to hunt. The pterosaurs continue to fish. The sauropods continue to browse. The entire Mesozoic ecosystem operates exactly as it has for millions of years because nothing in their evolutionary experience has prepared them for what's about to happen. There are no instincts for avoiding planet-killing impacts. No behaviours that protect against global catastrophes. Just the usual routines of feeding and breeding and avoiding predators. You've seen the calculations. You know what comes next. The asteroid will strike with the energy of billions of nuclear weapons released simultaneously. The impact will vaporize rock and throw it into the atmosphere. The debris will circle the globe on high-altitude winds. Particles will rain down as molten glass. Forests will ignite spontaneously from the heat. The sky will darken as dust and smoke block the sun. Photosynthesis will stop. The food chain will collapse from the bottom up. Plants will die. Herbivores will starve. Carnivores will starve, the oceans will acidify, the climate will swing wildly between extremes, and when the dust finally settles years later, the world will be unrecognizable. But that's tomorrow. Today, the Cretaceous world continues in ignorance. You walk along the beach and find evidence of the richness that the Mesozoic has achieved. Shell beds reveal dozens of species of mollusks. Each one has found a slightly different way to make a living in the shallow waters. Each one represents millions of years of evolution solving problems of predation and competition and reproduction. Clams that burrow, snails that graze, oysters that filter. The diversity is stunning when you stop to count species. A sea turtle hauls itself onto the sand. It's come to lay eggs. The process is ancient. Reptiles have been using this strategy for hundreds of millions of years. The turtle digs with mechanical precision. The flippers scoop sand in steady rhythm. The hole reaches the right depth through some combination of instinct and muscle memory. The eggs drop into place one by one, leathery shells that will protect the developing embryos. The sand covers them. The turtle returns to the ocean without looking back. In 60 days, hatchlings will emerge and scramble for the water, unless the world ends before then. The sun sets on the last normal day in the Mesozoic era. The sky holds that characteristic blue-green tint that comes from atmospheric conditions that will never exist again after tomorrow. The temperature is perfect. The ocean is calm. Small waves lap at the shore with the steady rhythm that has soothed countless generations of animals. The world has reached a peak of diversity and complexity that represents the culmination of 186 million years of dinosaur evolution. You find a place to sit and watch the stars emerge. The asteroid is visible now, even in daylight, if you know where to look. By tomorrow, it will dominate the sky. By the day after tomorrow, everything will have changed forever. The night brings the usual sounds, the usual patterns. Nothing in nature suggests the catastrophe that's coming. The animals go about their business. The tides continue their eternal rhythm. The Earth spins through space exactly as it has for billions of years. The moon rises over the ocean, larger than you remember, closer. The light it reflects from the sun illuminates the beach in silver tones. You think about what will survive. The small mammals hiding in burrows. Some of the birds descended from feathered dinosaurs. The crocodilians that can survive long periods without food. The turtles protected by their shells and their ability to brumate. The fish in deep water away from the surface chaos. The insects with their rapid reproductive cycles and vast populations. The plants that can regrow from seeds or roots buried safely underground. Life will continue. It always does. But it will be different life in a different world operating under different rules. The asteroid strikes just after dawn. You're far enough away to survive the initial impact, but close enough to witness the moment when everything changes. The flash is brighter than the sun, brighter than anything you've ever seen. The light sears across the landscape and turns night into day and then into something beyond day. The ground shakes hard enough to knock you down. The earthquake will measure 9.0 on a scale that won't be invented for millions of years. A wall of wind arrives seconds later, travelling at hundreds of miles per hour. Trees snap. Rocks tumble. The ocean pulls back from the shore as the water is displaced by the shockwave. Then the sound arrives. A roar that seems to come from the earth itself. The sound of apocalypse. The sky darkens almost immediately as debris climbs into the atmosphere on columns of superheated air. The temperature drops as the sun is blocked. Night returns, even though the sun is up. The air fills with particles that glow red as they fall back to Earth. Molten glass rain. The forest ignites wherever the particles land on dry vegetation. Fires spread with terrifying speed. The dinosaurs that survived the initial blast face a world that has become instantly hostile. The hadrosaurs that were feeding in the meadow are running in panic. But running where? The danger is everywhere. The plant eaters have nothing to eat as vegetation burns or is buried under ash. The meat eaters watch their prey die and know their own time is limited. The flying animals find air so full of ash that breathing becomes difficult. The marine animals face oceans choked with debris and dying from lack of sunlight. The die-off takes months to complete. Some individuals hang on longer than others. The largest animals die first. Their massive food requirements become impossible to meet when plant growth stops. Sauropods starve within weeks. Tyrannosaurs last longer feeding on carrion, but eventually the carrion runs out. The smaller animals last longest. Some of them long enough to see the sky begin to clear after years of darkness. But by then, the damage is done. Ecosystems have collapsed. Food chains have broken. The Mesozoic is over. You watch from a distance as the Mesozoic era ends not with a whimper, but with a bang heard around the world. The age of dinosaurs is over. The age of mammals is about to begin. But that's a different story for a different night. The legacy of the Mesozoic will last forever. The oil you burn in your time comes from Mesozoic organisms compressed and heated over millions of years. The coal that powers your electrical grid formed from Mesozoic forests buried under sediment. The limestone that builds your cities started as Mesozoic shells and skeletons accumulated on ocean floors. The chickens in your backyard carry Mesozoic genes passed down through an unbroken line of descent from small feathered theropods. The blueprints for feathers and flight and all the complex mechanisms of bird biology trace directly back to the dinosaurs that didn't quite go extinct. The Mesozoic world was real. The creatures were real. The landscapes were real. They existed for 186 million years, 3 times longer than mammals have dominated the Earth, 10,000 times longer than humans have been using agriculture, long enough to make the entire human experience seem like a footnote in a very long book, long enough to prove that evolution can create wonders that surpass anything in fiction or fantasy. And now, my tired dumplings, you've walked through that world and seen it with your own eyes. You've breathed the air and felt the ground shake under sauropod footsteps. You've watched the food chain operate according to rules that transcend time and era. You've witnessed the end of an age and the beginning of the world that would eventually produce you. The Mesozoic is gone, but its echo remains in every bird that flies overhead, in every crocodile basking on a riverbank, in every turtle that hauls itself onto a beach to lay eggs, using a strategy that predates the dinosaurs and outlasted them. The past is not past. It's written into the present in ways both obvious and subtle, in the fossils that children dig up in their backyards, in the shape of continents that still show where they once connected, in the DNA of every living thing. So next time you see a bird, remember where it came from. Remember the theropods that figured out feathers and gliding and eventually powered flight. Remember the ecosystems that supported them for so long that 100 million years was just the middle act. Remember that you're living on a planet that has reinvented itself multiple times, and will do so again long after humans have added their own chapter to the story. Sleep well. Dream of ancient forests and animals that don't exist anymore except in the fossil record and your imagination, and the occasional nightmare. The Mesozoic was real, and for the last hour you got to visit. If you want more stories like this about times and places that seem impossible but actually happened, consider subscribing to the channel. The thumbs up button helps other tired history lovers find these stories when they need something to fall asleep to. And I'll see you in the next one whenever your brain needs another journey to somewhere that doesn't exist anymore but definitely did once. Good evening, my tired dumplings. Tonight we travel to the American frontier between 1800 and 1850 to a single-room log cabin where a family of 6 attempts something we take entirely for granted. They try to sleep. The cabin measures roughly 16 by 20 feet, sits in a clearing carved from dense wilderness, and contains everything a frontier household owns in one rectangular space. You stand in the doorway as the last orange light drains from the western sky. The cabin behind you measures exactly 18 steps from the door to the back wall. You counted them this morning while sweeping. 6 steps takes you from the stone fireplace to the table. 4 more steps reaches the corner where the rope bed frame sits. The entire structure fits inside a space smaller than most modern living rooms. The logs that form these walls came from the forest you can still see through gaps in the chinking. Oak and hickory mostly. Your husband and 2 older sons spent 6 weeks last autumn, cutting, hauling and notching each trunk. They left the bark on some logs because stripping it took time nobody had. The bark peels now in long brown curls that collect on the floor. You sweep them out every morning. By evening they accumulate again. The door you stand in has leather hinges. Actual metal hinges cost $7 at the trading post 40 miles east. $7 represents a month of egg sales. Your chickens produce eggs. The eggs go to the post. The post credits your account. Eventually you accumulate enough credit for hinges. That day has not arrived. The leather works adequately most of the time. When it rains, the leather swells. The door sticks. You have to shoulder it hard to get it open. When winter comes and the leather freezes, the door simply will not close properly. You stuff rags in the gap. Through the door, you watch your husband splitting kindling near the woodpile. He works steadily with an economy of motion that comes from splitting kindling every day for 15 years. The pile of split wood grows in a neat stack. The unsplit logs form a longer row beyond that. You calculated once that keeping this cabin warm through a full winter requires approximately 4 cords of hardwood. One cord measures 4 feet high, 4 feet wide, and 8 feet long. 4 cords means 32 linear feet of stacked wood, all of it cut, split, and hauled before the first real snow. Your husband wipes his forehead with his sleeve. Even in October, splitting wood generates sweat. He nods toward the horizon where the sun sits just above the tree line. You nod back. This exchange communicates everything necessary. He will split 10 more pieces. You will start preparing the evening meal. The children will finish their outdoor tasks. Everyone will come inside. The door will close. The night will begin. Inside, the cabin smells like wood smoke and tallow, and the particular mustiness of a structure that never fully dries. The smell is strongest near the bed in the corner. That rope bed frame holds a mattress made from a large canvas tick stuffed with corn husks. The husks rustle when anyone moves. At night, the rustling sounds remarkably loud in the darkness. You gathered those corn husks last September after the harvest. You dried them in the sun for 3 days. Then you crammed them into the tick through a slit in the side, packing them as tightly as possible. The mattress started out firm and supportive. After 3 months of use, the husks compressed. Now the centre sags. Everyone sleeping on that mattress rolls toward the middle. Your 2 daughters sit on stools near the table, mending clothes by the last natural light coming through the single window. The window has no glass. Glass costs more than hinges. Instead, you stretched a thin piece of scraped hide across the opening and secured it with tacks. The hide allows some light through during the day while blocking wind and rain. Mostly. During heavy storms, water finds its way through the seams. You keep a rag on the sill to absorb the drips. The girls work without talking. The oldest is 12. She mends her brother's shirt where he tore it on a fence rail. Her stitches are neat and even. The younger daughter is 9. She darns a sock by feel as much as by sight. The light is already too dim for detailed work. She holds the sock close to her face, squinting at the hole she's attempting to close. In another 10 minutes, she will have to stop. The darkness will make continued sewing impossible. You move to the fireplace and kneel on the hearthstone. The stone is smooth from use, worn down by 15 years of knees and hands and tools. You add 2 split logs to the fire that has been burning since this morning. The fire never goes completely out if you can help it. Starting a fire from scratch with a flint and steel takes time and effort. Keeping a fire going takes only attention and fuel. You have learned to judge the exact amount of wood needed to maintain useful heat without wasting fuel. This skill took 3 winters to develop. During your first frontier winter, you either froze or used wood too quickly. By the 3rd winter, you could look at the fire and know whether it needed feeding. The logs you add catch quickly. Flames wrap around the dry bark and find purchase in the seasoned wood beneath. Heat radiates outward. You feel it on your face and hands. The fireplace itself is remarkable in its simplicity. Your husband built it from fieldstone gathered from the creek bed half a mile away. He hauled stones in a wooden sled pulled behind the ox. It took 43 trips. You remember because you counted. Each stone had to be selected for size and shape. Flat stones worked better for the firebox. Rounded stones went into the chimney structure. He used mud as mortar. Regular mud mixed with straw and water. The mud dried hard and held the stones in place. Every spring you inspect the mortar and repair cracks before they spread. The chimney rises inside the cabin for 6 feet, then angles through the roof. During construction, your husband cut a hole in the roof slightly larger than the chimney required. This gap allows smoke to escape. It also allows rain to enter. You learned this during the first storm. Now you keep a pot positioned to catch the drips. The pot fills during long rains. You empty it before it overflows. This is simply one of the maintenance tasks that frontier living requires. Your sons come through the door carrying the milk pail and an armful of eggs wrapped in a cloth. The older boy is 14. He walks with the beginning of a man's stride, though his frame is still lean and his shoulders narrow. The younger boy is 11. He tries to imitate his brother's walk, but the effect is self-conscious. Both boys have hair that needs cutting. You will cut it tomorrow using the shears you keep wrapped in oiled cloth. The shears also trim the sheep twice yearly and cut fabric when you have fabric to cut. They serve multiple purposes because owning single-purpose tools is a luxury frontier families cannot afford. Your husband enters last and closes the door behind him. The cabin immediately becomes dimmer. That single window and the open door provided most of the remaining natural light. With the door closed, the fire becomes the primary light source. Shadows fill the corners and gather under the table. The space shrinks. 6 people now occupy a room that feels smaller than it did when you stood in it alone. You pour the milk into a crock and set it on the shelf built into the wall above the table. The eggs go into a basket lined with straw. Your husband hangs his hat on a peg and washes his hands in the basin near the door. The water in the basin is cold. It came from the well this morning. By evening it has reached room temperature, which means it is cold. You will heat water for washing before bed, but that comes later. For now, cold water serves. The evening meal is simple. Cornbread made from meal you ground yourself using a hand mill. Beans cooked with a piece of salt pork. The beans have been simmering since midday over the fire. They are soft and filling. You also have turnips from the root cellar, sliced and fried in bacon grease. The bacon grease lives in a tin on the shelf. You use it for cooking, for waterproofing boots, for treating minor cuts, and for greasing the wagon axles. A single pig rendered in November provides enough fat to last until the next pig is slaughtered. Everyone eats at the table. The table seats 6 if everyone sits close. The benches have no backs. Your spine learns to hold itself upright without support. During winter meals, the bench closest to the fire is the warmest spot. In summer, that same bench is nearly unbearable. You rotate positions through the seasons. Tonight, with October air beginning to carry a chill, the children compete silently for the fireside bench. The oldest boy wins by simply sitting down first. The others arrange themselves without complaint. The meal proceeds in relative quiet. Conversation happens, but it is practical. Your husband mentions the fence line that needs repair. The older boy reports that one of the hens is not laying. Your daughter asks about fabric for a new dress. You tell her fabric will have to wait until spring when the wool is sold. She nods. She expected this answer. Everyone knows the financial calendar. Income arrives in large chunks tied to harvest and livestock sales. Expenses must be carefully distributed across the months in between. After the meal, the girls clear the table while you heat water in the large pot hanging from the trammel in the fireplace. The trammel is an iron hook suspended from a pivot rod built into the chimney. It allows you to raise and lower the pot over the fire. This simple mechanism makes cooking possible. Without it, you would have to constantly lift heavy pots on and off the fire. The trammel cost $2. It was one of the first items your husband purchased after building the cabin. The heated water goes into the washing basin. Everyone washes face and hands. The boys wash their feet. You wash your feet. Your daughters wash their feet. Your husband washes last. The water, which started hot, is now lukewarm and cloudy. He empties it out the door into the yard. Tomorrow morning the chickens will peck at the area, finding bits of food particles that washed off. Now comes the transition to sleep. This is not a simple matter of lying down. The cabin must be prepared. The fire must be managed. Sleeping arrangements must be negotiated. Security must be considered. And all of this happens in a space illuminated only by firelight. Your husband adds 3 large logs to the fire. These logs are oak, seasoned for a full year. They will burn slowly through much of the night. He positions them carefully so they do not touch but sit close enough to share flame. Air circulation between the logs allows them to burn efficiently. Too close together and they smoulder. Too far apart and they do not sustain each other. This is another skill that took winters to develop. The older children pull the rope bed away from the wall. This creates a gap of about 8 inches. The gap allows air to circulate and prevents moisture from collecting against the logs. Moisture trapped against wood leads to rot. Rot leads to structural weakness. Structural weakness in a cabin wall is a serious problem. Prevention is simpler than repair. The bed itself is a marvel of frontier engineering. 4 posts 2 inches thick driven into holes augured into the floor, crosspieces mortised into the posts at mattress height. Rope woven through holes drilled into the crosspieces in a tight grid pattern. The rope is thick hemp, the same rope used for towing and hauling. Woven correctly, the rope creates a suspended platform that gives slightly underweight. This give makes the bed more comfortable than sleeping on boards. The rope must be tightened periodically because it stretches with use. Your husband tightens it every 3 weeks using a special stick that threads through the rope and provides leverage. The phrase sleep tight comes from this maintenance. Tight rope means better sleep. The mattress goes back on the frame. 2 woolen blankets cover the mattress. The blankets came from your own sheep sheared last spring. You spent June and July washing, carding, spinning and weaving the wool. The blankets are thick and warm and scratchy. They will serve for 10 years if cared for properly. Above the blankets goes a quilt made from fabric scraps pieced together over 2 winters. The quilt is not beautiful in the decorative sense. Its beauty lies in its utility. Every scrap in that quilt came from worn-out clothing that could no longer be patched. The quilt represents the final use of fabric that has already served multiple purposes. Your daughters pull the trundle bed from beneath the rope bed. The trundle is a low frame on wooden wheels that stores under the main bed during the day. At night it rolls out and provides sleeping space for the 2 girls. The trundle has its own thinner mattress, also stuffed with corn husks. The girls share 2 blankets between them. They are accustomed to this. They sleep facing opposite directions, feet to head, which distributes body heat more evenly than lying parallel. The boys will sleep in the loft. The loft is not really a second story. It is a platform built into the rafters, accessible by a ladder made from branches stripped of bark and rungs mortised into 2 uprights. The platform measures 6 feet by 8 feet. It has no railing. Falling off the loft in the dark is a real possibility. The boys learned quickly to sleep in the centre of the space. The loft has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is heat. Heat rises. The loft is the warmest sleeping spot in the cabin during winter. The disadvantage is that the loft is the warmest spot in the cabin during summer. On August nights, the loft becomes an oven. The boys sleep as close to the edge as safety allows, trying to find cooler air. During winter, they burrow under blankets and sleep in relative comfort while the adults shiver below. You and your husband will sleep in the rope bed. This has been the arrangement since the cabin was built. The bed is the only piece of furniture in the cabin that could be called substantial. It represents permanence and a certain degree of comfort. It is also the most fought-over resource in the household during extreme weather. The younger children climb into their respective sleeping spaces. The girls settle into the trundle with practiced efficiency. They arrange the blankets, negotiate who gets which side tonight, and lie down. Their breathing becomes quiet. The boys ascend the ladder. You hear them moving around overhead, arranging their own blankets, positioning themselves for sleep. The loft floor is made from split logs laid flat side up. The surface is relatively smooth, but not perfectly even. The boys have learned where the comfortable spots are. You and your husband make your own preparations. You remove your apron and hang it on a peg. You loosen your hair from its tie and brush it briefly with a brush made from boar bristles set in a wooden handle. Your husband removes his boots and sets them beside the bed. He keeps his shirt and trousers on. Everyone sleeps in their clothes during cold weather. Undressing requires exposing skin to cold air. Dressing in the morning requires the same exposure. Sleeping in clothes eliminates both problems. You lie down on the mattress. The corn husks crackle under your weight. You arrange yourself on your side, facing the fire. Your husband lies down beside you, his back to yours. The mattress sags slightly under your combined weight. You both roll imperceptibly toward the centre, not quite touching, but close enough to share body heat. The cabin is quiet now, except for the fire. The fire pops and hisses as pockets of moisture in the wood heat and expand. The logs shift as they burn through. Each shift sends a small shower of sparks up the chimney. You watch the firelight play across the ceiling, casting moving shadows that dance with the flames. Outside, the night is not quiet at all, but that is another matter entirely. The mathematics of frontier fire management begins with a contradiction. You need the fire to provide heat. You also need to avoid burning down your cabin. These two requirements pull in opposite directions with roughly equal force. The fireplace is the only source of heat in the structure. During January, when temperatures drop below freezing and stay there for weeks, the fire is the difference between survival and catastrophe. During July, when afternoon temperatures reach 95 degrees and the humidity makes your clothes stick to your skin, the same fire for cooking becomes torture. There is no winning this equation. You simply manage it as best you can. Tonight in October, the temperature outside hovers around 50 degrees. Inside the cabin, with the fire burning and 6 bodies generating warmth, the temperature near the fireplace probably reaches 65 degrees. Near the door, away from the fire, the temperature drops to 55. In the loft, the temperature is closer to 70. The cabin does not heat evenly, it heats in zones. Learning to position yourself in the appropriate zone for comfort is a skill every family member develops. The fire your husband built before bed will burn for approximately 5 hours if left unattended. This is not long enough to last until morning. Morning arrives somewhere between 12 and 14 hours from now, depending on the season. 5 hours puts you at roughly 1 in the morning. At that point, the fire will have burned down to coals. The coals will provide some heat for another hour, maybe 2. By 3 in the morning, the cabin will begin to lose heat rapidly. This creates a decision point. Someone can wake at 1 to add wood, then again at 4, then again at 6. This approach maintains consistent warmth but requires 3 separate wakings. Alternatively, someone can let the fire burn down, tolerate the cold from 3 until 6, then rebuild the fire at dawn. This approach allows uninterrupted sleep but guarantees discomfort during the coldest part of the night. Most frontier families adopted a rotation system. Different family members took different nights as fire tender. The role involved waking once or twice during the night, adding wood, ensuring the fire remained safe, then returning to bed. This system distributed the burden of interrupted sleep across multiple people, instead of exhausting one person completely. You are awake now, 2 hours after lying down. Your internal clock woke you. After 15 years of frontier living, your body knows when the fire needs attention. You do not feel fully alert, but you are conscious enough to function. You slide off the mattress carefully, trying not to disturb your husband. The corn husks rustle anyway. Your husband stirs but does not wake. You stand in your stockinged feet on the packed earth floor. The floor is cold. The earth beneath the cabin retains coolness, even when the air above it warms. During summer, this coolness is pleasant. During winter, it is miserable. You will eventually convince your husband to install a wooden floor over the packed earth. That improvement will come next summer, after the planting is done and before harvest begins. For now, the earth floor is what you have. You move to the fireplace. The 3 logs your husband placed have burned down considerably. 1 log is almost consumed, reduced to a glowing mass of coals with only a small section of solid wood remaining. The other 2 logs burn more slowly. They still have structure and shape, though their surfaces glow orange where the fire has eaten into the wood. You select 2 new logs from the stack beside the hearth. The logs are hickory, dense and heavy. Hickory burns hot and long. You position 1 log at an angle across the existing coals. The second log goes parallel to the first, leaving a gap of about 4 inches between them. This arrangement allows air to feed the fire while the logs support each other's combustion. The new logs catch within seconds. The coals beneath them are still hot enough to ignite dry wood immediately. Small flames appear along the underside of the logs where they contact the coals. The flames grow, spreading up and around the wood. Within 2 minutes, both logs are burning steadily. You watch the fire for another minute to ensure it is stable. Frontier fire management is not casual. A log that rolls out of the fireplace onto the floor can ignite the entire cabin in minutes. The gap between the hearthstone and the nearest wooden wall is exactly 2 feet. That gap represents a safety margin, but it is not foolproof. You've heard stories from other frontier families about fires that started in the night. Some families lost everything. Some families lost people. Satisfied that the fire is secure, you return to bed. The mattress receives you with its familiar rustling. Your husband has rolled toward the centre during your absence. You fit yourself against his back. His body heat is noticeable. You draw your knees up slightly, conserving your own warmth. Sleep returns gradually, in layers. 3 hours later, you wake again. The cabin is colder than before. You can feel it in your nose and fingertips. The air you breathe tastes cold. You rise and repeat the fire-tending process. 2 more logs, position them correctly, watch until they catch. Return to bed. This cycle is not restful. It is necessary. Your husband wakes at dawn to tend the fire for the 3rd time. You hear him moving in the dark, adding wood, adjusting the logs. He does not return to bed. Instead, he begins his day. This is how frontier mornings start. Someone tends the fire, which provides enough light to see, which allows work to begin. Rest and wakefulness blur into each other without clear boundaries. But the fire presents other problems beyond simple maintenance. The smoke, for instance. The chimney draws smoke upward effectively when properly maintained and when wind conditions are favourable. However, chimneys are not perfect systems. Smoke sometimes lingers in the cabin despite the chimney's best efforts. This happens most often on days when atmospheric pressure is low or when wind blows from certain directions. The smoke layer typically collects near the ceiling, creating a hazy zone that stings your eyes and irritates your throat. The smoke smell permeates everything. Your clothes smell like smoke. Your hair smells like smoke. The blankets, the curtains, the food, the children. Everything carries the scent of wood smoke constantly. You no longer notice it yourself. Your nose adapted years ago. But visitors to the cabin smell it immediately. They comment on it politely, mentioning how distinctive the scent is, how it reminds them of their own cabins. This is frontier courtesy. Everyone's cabin smells like smoke. No one admits it is unpleasant. The smoke contains particles that settle on surfaces. The walls nearest the fireplace develop a black coating of soot. You scrub this coating periodically using water and sand, but it returns within weeks. The ceiling beams are completely blackened. You stopped trying to clean them. The effort is wasted. The soot also affects the children's lungs. Everyone coughs more in winter when the cabin is sealed tight and the fire burns constantly. The coughing is normal. Frontier children grow up coughing. The fire also produces heat extremes that make restful sleep nearly impossible. The side of your body facing the fire becomes warm, sometimes uncomfortably so. The side facing away from the fire stays cold. You rotate during the night like meat on a spit, trying to distribute warmth evenly. This rotation wakes you repeatedly. Deep sleep, the kind that leaves you truly rested, happens rarely. Your daughters in the trundle bed face a different challenge. The trundle sits low to the ground, which places them in the coldest layer of air in the cabin. Cold air sinks. The floor-level zone where the trundle sits might be 15 degrees cooler than the air at standing height. The girls compensate by sharing body heat and using extra blankets, but they still spend nights shivering. Come morning, they are stiff and cold and reluctant to emerge from their cocoon of blankets. The boys in the loft experience the opposite problem. Heat rises and collects under the roof. During winter nights, the loft becomes the warmest sleeping area in the cabin. During summer nights it becomes uninhabitable. The boys have been known to sleep on the floor during August, abandoning the loft entirely in favour of cooler air below. This creates crowding and inconvenience, but it is better than heat exhaustion. The fire also creates a drying effect. The air inside the cabin becomes extremely dry during winter. This dry air cracks your lips and dries your nasal passages. You wake with your mouth feeling like sand and your throat raw. The children develop nosebleeds from the dry air. You treat this by keeping a pot of water near the fire to add moisture to the air through evaporation. This helps slightly, not enough to call it a solution, but enough to be worth doing. Fire maintenance also requires getting up during the coldest part of the night and functioning semi-coherently. This is harder than it sounds. Your body at 3 in the morning wants nothing more than to remain horizontal and unconscious. Forcing yourself upright requires willpower. Walking across a cold floor in darkness requires careful foot placement to avoid splinters or dropped objects. Adding logs to the fire requires enough alertness to do it safely. You've performed this routine thousands of times. It never becomes easy. It only becomes familiar. The wood consumption rate creates its own stress. 4 cords of wood seems like plenty when you stack it in August. By February you watch the pile shrink and calculate whether it will last until spring. Some winters require strict rationing. You let the fire burn lower than is comfortable. You add logs less frequently. The cabin stays colder, but the wood pile lasts. Other winters are mild enough that you have wood left over in March. Those years feel like prosperity. The relationship between fire and sleep becomes a form of ongoing negotiation. You need fire to stay warm enough to sleep. The fire requires maintenance that interrupts sleep. The maintenance must happen whether you feel rested or not. The cycle continues every night from October through April. By spring you are exhausted. By summer you recover. By autumn you face the cycle again. The historical record contains limited discussion of frontier sleep patterns because the people living this life did not think it was remarkable. The diary of Margaret Dwight, travelling from Connecticut to Ohio in 1810, mentions briefly that frontier families seemed perpetually tired, but never complained about it. She noted this as a curiosity but did not investigate further. The French traveller Alexis de Tocqueville, visiting America in 1831, observed that frontier women appeared older than their actual years. He attributed this to hard work. He was correct, but he missed that interrupted sleep accelerated the aging process significantly. The fire equation has no solution. You cannot maintain perfect warmth without perfect vigilance. Perfect vigilance is incompatible with sleep, so you compromise. You sleep imperfectly. You wake cold or too warm. You tend the fire in darkness. You return to bed and try again. This is frontier life. This is how sleep works when survival depends on fire, and tomorrow night you will do it again. The arrangement of human bodies in a 16 by 20 foot space follows rules that are both practical and complex. 6 people occupy this cabin. Each person requires sleeping space. The available space is limited. The solution involves careful positioning, negotiated boundaries, and acceptance of conditions that no one would choose voluntarily. You lie in the rope bed with your husband. The bed measures 5 feet wide and 6 feet long. This provides adequate space for 2 adults if both parties remain relatively still during the night. However, humans do not remain still while sleeping. They shift positions, roll over, adjust their arms and legs, and generally move in ways they are not conscious of. This movement creates contact. Your shoulder touches your husband's back. Your knee brushes against his calf. His elbow finds your ribs. These contacts are not intimate in any meaningful sense. They are simply the inevitable result of 2 people sharing insufficient space. Your daughters sleep in the trundle bed 2 feet away from your own bed. You can hear their breathing. On particularly quiet nights, you can hear them whisper to each other before sleep. The trundle provides less space than the rope bed. It measures 4 feet wide and 5 feet long. 2 growing girls fit in this space only by sleeping in close contact. They have developed an arrangement where they face opposite directions, which allows more efficient use of the available space. The younger girl takes the side near the wall. The older girl sleeps on the outside, closer to the main bed. This arrangement has created an intimacy between the sisters that would not exist in more spacious circumstances. They know each other's sleep habits completely. The older girl snores lightly when she sleeps on her back. The younger girl grinds her teeth. Both girls wake when the other wakes. This shared awareness creates a bond, but it also creates tension. Neither girl has experienced true privacy or solitude. They do not know what it feels like to sleep alone in a quiet space. They have nothing to compare their current situation to except each other. Above you, the boys occupy the loft. Their sleeping platform measures 6 feet by 8 feet, which provides more space per person than the trundle, but comes with the hazard of potential falling. The boys have learned to sleep in the centre of the platform, away from the unguarded edges. They also sleep in opposite orientation. The older boy's head is near the front of the loft. The younger boy's head is near the back. This arrangement keeps their faces apart, which both boys prefer. Teenage boys emit odours. Sleeping face to face amplifies these odours. Sleeping head to foot reduces the problem to tolerability. The boys also contend with the sloped ceiling. The loft platform sits 4 feet below the peak of the roof. This means there is approximately 4 feet of headroom in the centre of the loft, sloping down to 2 feet at the edges. The boys cannot stand upright in this space. They move in a perpetual crouch. Getting dressed in the loft requires lying down or sitting. The boys have adapted to this constraint, but adaptation is not the same as comfort. The sleeping arrangement in this cabin is determined by age, gender, and temperature management. The adults get the rope bed because they purchased and built everything in the cabin. This is not discussed, it is understood. The daughters share the trundle because girls are expected to share space without complaint. The boys get the loft because heat rises, and boys are considered hardy enough to tolerate temperature extremes. None of these arrangements is ideal. All of them are better than sleeping on the floor. Sleeping on the floor is the worst option in the cabin. The floor is cold, hard, and cannot be adequately cushioned. Guests who visit sometimes sleep on the floor near the fire, wrapped in their own blankets. They do this because refusing hospitality is rude, and because a floor near a fire is better than sleeping outside. But floor sleeping is universally recognised as unpleasant. Children who misbehave are sometimes assigned floor sleeping as punishment. This threat usually achieves the desired corrective effect. The proximity of 6 people in this space also creates acoustic intimacy. You hear everything everyone does during the night. Your husband's snoring, your daughter's whispered conversations, your son's shifting position in the loft, coughing, throat clearing, the rustle of blankets, the creak of the rope bed, the scratch of someone dealing with an itch. All of these sounds occur in darkness, amplified by the silence of the night and the lack of any sound insulation in the cabin walls. This acoustic intimacy eliminates privacy completely. Every bodily function is audible to everyone else. People attempt discretion, but discretion has limits when 6 people occupy a single room. The family chamber pot sits in the corner near the door. Using it during the night requires getting up, walking across the cabin in darkness, completing the necessary function while other people are potentially awake and listening, then returning to bed. This is mortifying for adolescent children. It is simply reality for adults. The chamber pot itself is a functional ceramic vessel with a handle and a lid. The lid is important because it contains odours, mostly. The pot must be emptied every morning, which is a task assigned to whoever is nearest when your husband decides the pot needs emptying. Usually this job falls to the older boy. He carries the pot outside, dumps the contents in the designated area behind the cabin, rinses the pot with water from the well, and returns it to its corner. This daily task is unremarkable. Everyone uses the pot, everyone knows it must be emptied. Discussing it is unnecessary. The sleeping geography also involves bedding ownership and allocation. Your family owns 6 blankets total. 2 belong to the rope bed, 2 belong to the trundle, 2 belong to the loft. During extreme cold, blankets get redistributed based on need. The girls, who sleep in the coldest zone, sometimes receive a 3rd blanket borrowed from the loft. The boys, who sleep in the warmest zone, sometimes surrender a blanket without complaint. This redistribution happens through unspoken agreement. Your husband makes the decision based on observed need. No one argues. The blankets themselves are heavy wool, woven by your own hands on a loom that sits in the corner during winter and gets moved outside during summer. Each blanket took approximately 40 hours to produce, from raw fleece to finished fabric. The blankets are scratchy when new and soften slightly with use, though they never become truly soft. The lanolin in the wool gives them a distinct smell that some people find pleasant and others find animal-like. The blankets are warm, which is the only quality that matters. Under the blankets, everyone sleeps in their daytime clothes, plus additional layers if needed. The girls add flannel underskirts during winter. The boys add extra shirts. You and your husband add whatever is available. Nightclothes are a luxury item that frontier families rarely own. Changing into specialised sleeping garments requires owning those garments and having time to change. Most families own 2 complete sets of clothing per person. one set for wearing, one set for washing. Adding a third set specifically for sleeping is not economically feasible. The sleeping positions also follow patterns that develop over time. You sleep on your right side, facing the fire. Your husband sleeps on his left side, facing away from the fire. This arrangement emerged naturally during the first weeks in the cabin and has continued for 15 years. Your younger daughter sleeps curled in a ball. Your older daughter sleeps on her stomach with one arm under her pillow. The older boy sleeps sprawled in whatever position he falls into. The younger boy sleeps rigidly on his back, as if at attention. These positions are not chosen consciously. They are simply how each person's body arranges itself during unconsciousness. The rope bed has another characteristic worth mentioning. The ropes stretch over time and begin to sag. When the sag becomes pronounced, the sleeping surface takes on a hammock-like quality. This causes both sleepers to roll toward the centre of the bed, which increases body contact whether desired or not. The solution is to tighten the ropes, which your husband does by threading a wooden rod through the grid and using it as a lever to create tension. This tightening restores the flat sleeping surface temporarily, but the ropes will stretch again within weeks. The cycle repeats indefinitely. The girl's trundle has no rope suspension. It uses a solid platform made from boards laid across the frame. This surface does not give at all. It is firm to the point of hardness. The mattress on top provides minimal cushioning. The girls wake with sore hips and shoulders. They never mention this because there is no alternative and complaining achieves nothing. They simply accept that sleep involves discomfort. The loft platform is similarly hard. The boys sleep directly on split logs covered by a thin mattress. The logs have been smoothed somewhat, but they retain their fundamental hardness. The boys are young enough that their bodies tolerate this better than adult bodies would. They complain occasionally, but not seriously. They understand that the loft is their designated space, and that no amount of complaining will change the construction of the floor. Personal space in this cabin is measured in inches, not feet. Each person has a defined sleeping area that is theirs by agreement but not by any physical barrier. You do not cross into your daughter's space. They do not cross into yours. The boys do not invade each other's territory in the loft beyond what is necessary. These boundaries are maintained through mutual respect and the understanding that violating them would create conflict in a space where conflict has nowhere to go. Privacy in any meaningful sense does not exist. The concept of personal privacy is incompatible with frontier single-room living. Every person is aware of every other person at all times. This awareness becomes background knowledge, like knowing the fire is burning or that the sun will rise. You do not think about it consciously. You simply live within the constraints it creates. The historical context for this arrangement comes from multiple sources. The letters of Caroline Kirkland, a frontier settler in Michigan during the 1830s, describe similar sleeping situations in her own cabin. She mentions that frontier families considered shared sleeping space normal and necessary. She also notes that frontier children grew up without any concept of private space, which sometimes caused problems when these children later moved to more settled areas and had to learn privacy norms. The photographer Solomon Butcher documented homesteader life in Nebraska during the 1880s. His photographs show cabin interiors with sleeping arrangements identical to what you experience now. One photograph shows a family of 8 in a cabin this size. Everyone sleeps in the same room. The older children sleep on platforms similar to your loft. Younger children sleep in beds similar to your trundle. The parents occupy the only real bed in the structure. This pattern repeats across hundreds of documented frontier households. The sleeping geography of frontier life is not romantic. It is not cozy in the way that modern people imagine historical simplicity might have been cozy. It is crowded, noisy, smelly, cold in some places and hot in others, lacking privacy and relentlessly intimate in ways that erode personal boundaries completely. But it is better than sleeping outside, and on the frontier that makes it acceptable. The night outside your cabin performs a concert that begins at dusk and continues until dawn. This concert has no intermission. It has no conductor. It has an enormous cast of performers who never coordinate with each other and never stop performing. You lie in your bed and listen to this concert whether you want to or not. The first sounds begin as daylight fades. Birds settle into their roosting positions with a series of calls and adjustments. Crows caw to each other from the trees beyond the clearing. A mockingbird runs through its repertoire one final time before darkness makes singing pointless. Sparrows chirp briefly, then fall silent. The transition from day sounds to night sounds takes approximately 30 minutes. During this transition, you hear both daytime species ending their activities and nighttime species beginning theirs. Owls are among the first night performers to announce themselves. The great horned owl that lives somewhere in the oak grove to the north calls out with its distinctive deep hooting. The sound carries clearly across the half-mile distance between the oak grove and your cabin. 5 hoots in a rhythmic pattern, then silence, then 5 more hoots. The owl calls intermittently throughout the night. Sometimes you hear a response from another owl farther away. The 2 birds call back and forth, establishing territories or communicating information you cannot interpret. The sound is not frightening exactly. It is simply present, large and resonant and constant. Smaller owls add their own contributions. Screech owls live closer to the cabin, probably in the dead tree near the creek. Their call is not a screech despite the name. It is a descending whinny, almost like a horse might make if the horse were the size of a robin. This call is eerie in a way that the great horned owl's call is not. The whinny has a quality that sounds almost like laughter. Your younger daughter does not like the screech owls. She has mentioned this several times. You tell her the owls are harmless. This is true, but not particularly comforting. Insects provide continuous background sound during warm months. Crickets chirp in synchronized waves. Katydids add their raspy calls. Cicadas left over from summer buzz in short bursts. The insect chorus creates a wall of sound that is almost soothing because of its consistency. You can tune it out. Your brain learns to categorize it as background. The challenge comes when the insect sounds stop suddenly. This sudden silence means something large has moved through the area. All the insects sense the presence and pause their calls. This absence of sound is more alarming than any sound could be. You lie in bed during these silences, listening intently, trying to determine what caused the insects to stop. Usually they resume after a minute or 2. Sometimes the silence lasts longer. Coyotes howl from various distances. The nearest pack lives somewhere beyond the East Field. You hear them clearly on cold nights when sound carries farther. They begin with yips and barks that build into full howling. The pack joins together in this howling, creating a chorus that rises and falls. The sound conveys wildness in its purest form. Coyotes are not dangerous to adult humans, but they will take chickens and small livestock. Your husband shoots them when he can. The coyotes continue howling regardless. They seem unlimited in number. For every one killed, 2 more appear. Wolves are a more serious concern. Wolves live farther out in the deeper wilderness, but they sometimes travel closer to settled areas when hunting. Wolf howls are deeper and louder than coyote howls. They carry for miles. When you hear wolves, you hear them from a distance that makes immediate danger unlikely. But the sound still triggers an ancestral response. Your body knows that wolves are predators. Your body does not care that the wolves are probably far away. Your heart rate increases. Your breathing becomes shallow. You lie very still and listen until the howling stops. The livestock in the small barn beside the cabin add their own sounds. The cow shifts position and bumps against the stall walls. You hear this clearly through the cabin wall because the barn shares a wall with the cabin. This design allows you to monitor the livestock without going outside. The cow's movements are random throughout the night. Sometimes she is restless. Other times she stands motionless for hours. You cannot predict which mood she will be in. The chickens in their coop cluck softly when something disturbs them. Usually the disturbance is a rat or a weasel trying to access the coop. The chicken's soft alarm clucks tell you that the predator is present, but has not yet breached the defences. This is good. If the clucking became loud squawking, you would have to get up and investigate. Soft clucking means the situation is under control. Wind creates a symphony of its own. Wind through the trees produces different sounds depending on the season and the type of tree. Pine trees hiss. Deciduous trees rustle and clatter. During autumn, when leaves are loose but still attached, the wind shakes them in waves that sound like distant rain. During winter, when the branches are bare, the wind makes the trees creak and groan. These are old sounds. Trees moved by wind have sounded this way for as long as trees have existed. The sounds should be comforting in their ancientness. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they sound like something moving through the forest with purpose. The cabin itself makes sounds. Wood contracts as the night air cools. The contraction produces pops and cracks that are sharp and sudden. The roof timbers snap. The wall logs click. The floor beams shift. Each sound is distinct and identifiable once you learn the cabin's acoustic signature. New settlers find these sounds alarming. You have lived here long enough that you know which sounds are structural settling and which sounds indicate a problem. The sharp crack from the northwest corner is normal. The slower creaking from the roof line near the chimney requires investigation in the morning. Rain on the roof is surprisingly loud. The cabin has no ceiling. The interior of the roof is visible from inside. Rain hits the wood shingles directly above your head with a pattering that builds to a roar during heavy storms. Individual raindrops are distinguishable during light rain. During downpours, the drops merge into continuous sound. Sleep during heavy rain is difficult not because of fear, but because of volume. The sound is simply too loud to allow the brain to fully disengage. Thunder during storms is more than sound. It is concussion. The cabin sits in a clearing with limited protection from electrical storms. Lightning strikes nearby with some regularity. The thunder that follows lightning is physical. You feel it in your chest and in the bed frame. The boom is so loud it temporarily deafens. The girls whimper during close lightning. You do not blame them. You are frightened too. You simply do not show it. Adults cannot show fear in front of children. This is an unwritten rule. So you lie still and wait for the storm to pass and hope that no lightning hits the cabin or the barn or the trees close enough to send burning branches onto the roof. Hail sounds like someone throwing gravel at the cabin. Small hail creates a rattling sound. Large hail thuds. Hailstorms are brief but intense. They damage crops and kill chickens if the birds are caught in the open. You have learned to move the chickens into covered areas when you see the particular type of cloud that produces hail. The clouds are dark green at the base and tower upward into bright white. These clouds mean trouble. They appear most often in late spring. Mice live in the cabin walls. You hear them at night scurrying through the spaces between the logs. They are searching for food and warmth. They chew on things. You hear the gnawing sound of mouse teeth on wood or fabric or stored food. You have accepted that eliminating mice completely is impossible. You manage their population by setting traps and keeping food in sealed containers. But mice are intelligent and persistent. They find ways around your defences. The sound of mice in the walls is constant background noise. You tune it out most nights. Some nights you cannot. Larger animals occasionally investigate the cabin. Raccoons check the area around the door where scraps sometimes fall during meal preparation. You hear them pawing at things and knocking over the empty bucket. Possums move more quietly but still make small sounds as they investigate. Deer walk past the cabin regularly. Their hooves make soft thuds on the packed earth. You can track their movement by sound alone. They approach from the woods, circle the cabin at a distance, then move on toward the creek. They are looking for water and grazing. They pose no threat. Their presence is actually comforting. Deer are prey animals. They sense predators. If deer are walking calmly past your cabin, no predators are in the immediate area. Bears are a different matter. Bears occasionally wander through during late autumn, when they are preparing for hibernation. A bear investigating the area around a cabin makes substantial noise. They're large and not particularly careful about where they step. You hear branches breaking and heavy footfalls. Bears will tear apart anything they think might contain food. A poorly secured chicken coop is extremely attractive to a bear. A root cellar with a weak door is an invitation. Your husband built the root cellar with heavy planks and a strong latch specifically to resist bears. The latch has held so far. You hear bears perhaps twice a season. Each time you lie completely still and pray they will move on without causing damage. Usually they do. One year a bear destroyed the chicken coop and killed half the flock. That year was difficult. Mountain lions exist in the deeper wilderness. You have never seen one near the cabin. You have heard them. The sound a mountain lion makes is unlike any other animal. It is a scream, not a roar, a scream that sounds disturbingly human. The first time you heard it, you thought someone was being murdered. You started to rise from bed to investigate. Your husband stopped you. He knew what the sound was. He told you to stay still and stay quiet. The mountain lion screamed 3 more times that night, each time from a different location. The sound came from perhaps half a mile away. This distance was far enough to be safe, but close enough to be terrifying. You have heard mountain lions on perhaps 5 or 6 nights over 15 years. Each time, you do not sleep for the rest of that night. The human sounds from inside the cabin are their own category. Your husband snores in a regular rhythm. The sound is deep and constant. You have learned to sleep through it. Your daughters whisper sometimes before sleep. Their voices are soft but audible. They discuss things that 12-year-old and 9-year-old girls discuss. Friends, chores, hopes. Your sons in the loft also talk occasionally. Their conversations are briefer and less frequent. They speak about work, about the livestock, about plans for the next day. Both pairs of children stop talking once they realise you are listening. This is their private time. You respect it by pretending not to hear. Someone gets up to use the chamber pot at least once every night. Usually multiple people. The sequence is always the same. The rustle of blankets, the soft sound of feet on the floor, the quiet removal of the pot lid, the necessary function, the replacement of the lid, the return to bed. Everyone pretends to be asleep during these excursions. This pretense maintains a fiction of privacy that no one believes but everyone supports. Morning begins not with light, but with sound. The rooster crows at the first hint of dawn. The rooster lives in the chicken coop, but his voice carries clearly into the cabin. The crow is loud and insistent. It is designed to wake the household. It succeeds. The rooster continues crowing at intervals until someone gets up and begins the day. This is the final sound in the night concert. It signals the transition back to daylight and the end of listening to darkness. The naturalist John James Audubon travelled through frontier regions during the 1820s and documented bird sounds extensively. His journals mention that frontier families learned to identify dozens of species by call alone. This knowledge was practical, not academic. Certain bird calls indicated the presence of predators. Other calls signalled weather changes. The ability to interpret bird sounds provided useful information about the immediate environment. The night sounds of frontier life are not peaceful. They are not the gentle ambience that modern people imagine when they think of rural living. They are loud, constant, alarming and relentless. They prevent deep sleep. They trigger anxiety. They remind you that the walls of your cabin are thin, and that wilderness begins just beyond those walls, and that wilderness contains things that can harm you. But the sounds are also proof that you are alive in a place where life teems in abundance, and sometimes, on very quiet nights when the wind is still, and the owls are distant and the insects have not yet emerged for the season, you hear nothing at all. Those nights are the ones that disturb you most, because silence on the frontier usually means something is very wrong. The division of nighttime labour in frontier households follows patterns that maximise survival, while distributing exhaustion as equitably as possible. No one sleeps through the night uninterrupted except during illness or injury. Everyone contributes to the nighttime maintenance that keeps the household safe and functional. Your primary responsibility is fire management. You wake at predictable intervals, assess the fire's status, and add wood as needed. This task falls to you because you are the lightest sleeper in the family and because you have developed the most reliable internal clock. Your husband could do this work, but his daytime labour is more physically demanding than yours. Allowing him longer periods of uninterrupted sleep means he can work more effectively during daylight hours. This is not gender ideology. This is practical resource allocation. Your husband's nighttime responsibility is security. He sleeps with his rifle within arm's reach. The rifle leans against the wall beside the bed, loaded but not cocked. If something threatens the cabin during the night, responding is his role. This has happened 3 times in 15 years. Once when bears attacked the chicken coop, once when strangers approached the cabin after dark and refused to identify themselves when challenged, once when a pack of dogs gone feral tried to break into the barn. Each time your husband was awake and armed within seconds. The rifle's presence is reassuring even when no threat materializes. The older boy's responsibility is monitoring the livestock. He wakes once during the night and goes to the barn to check that the cow has water and the chickens are secure. This task teaches him vigilance and responsibility. It also ensures that livestock problems are caught early before they become serious. A cow that has gone down in her stall needs immediate help or she may not be able to stand again. Chickens panicking in their coop signal a predator. The boy learns to read these signs and respond appropriately. The older girl's responsibility is managing her younger sister. If the younger girl wakes frightened or sick, the older girl handles it without waking you unless the situation is serious. This arrangement allows you to maintain your role as primary fire tender without being interrupted for minor childhood disturbances. It also teaches the older girl caretaking skills that she will need when she has her own household. The younger children have no formal nighttime responsibilities yet. They sleep as soundly as children that age can sleep, which means they wake periodically, but go back to sleep without intervention. In a few years, the younger boy will begin taking turns monitoring livestock. The younger girl will learn to tend the fire. For now, they are allowed to be children. These responsibilities create a household where someone is always partially conscious. Full unconsciousness is dangerous. Fire can escape containment. Predators can attack livestock. Weather can change suddenly. Illness can strike without warning. Someone must always be ready to respond. This distributed vigilance means that true rest is rare. You sleep but lightly. You dream, but remain aware of the cabin around you. Your mind never fully releases its grip on consciousness. The night work extends beyond maintenance to include actual labour when necessary. Calving happens at night with frustrating frequency. A cow going into labour makes specific sounds. Your husband recognises these sounds immediately. He wakes, dresses, lights a lantern, and goes to the barn. You usually follow to provide assistance. Calving can be quick and uneventful. It can also be complicated and life-threatening. A calf presenting wrong needs to be repositioned manually. A cow unable to deliver after prolonged labour may need the calf pulled with ropes. These interventions require 2 people. They also require staying awake for however many hours the process takes. You have assisted with 14 calvings during your time in this cabin. 3 calves died despite intervention. 2 cows died. These losses are economically significant. A cow represents months of feed and years of breeding investment. A calf represents future milk production or sale value. Losing either means the family's resources are reduced. You do not mourn these losses sentimentally. You mourn them practically. Dead livestock means less food and less income. Illness in the household also triggers nighttime responsibilities that supersede normal schedules. A child with a high fever requires constant monitoring. The fever must be brought down using cool water compresses. The child must be encouraged to drink water to prevent dangerous dehydration. The child must be watched to ensure the fever does not cause seizures. This monitoring continues through the night until the fever breaks, or until you determine the child needs the doctor. The nearest doctor is 40 miles away. Deciding whether an illness warrants a 40-mile trip is a calculation you make based on incomplete information an experience that comes from watching children be sick many times. Your younger daughter once had scarlet fever. The fever rose to a level that caused delirium. She hallucinated and thrashed in her sleep. You sat beside the trundle bed for 3 full nights, keeping her cool, forcing water between her lips, and praying she would survive. She did survive, but the experience taught you that frontier childhood is precarious. Children die from illnesses that modern medicine treats easily. You know this intellectually. You experienced it emotionally during those 3 nights. Weather events also create nighttime work. A sudden windstorm that tears shingles from the roof requires immediate repair. You cannot wait until morning because rain following wind would pour into the cabin. You and your husband climb onto the roof in darkness, using lanterns for light, and nail temporary patches over the damaged areas. This work is dangerous. Falling from a roof at night could result in serious injury. Not repairing the roof could result in more serious damage. You choose the lesser risk. A flash flood from upstream sends water rushing past the cabin once every few years. The water comes fast and high, threatening to undermine the foundation and flood the cellar. You and the older children work through the night digging drainage channels and building temporary berms to redirect the water. You're wet, cold, exhausted and ankle-deep in mud. By morning, the danger has passed. You sleep for a few hours, then begin your regular day's work. The night work also includes planning and decision-making. You and your husband sometimes use the quiet night hours to discuss household matters that require privacy. Financial decisions, discipline for the children, plans for the coming season. These conversations happen in whispers after the children are asleep. They are serious conversations about serious matters. The darkness makes them easier somehow. Problems discussed in darkness seem slightly more manageable than problems discussed in daylight. You do not understand why this is true. You only know that it is. The mental load of nighttime responsibilities is as exhausting as the physical labour. You lie in bed and track multiple systems simultaneously. Is the fire burning safely? Are the children breathing normally? Is that sound outside normal or threatening? Should you wake your husband or handle it yourself? This constant assessment prevents deep sleep. Your brain remains in a state of heightened alertness even when your body is horizontal and still. The historical record contains surprisingly detailed documentation of nighttime frontier work. The diary of Martha Ballard, a Maine midwife who kept daily records from 1785 to 1812, mentions nighttime responsibilities in nearly every entry. She describes being called out at night for births dozens of times. She mentions tending sick family members through the night. She notes fire maintenance, livestock care, and weather emergencies. Her diary makes clear that frontier nights were working hours, not resting hours. The letters of Narcissa Whitman, a missionary in Oregon Territory during the 1830s, describe similar patterns. She writes about being awakened multiple times each night for various responsibilities. She mentions the cumulative exhaustion this creates. She also mentions that frontier families considered this normal and did not complain about it because everyone experienced the same thing. The nighttime responsibility system works because everyone participates, and because refusing to participate is not an option. The consequences of neglected responsibilities are immediate and severe. An untended fire goes out, which means a cold cabin and cold family. Unchecked livestock fall ill or get attacked. Ignored weather damages the structure. The system enforces itself through natural consequences, but the system also grinds people down over time. The cumulative effect of interrupted sleep year after year takes a physical toll. You are 38 years old. You look 50. Your husband is 42. He moves like a man 20 years older. The children are perpetually tired, though their youth allows them to function despite exhaustion. Everyone in frontier households operates at a deficit. This deficit is normal. No one expects to feel fully rested. That is simply not how frontier life works. The midnight responsibilities are the price of survival. You cannot survive frontier life without constant vigilance. Vigilance requires wakefulness. Wakefulness requires sacrificing sleep. You make this sacrifice every night because the alternative is death or destruction. The trade seems obvious when stated plainly, but living the trade night after night, year after year, is harder than any external description can capture. And tomorrow night, when darkness comes again, you will wake at the appointed times and perform the appointed tasks and return to your bed and wait for the next appointed time. This is the rhythm of frontier life. This is why you would not sleep a single hour in this cabin. The period between 4 in the morning and full sunrise occupies a territory that is neither night nor day. This transitional time contains its own unique miseries that mark the end of whatever rest you manage to capture. The rooster begins his announcements at the first hint of dawn. The first hint of dawn arrives approximately 90 minutes before actual sunrise. The rooster does not wait for convenient lighting. He announces dawn when he detects it, which is well before any human considers the night to be over. His crowing is loud and persistent. Each crow is a declaration that his day has begun, and therefore everyone's day should begin. You cannot reason with a rooster. You can only endure him. The cabin at 4 in the morning is cold. Whatever warmth the fire maintained during the middle of the night has dissipated. The logs in the fireplace have burned down to coals that glow red but produce minimal heat. The air temperature inside the cabin has dropped to perhaps 5 degrees above the outdoor temperature. This is cold enough to make your breath visible, cold enough to make getting out of bed feel like a punishment. Your husband rises first. This is his pattern, and has been for 15 years. He sits up in the bed, the blankets falling away from his torso. The cold air hits his body immediately. He pauses for a moment, gathering himself for the transition from horizontal to vertical. Then he swings his legs off the bed and stands. He walks directly to the fireplace without bothering with boots. His feet on the packed earth floor make soft sounds. He kneels at the hearth and begins rebuilding the fire. The fire rebuilding process at dawn is different from nighttime fire maintenance. Dawn fires need to burn hot and fast. They need to heat the cabin quickly and provide enough heat for cooking. Your husband adds kindling to the coals first. The kindling catches within seconds, producing small flames. Then he adds split wood. Then he adds larger logs. Within 5 minutes the fire is burning steadily and heat begins radiating into the cabin. You remain in bed during this process. You're awake, but you're conserving body heat under the blankets. Rising too early means being cold for longer. Staying in bed a few extra minutes means using your husband's fire-building time to remain warm. This is efficient. When the fire is burning well, you get up. The transition from under blankets to standing is still unpleasant, but less unpleasant than it would have been 10 minutes earlier. You dress in the same clothes you slept in because you never undressed. You add an extra shawl. The shawl is wool and heavy. It helps. You walk to the fireplace and stand close to the flames, absorbing heat. Your hands are cold. You hold them near the fire until they stop aching. This takes several minutes. The children begin stirring. The girls in the trundle wake when they hear movement in the cabin. They remain in the trundle with the blankets pulled up to their chins. They know that getting up means being cold. They delay as long as possible. The boys in the loft are slower to wake. Heat rises and the loft retains warmth longer than the lower level. The boys often sleep through the initial morning activity, waking only when explicitly called. You begin preparing breakfast while the cabin continues to wake around you. Breakfast is substantial because everyone will be working outdoors within the hour and outdoor work requires fuel. You make cornmeal mush in a pot hung over the fire. The cornmeal simmers in water with a pinch of salt. You stir it occasionally to prevent sticking. The mush thickens as it cooks. After 20 minutes it is ready. You also fry salt pork in a skillet. The pork renders fat that you use to fry eggs. 4 eggs for 6 people means careful division. The children get smaller portions. You and your husband get slightly larger portions because you will be doing the hardest physical work. The girls emerge from the trundle reluctantly. They wrap blankets around their shoulders and shuffle to the fire. They stand beside you, absorbing heat. Their faces are puffy with sleep and creased from pillow wrinkles. They do not speak. Morning conversation is minimal. Everyone is too tired and too cold for unnecessary words. The boys climb down from the loft eventually. Your husband calls up to them when breakfast is nearly ready. They descend the ladder carefully, moving slowly because they are not fully awake. The older boy's hair sticks up in multiple directions. The younger boy has sleep crusted in the corners of his eyes. They join the cluster at the fireplace. You serve breakfast at the table. Everyone sits in the same spots they occupied during dinner. The food is hot and filling. People eat steadily without much conversation. The cornmeal mush is bland but warm. The salt pork is salty and fatty. The eggs are rich and satisfying. Combined, the meal provides enough energy to begin work. After breakfast, the division of morning labour begins. Your husband and the older boy go outside to tend the livestock. The cow must be milked. The chickens must be fed and watered. The eggs must be collected. The barn must be checked for any problems that developed overnight. This work takes approximately an hour. They do it every morning regardless of weather. You and the girls clean the breakfast dishes and begin preparing the cabin for the day. The beds must be made. The floor must be swept. The chamber pot must be emptied. The water bucket must be filled. The fire must be maintained at a level appropriate for daytime. The girls perform these tasks with practiced efficiency. They have been doing this work for years. They know the routine. The younger boy has morning chores that keep him near the cabin. He splits kindling for the day's fire. He brings in firewood from the woodpile. He checks the chicken coop for any damage or signs of predator attempts. These tasks are age appropriate. They teach him responsibility without exposing him to dangerous work. The morning work happens in dim light that gradually brightens as the sun rises. The transition from darkness to dawn is gradual. The sky shifts from black to dark blue to pale blue, to pink to orange to yellow. The colours are beautiful when you have time to notice them. Usually you do not have time. You're too busy working to watch the sunrise. By the time the sun is actually above the horizon and providing real light, you have been awake and working for 2 hours. This is standard. Frontier mornings begin in darkness and continue through dawn without pause. The idea of sleeping until full daylight is foreign. Work begins before light and continues as long as light lasts. The cumulative effect of these early starts compounds over time. You went to bed around 8 in the evening. You woke multiple times during the night to tend the fire. You rose finally at 4 in the morning. This means you obtained perhaps 6 hours of interrupted sleep. 6 hours is not enough. You need 8 or 9 hours to feel fully rested. You never get 8 or 9 hours. You operate on a permanent sleep deficit that never fully resolves. Your husband shows the effects of this deficit physically. His movements are slower than they would be with adequate rest. His patience is shorter. His face carries permanent dark circles under his eyes. He's 42 but looks 60. The work ages him. The lack of sleep accelerates the aging. The children show different effects. They are tired, but they are young enough that their bodies tolerate exhaustion better. They complain less than adults would. They simply accept that life involves being tired. They have no comparison. They do not know what it feels like to wake naturally after a full night of rest. Exhaustion is their baseline. You see the effects in yourself when you look in the small mirror above the washing basin. Your face has lines that were not there 5 years ago. Your eyes look hollow. Your skin has a greyness that comes from perpetual exhaustion. You're 38. You look older. Much older. The false dawn period is perhaps the cruelest time in the frontier daily cycle. You have survived the night. You have maintained the fire, monitored the household, and kept everyone safe. Your reward for this vigilance is not rest. Your reward is immediate return to labour. There is no recovery period. There is no gentle transition. You go from interrupted sleep to full work without pause. The historical accounts of frontier life rarely mention this aspect of daily routine because it was so universal as to be unremarkable. Everyone experienced it. no one thought it was worth documenting. The anthropologist Margaret Mead studied traditional societies and noted that pre-industrial cultures typically operated on what she called interrupted sleep patterns. People slept in segments with periods of wakefulness in between. Full uninterrupted sleep is a modern luxury enabled by electric light and secure housing. Frontier families lived in the older pattern. They slept when they could and woke when necessary. The medical consequences of chronic sleep deprivation include impaired judgment, reduced immune function, increased injury risk, and shortened lifespan. Frontier families experienced all of these consequences. They made poor decisions from exhaustion. They became ill more frequently. They injured themselves doing routine tasks because their reflexes were slowed. They died younger than their urban counterparts. But there was no alternative. The work had to be done. The work required waking early. Waking early required sacrificing sleep. The system locked everyone into perpetual exhaustion. Complaining about it changed nothing. You simply did the work and accepted the cost. The false dawn passes eventually. The sun rises fully. The day officially begins. You have been working for 3 hours already. You will work for 12 more hours. Then darkness will come. You will eat dinner. You will lie down in your bed. You will tend the fire through the night. The cycle will repeat. This is frontier life. This is why you would not sleep a single hour in this cabin. Adaptation to impossible circumstances is a human specialty. Frontier families did not thrive because they found comfortable solutions to the sleep problem. They survived because they developed tolerance for perpetual discomfort and created routines that made exhaustion manageable rather than fatal. Your family's adaptation strategy centers on lowered expectations. You do not expect to feel rested. You do not expect to sleep through the night. You do not expect personal space or privacy or quiet. These expectations would create disappointment. Instead, you expect exactly what you get, which is interrupted sleep in crowded conditions with constant responsibilities. When your actual experience matches your expectations, you do not experience disappointment. You experience normalcy. The children's adaptation is more profound because they have never known anything different. Your daughters do not dream of private bedrooms. They cannot imagine what a private bedroom would feel like. Their reference point is the trundle bed they share. Similarly, your sons accept the loft as their sleeping space without questioning whether better options exist. This lack of comparison protects them from dissatisfaction. They do not long for what they have never experienced. Your husband adapted through a form of mental compartmentalization. He separates sleep from rest. Sleep for him is a brief unconscious state that happens in intervals between work periods. Rest is something different. Rest is sitting in the evening after work is done. Rest is Sunday afternoons when no urgent tasks demand attention. He does not expect sleep to provide rest. He obtains rest through other means. This mental distinction allows him to function effectively despite poor sleep. You adapted through developing an ability to fall asleep quickly and wake quickly. You can transition from full consciousness to light sleep in under 2 minutes. You can wake from sleep to full alertness in seconds. These skills developed through necessity. When you have only brief windows for sleep, you cannot afford to spend 30 minutes falling asleep. When danger requires instant response, you cannot afford to wake slowly. Your nervous system learned to switch states rapidly. This is efficient, but it is also exhausting. Your body never fully relaxes. You're always partially alert. The family has also developed strategies for managing the worst effects of sleep deprivation. When someone is particularly exhausted, the others compensate by taking on additional work. This happens without formal discussion. Your husband sees that you're unusually tired and takes over fire maintenance for a night. You see that the older boy is struggling and assign his chores to the younger boy for a day. The older girl covers for her younger sister when the younger girl is sick. These informal support systems prevent any one person from becoming completely debilitated. The seasonal variation in sleep quality creates a rhythm that makes the worst periods more tolerable. Winter sleep is terrible because of the cold and fire maintenance and darkness. Summer sleep is terrible because of heat and insects and long working hours, but spring and fall offer slightly better conditions. The temperatures are moderate, the daylight hours are balanced, the workload is heavy but not overwhelming. These seasonal improvements provide brief recovery periods that allow the family to rebuild strength before the next difficult season arrives. The community support system also plays a role. Frontier families help each other during crises in ways that include allowing people to rest. When your family had scarlet fever 2 years ago, your neighbour came and took the younger children to her cabin for a week. This allowed you and your husband to focus on nursing the sick daughter without also managing the healthy children. The sick daughter recovered. The healthy children returned. No payment exchanged hands. This is how frontier communities function. Today you receive help. Tomorrow you provide help to someone else. The acceptance of child mortality creates a dark adaptation. Frontier families know that some children will not survive to adulthood. Disease, accident and deprivation claim lives with regularity. You have birthed 6 children. 5 survive. The one who died was your 3rd child, a son who lived only 4 months before succumbing to what the doctor called failure to thrive. You mourned this loss, but you also accepted it as part of frontier life. This acceptance is not callous. It is protective. If you allowed yourself to believe that every child should survive, the reality of frontier life would destroy you emotionally. Instead, you appreciate the children who live and carry the grief for the child who died without letting that grief prevent you from functioning. The physical adaptations are also significant. Your body has learned to function on inadequate sleep through mechanisms you do not understand but can observe. You can work a full day after only 4 hours of broken sleep. Your husband can split wood and plough fields running on similar rest. The children can learn and play and complete chores despite being chronally exhausted. These abilities are not supernatural. They are simply the result of bodies adapting to sustained stress. The adaptation has costs. Those costs accrue as shortened lifespan and increased illness. But the adaptation allows survival in the present, which takes precedence over concerns about the future. The mental adaptations are perhaps the most important. You have learned to find satisfaction in survival rather than comfort. You do not measure a good day by whether you felt rested or happy. You measure a good day by whether everyone in the family is alive and uninjured at the end of it. This recalibrated definition of success makes most days good days. You survived today. That is sufficient. Your husband finds satisfaction in completed work rather than in rest. He judges his day by how much he accomplished, not by how he feels. This framework allows him to feel successful even when exhausted. The fence got repaired. The field got ploughed. The roof got patched. These are victories. The fact that he is tired is irrelevant. The children find satisfaction in small pleasures that modern children would not notice. A piece of maple sugar candy shared 4 ways is a celebration. An afternoon spent playing near the creek is a luxury. A story told by firelight is entertainment. These small pleasures provide enough positive experience to balance the hardship. The family has also developed rituals that create meaning beyond survival. Sunday is a rest day, observed even when work is pressing. You attend the small church 3 miles away when weather permits. The church service provides community contact and spiritual reinforcement. The walk to church and back is long, but it creates a sense of rhythm. Sunday is different from other days. This difference matters psychologically. Evening meals are another ritual. Despite exhaustion, the family sits together every evening and eats as a unit. This meal is more than nutrition. It is connection. It is a daily confirmation that the family is intact and functioning. The ritual of gathering and eating together creates stability in a life that is otherwise dominated by unpredictability and hardship. Bedtime itself has become ritualized. The fire is built up. The beds are arranged. Everyone washes. Everyone lies down at approximately the same time. This routine creates predictability. Predictability creates a sense of control. Control, even if it is mostly illusory, makes the hardship more tolerable. The long-term sustainability of this life pattern is questionable. Frontier families typically lived this way for 10 to 20 years before either moving to more settled areas or achieving enough prosperity to improve their conditions. Your family is 15 years into this pattern. The cabin has improved somewhat. The livestock have increased. The cleared land has expanded. Each small improvement makes life slightly less difficult. Eventually, these incremental improvements might accumulate into something that could be called comfortable. That day has not arrived yet. But the trajectory is positive. The historical record provides context for this adaptation process. The survival rate for frontier families was surprisingly high, considering the hardships they faced. Most families did not fail. They did not give up. They didn't perish from exposure or starvation. They survived through exactly the kind of adaptation you have developed. They lowered their expectations, created support systems, found meaning in small victories, and simply continued functioning despite exhaustion. The psychologist Abraham Maslow developed a hierarchy of needs that places physiological requirements like sleep at the foundation. According to his theory, higher needs like belonging and self-actualization cannot be pursued until basic needs are met. Frontier families disproved this hierarchy. They pursued belonging, meaning, and even self-actualization, while their basic sleep needs remained chronically unmet. They did this by redefining what constituted adequate sleep. If adequate sleep is defined as enough to function, then 6 hours of interrupted rest is adequate. The body eventually accepts this definition. The ultimate adaptation is accepting that life will always be hard, and that this hardness is not a temporary condition to be endured until things get better. This is how things are. This is how things will continue to be. Once you accept this fully, the hardship becomes less overwhelming. You stop waiting for conditions to improve. You stop comparing your current situation to an imagined comfortable alternative. You simply live in the reality that exists. This acceptance is not defeat. It is liberation from false hope. False hope creates disappointment. Disappointment saps energy. Energy is too valuable to waste on disappointment. So you release the hope for easy sleep and comfortable nights and uninterrupted rest. You accept that frontier life means perpetual exhaustion. And paradoxically, this acceptance makes the exhaustion more bearable. Tonight you will lie down in your rope bed beside your husband. Your daughters will settle into the trundle. Your sons will climb to the loft. The fire will burn. The wilderness will perform its nightly concert. You will wake to tend the fire. You will wake again. You will rise before dawn and begin work. And tomorrow night, you will do it all again. This is frontier life. This is adaptation. This is endurance. This is why you would not sleep a single hour in this cabin. But also, paradoxically, this is how frontier families did sleep. Night after night, year after year, until the frontier became settled and the hardship gradually diminished. They survived not because the sleep was adequate, but because they learned to survive without adequate sleep. They endured not because the conditions were tolerable, but because they developed tolerance for intolerable conditions. They succeeded not because frontier life was manageable, but because they became people capable of managing the unmanageable. And every night, in cabins across the frontier, families just like yours lay down in circumstances just as difficult, and somehow, impossibly, survived until morning. Well, my tired potatoes, we have spent this hour inside a frontier cabin where sleep was a battle fought every single night against cold, noise, crowding, responsibility, and the simple fact that survival required constant vigilance. If you found yourself lying in that rope bed tonight, you would understand very quickly why frontier families aged faster, worked harder, and carried exhaustion as their permanent companion. If you enjoyed this journey into some boring history, the algorithm would genuinely appreciate spreading it. More stories wait in the archive, covering equally peculiar corners of the past where daily life looked nothing like the simplified versions we imagine. Rest well tonight in your temperature-controlled room with your actual mattress and your blessed lack of coyote howls. Until next time, sleep warm. The December wind cuts across Boston Harbor tonight, carrying the smell of pine tar and salt. You stand on Griffin's Wharf, watching 3 merchant ships rock gently against their moorings. The year is 1773, and somewhere in the darkness around you, history is preparing to make itself heard. But before we reach that moment, before the splash of tea crates hitting black water, you need to understand how a simple beverage became the most dangerous substance in the American colonies. Your boots crunch through November frost as you walk the cobblestone streets of Boston in 1772. The morning air smells like wood smoke and fresh bread from the bakery on Milk Street. Around you, the city hums with the ordinary business of living. A cooper hammers iron hoops onto barrel staves. A fishmonger calls out prices for cod and mackerel. 2 women pause outside a shop window, examining bolts of imported fabric. Everything looks normal. Everything feels like the world you have always known. But underneath this ordinary morning, something fundamental has shifted. The British Empire, that vast machinery of commerce and control stretching across oceans, has decided to solve a problem. The East India Company, the trading giant that effectively runs British interest in Asia, sits on the edge of bankruptcy. £17 million of unsold tea moulder in London warehouses. According to Thomas Hutchinson's correspondence with the Colonial Office, the company bleeds money while colonial merchants in America thrive on smuggled Dutch tea. The empire needs a solution. The solution, Parliament decides, will reshape your world. You pour yourself tea this morning, as you do every morning. The ritual feels comfortable. Hot water darkens the leaves. Steam rises carrying that particular scent of bergamot and earth. The East India Company has shipped these leaves 15,000 miles from plantations in Assam and Ceylon. They travelled by ox cart to Calcutta, by merchant ship around the Cape of Good Hope, through storms and doldrums into London warehouses, then across the Atlantic to Boston. By the time they reach your cup, they have passed through so many hands that the final price bears little resemblance to their original value. The journey of these leaves tells the story of empire in miniature. Chinese workers picked them on mountain slopes, their hands moving with practiced efficiency through rows of bushes. The leaves dried in factories where the air hung thick with dust and heat. British merchants inspected the harvest, calculating profits in ledgers that tracked the movement of goods across continents. Ships carried the tea through waters patrolled by the Royal Navy, protecting trade routes that sustained an empire. At every stage, someone took a cut, a percentage here, a duty there. The accumulated costs transformed a simple agricultural product into a luxury good that signalled status and civilization. Your neighbours drink tea every afternoon. The ritual has become so ingrained in colonial life that you barely question it. Women gather in parlours to share gossip over teacups painted with delicate Chinese patterns. Men discuss business in coffee houses where tea competes with coffee and chocolate as the beverage of choice. Even the poorest families save coins to purchase a small amount of leaves, stretching the supply by reusing them multiple times until the flavour turns bitter and thin. Tea drinking marks you as civilised, as British, as connected to a culture that spans the globe. But the Tea Act changes the meaning of every cup. What was once simply a beverage has become a political statement. Drinking tea now means accepting Parliament's right to tax. Refusing tea means declaring resistance. The choice facing you at breakfast carries implications far beyond personal preference. This is how empire works. Goods flow in patterns established by law and profit. The Navigation Acts, passed decades ago by a parliament you never elected, dictate that colonial trade must flow through Britain. You cannot buy tea directly from China. You cannot purchase manufactured goods from France. Every transaction must pass through London middlemen, who take their cut, and London customs houses, who collect their duties. The system turns you into a permanent customer with no alternative suppliers. The Tea Act of 1773, which Parliament passes in May, attempts to fix the East India Company's problems by making their tea cheaper than smuggled Dutch varieties. The law eliminates the middleman merchants who normally sell tea in the colonies. Now, the company can ship directly to appointed agents in American ports. The colonial duty remains in place, that 3p per pound that has caused so much anger since the Townshend Acts. But even with the duty, East India Company tea will cost less than what you currently pay for smuggled leaves. You hear about the new law from Samuel Adams, who speaks in the Old South meeting house, with the kind of quiet intensity that makes people lean forward in their seats. Adams has thinning hair and a slight tremor in his hands that makes him seem older than his 50 years. But his voice carries the weight of someone who sees patterns others miss. The Tea Act, he explains, is not really about tea. It is about the principle of Parliament's right to tax you without your consent. It is about whether you live as subjects or citizens. The meeting house smells like damp wool and nervous sweat. Around you sit merchants and artisans, shopkeepers and labourers. Some have been your neighbours for decades. You know their children. You buy bread from their wives. These are not radicals or revolutionaries in the dramatic sense. They are people trying to run businesses and raise families in a city where every economic decision now carries political weight. John Hancock, whose merchant ships dominate Boston Harbour, stands to speak. Hancock's fortune comes partly from smuggled goods, though he would phrase it differently. He talks about the monopoly the Tea Act creates. Today the East India Company controls tea. Tomorrow it might control textiles or hardware or any other commodity. The principle, he argues, threatens every merchant in the colonies. His argument is about profit, yes, but also about the future structure of American commerce. Who decides what you can buy and from whom? Outside the meeting house, November rain begins to fall. You can hear it pattering against the windows, that soft, persistent sound of a nor'easter settling in for the day. The room grows darker as clouds obscure the afternoon sun. Someone lights additional candles. The flickering light makes the faces around you look almost theatrical, all shadows and highlights like figures in a Rembrandt painting. The discussion continues for hours. Some argue for patience. Others call for immediate action. The room divides along familiar lines. Conservatives worry about antagonising Parliament. Radicals insist that compromise only invites further encroachment. The debate itself is not new. You have heard these arguments since the Stamp Act crisis 8 years ago. What changes now is the sense that a decision point approaches. The East India Company has already loaded ships with tea destined for Boston, New York, Philadelphia and Charleston. When those ships arrive, you will need to choose. Thomas Hutchinson, the royal governor, makes his position clear in a letter published in the Boston Gazette. The tea will land. The duties will be paid. The law will be obeyed. Hutchinson writes with the confidence of someone who believes authority naturally flows downward from Parliament to colonies, to individual subjects. He cannot imagine that this flow might reverse, that authority might derive from the consent of the governed rather than the decree of the government. His imagination, shaped by decades of imperial service, cannot accommodate the future that is forming in rooms like this one across the colonies. You walk home through the rain thinking about tea, such a small thing to build a crisis around. Yet every great change, you reflect, seems to start with something ordinary transformed by context into something extraordinary. Tea in your cup is breakfast. Tea in a cargo hold becomes rebellion. The difference lies not in the leaves themselves, but in what they represent. Parliament's right to tax, colonial rights to resist, the question of who owns the future. Your house smells like the fish chowder your wife has simmering over the kitchen fire. The warmth after cold rain feels like redemption. Your children ask about the meeting. You try to explain in terms they can understand. It is difficult. How do you tell a child that their world might change because of dried leaves and political theory? How do you prepare them for the possibility that their father might have to choose between law and conscience? That night, lying in bed listening to rain drum against roof shingles, you think about the ships that are even now crossing the Atlantic. The Dartmouth, the Eleanor, the Beaver. Their holds packed with tea chests. Each chest contains 360 pounds of leaves. Each pound represents 3 pence of duty that Parliament insists on collecting. The mathematics of empire, the arithmetic of resistance. By the time you fall asleep, the calculations have blurred into dreams of ships and harbours and dark water. The Dartmouth drops anchor in Boston Harbour on November 28, 1773. You stand on Long Wharf watching the ship settle into the grey water. She's a square-rigged vessel of several hundred tons, her hull sitting low under the weight of her cargo. 114 chests of East India Company tea rest in her hold. The owner, Francis Roch, paces the wharf looking worried. He is a Nantucket Quaker caught between commercial interests and political reality. His ship carries perfectly legal cargo that has somehow become contraband in the eyes of much of Boston. The weather has turned cold, ice forms in the quiet edges of the harbour where water meets shore. Your breath makes small clouds in the morning air. Around you, other Bostonians gather to stare at the ship. No one seems quite sure what to do. The Dartmouth has entered port legally. Under British law, Roch has 20 days to unload his cargo and pay the required duties. If he fails to do so, customs officials can seize the ship and auction its contents. The deadline creates a timeline, 20 days to decide the future. The ship rocks gently on the incoming tide. Seabirds circle overhead, their calls echoing across the water. The Dartmouth looks like any other merchant vessel that has entered this harbour carrying goods from England. Her lines are clean and practical. Her rigging shows signs of a long Atlantic crossing, salt-stained and weathered. Nothing about her appearance suggests the political crisis she represents, yet everyone watching knows that what happens to this ship and her cargo will determine the shape of colonial resistance. Roch stands near the gangplank speaking with the harbour master. You can see the tension in his shoulders, the way he gestures with hands that want to solve a problem but cannot find the solution. He is a businessman who deals in facts and contracts. The cargo in his hold is legal. His ship has proper documentation. He has broken no law. Yet the crowd gathering on the wharf looks at him with expressions that range from sympathy to suspicion. Some see him as an innocent merchant caught in circumstances beyond his control. Others wonder whether he knew what he was carrying and chose profit over principle. The afternoon light slants across the water, turning the harbour into patterns of silver and shadow. Other ships bob at their moorings, their business unaffected by the Dartmouth's arrival. Fishing vessels unload their catch. Coastal traders transfer goods to warehouses. The ordinary commerce of a port city continues despite the extraordinary political situation developing around this single ship. The contrast strikes you. History is happening, but most of life proceeds as normal. People still need to eat. Goods still need to move. The world does not stop for revolution. Samuel Adams organises a mass meeting at Faneuil Hall. The hall cannot hold the crowd that arrives, so everyone moves to the Old South Meeting House, which has more space. 5,000 people pack into the building and overflow into the street outside. This is not a small gathering of radicals. This is a significant portion of Boston's population making their presence felt. According to accounts from participants, the meeting resembles something between a town assembly and a religious revival. People speak with passion about rights and duties and the proper relationship between citizens and government. The meeting resolves that the tea must not be unloaded. The meeting further resolves that the tea must be sent back to London. The meeting appoints a committee to watch the Dartmouth and ensure no one attempts to bring the cargo ashore. Around you, men volunteer for watch duty. They will stand guard in shifts, day and night, making sure the tea stays in the hold where it can do no political damage. The commitment required strikes you. These are working men who cannot afford to miss wages, yet they volunteer anyway. Principle apparently outweighs profit in the short term. Francis Roch tries to navigate impossible demands. The meeting insists the tea return to London. Governor Hutchinson refuses to grant the clearance papers necessary for the ship to leave port. British law requires the duties to be paid before any ship can depart. Roch finds himself trapped between colonial resistance and imperial bureaucracy. He petitions the governor, he addresses the meetings, he writes letters to the customs commissioners. Nothing resolves the deadlock. 2 more ships arrive, the Eleanor on December 2nd, the Beaver on December 15th, delayed by smallpox among the crew. Now 3 vessels sit at Griffin's Wharf, their holds collectively carrying 342 chests of tea worth approximately £18,000. The deadline looms. On December the 17th, if the duties remain unpaid, Admiral Montague can order the customs service to seize the ships and force the tea ashore. The calendar has become a countdown. You attend the meeting on December the 16th, the last full day before the deadline. 7,000 people crowd into and around the Old South Meeting House. The number represents nearly half of Boston's population. Something in the air feels different today. You can sense it in the way people speak, the tension in their shoulders, the sidelong glances they exchange. Everyone knows the deadline approaches. Everyone knows that talk must soon give way to action. Francis Roch, summoned before the meeting, reports his final attempt to get clearance papers from Governor Hutchinson. He rode to the governor's country house in Milton that morning. Hutchinson refused to see him, sending word through an aide that the law is clear and the governor's position unchanged. The tea cannot leave until the duties are paid. Roch delivers this news with the exhausted tone of someone who has tried everything and failed. He is a merchant, not a politician. He wants to conduct his business and go home. Instead, he has become a minor character in a much larger drama. Samuel Adams stands. The room quiets. His voice carries to the back rows. This meeting, he says, can do nothing more to save the country. The phrase sounds almost ritual, like a signal prearranged. Around you, men begin to move. Some head for the doors, others reach for the disguises they have hidden under coats and shawls. In the growing darkness of a December evening, Boston transforms. You follow the crowd out into the street. The air smells like snow that has not yet fallen. Someone has brought torches that cast jumping shadows on building facades. The group heading toward Griffin's Wharf now includes dozens of men dressed in rough approximations of Mohawk clothing. The disguises serve multiple purposes. They provide symbolic cover, suggesting this action comes from outside the colonial political structure. They make individual identification difficult. They transform the participants into a kind of theatre troupe, staging a political statement. The symbolism matters. This will not look like a mob. It will look like a carefully organised statement of principle. Griffin's Wharf stretches into dark water. The three ships rock gently against their moorings, their masts making slow patterns against a clouded sky. You can smell the harbour, salt and fish, and the particular organic decay that marks the edge between land and sea. Someone has organised the group into 3 divisions, one for each ship. The organisation strikes you. This is not chaos. This is something rehearsed and planned, executed with the precision of a military operation disguised as spontaneous action. The temperature has dropped since sunset. Your fingers feel stiff inside your gloves. Around you, men stamp their feet and blow on their hands, trying to maintain warmth while waiting for the signal to begin. The disguises vary in quality. Some men wear actual native garments acquired through trade. Others have improvised with blankets and face paint made from soot mixed with grease. The effect is theatrical rather than convincing. Everyone knows these are colonists, not actual Mohawks. But the pretense matters. It creates symbolic distance between the actors and the action. Torches illuminate the wharf with jumping yellow light that makes shadows dance across building facades and ship hulls. The flames hiss and pop when drops of moisture hit them. You can see your breath. You can see the breath of dozens of men around you forming small clouds in the cold December air. Someone coughs. Someone else laughs nervously. The sound carries across the water in the unusual quiet of a commercial district after dark. You board the Dartmouth. The deck creaks under the weight of multiple footsteps. The ship's crew makes no attempt to stop you. They have apparently received instructions to stay out of the way. Captain Hall stands near the quarterdeck watching the proceedings with the carefully neutral expression of someone who wants no part of what is happening but knows better than to interfere. The ship belongs to his employer. The tea belongs to the East India Company. His job is to transport cargo, not defend political principles. He steps aside. The ship smells like tar and hemp rope and the accumulated odours of months at sea. The deck boards show wear patterns where sailors have walked the same routes countless times. Coiled ropes lie in neat arrangements. The rigging overhead forms a complex geometry of lines and pulleys designed to control sails that currently hang furled against their yards. Everything speaks of professional seamanship and careful maintenance. The Dartmouth is a working vessel caught in circumstances that have nothing to do with the business of sailing. Someone finds the keys to the hold. The hatch opens. Below, in the dim space illuminated by lantern light, you can see the tea chests stacked in careful rows. Each chest measures about 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, 18 inches deep. The wood is sturdy but not elaborate. These are shipping containers, built for function, rather than appearance. Together, they represent months of labour by workers in Chinese and Indian plantations whose names you will never know. They represent the investment of London merchants who calculated profit margins without considering colonial politics. They represent a commodity transformed by context into a symbol. The lantern light casts long shadows that make the hold look deeper than it actually is. You can see the breath of men as they descend the ladder into the cargo space. The cold has penetrated even here, below the waterline where normally the temperature stays moderate. The hold smells like tea and wood and bilge water. The combination creates a distinctive scent you know you will remember for the rest of your life. The work begins. Men descend into the hold. They use hatchets and axes to split open the chests. The sound of wood splintering echoes across the quiet harbour. Inside each chest, tea leaves are packed tight in canvas bags. The leaves themselves look almost beautiful in the lantern light. Black tea from Bohea, green tea from Hyson, Souchong and Kongyu varieties that have travelled halfway around the world to reach this moment. Someone hefts a bag onto his shoulder and climbs back to the deck. The canvas bags feel heavier than you expected. The weight comes not from the tea itself, but from the density of the packing. Hundreds of pounds of leaves compressed into manageable units for transport. Your fingers find purchase on the rough fabric. The bag settles onto your shoulder with a solid weight that speaks of careful preparation and long journeys. You think briefly about the hands that packed this tea. Workers in a Chinese factory whose daily labour fed the appetite of an empire. They could not have imagined their product would end its journey floating in an American harbour as part of a political protest. You grab a chest that has been opened and drag it to the ship's rail. The wood scrapes against the deck planking. Other men work alongside you in a rhythm that emerges without discussion. Split the chest, extract the bags, carry them to the rail, dump the contents into the harbour. The process repeats. The repetition creates its own momentum. Physical labour becomes meditation. Your muscles warm despite the cold air. Sweat forms under your shirt. The motion becomes almost hypnotic. Lift, carry, dump, return. Each cycle takes perhaps 30 seconds. You stop counting after the first dozen trips. The work simply continues. Your back develops an ache from the constant bending and lifting. Your shoulders protest the repetitive motion. But stopping means prolonging the task, so you continue. Around you, other men work with similar determination. No one speaks much. The occasional instruction or question breaks the silence, but mostly you hear only the sounds of labour. Wood splintering, footsteps on deck, the splash of tea hitting water. The tea hits the water with sounds that vary depending on whether you drop whole bags or loose leaves. Bags make a splash. Loose tea creates a softer rustling as thousands of dried leaves scatter across the surface. The water around the ships begins to darken with floating debris. Someone jokes that they are making the largest pot of tea in history. The joke falls flat. This is not really funny. This is destruction of property worth thousands of pounds. This is a criminal act under British law. The humour is nervous energy seeking release. The harbour water laps against the hull with the gentle sound that ships make when moored. The tide has turned, you notice. The current now flows outward toward the open ocean. The tea leaves spread across the surface in patterns determined by wind and current. Some sink immediately. Others float for a moment before absorbing water and disappearing beneath the surface. The destruction feels both massive and strangely delicate. You're erasing the labour of thousands of people in distant countries. You're making a political statement through the medium of ruined commerce. The contradiction does not escape you. Your hands develop blisters where you grip the rough canvas bags. You shift your grip to distribute the pressure differently. The physical discomfort helps you avoid thinking too deeply about what you're doing. The legal consequences, the political ramifications, the personal risk. Better to focus on the immediate task. Lift, carry, dump. Let the motion carry you forward without questioning the direction. On the other ships, similar scenes unfold. You can hear the sound of hatchets and the splash of cargo hitting water. The operation proceeds with remarkable efficiency. Someone has calculated how long this will take. Someone has organised the labour so that men rotate between the hold and the deck, preventing exhaustion. Someone has thought through the details. This spontaneous action is not spontaneous at all. It is theatre carefully staged to look like passion. 3 hours pass. The work continues in darkness lit by torches and lanterns. Your arms ache. Your back complains. The repetitive motion of hauling and dumping has worn grooves in your consciousness. You stop thinking about politics or empire or the consequences of what you're doing. You simply lift and carry and dump. The physical reality of the task overwhelms its symbolic meaning. Admiral Montagu's warship, the captain, sits anchored nearby. British soldiers could easily stop what is happening. They do not. Montagu later reports that he chose not to interfere because any action might have triggered a larger conflict. His calculation speaks to the careful balance everyone maintains tonight. The colonists destroy property but harm no people. The British forces watch but do not engage. Both sides understand that escalation serves no one's interests. The performance must complete itself without interruption. By midnight, the work finishes. 342 chests of tea have been emptied into Boston Harbour. The total weight of destroyed tea is approximately 46 tons. The financial loss to the East India Company will be calculated at £9,000, equivalent to roughly £1 million in modern currency. Some accounts later claim that participants swept the decks clean and even replaced a padlock they accidentally broke during the operation. The attention to detail, if true, suggests the care everyone takes to frame this as a political statement rather than simple vandalism. You return to shore with tea leaves stuck to your clothes and the smell of the harbour in your hair. Your hands ache. Your shoulders will hurt tomorrow. Around you, other participants disperse into the darkness, shedding disguises, becoming ordinary citizens again. No one speaks much. The action has created a boundary. On one side lies the world where protest meant petitions and speeches. On the other side lies whatever comes next. You have crossed that boundary. The tea floating in the harbour ensures you cannot uncross it. Walking home through empty streets, you think about what you have done. The legal term would be riot or destruction of property. The political term would be resistance or protest. The historical term has not yet been invented. Future generations will call it the Boston Tea Party, a name that makes it sound almost festive, like a social gathering rather than a criminal act. But tonight, in the cold December darkness, it simply feels like a choice made, a line crossed, a statement delivered in the language of broken wood and scattered leaves. News travels slowly across the Atlantic in 1773. The Dartmouth's owner sends word to London on the next available ship. The letter crosses an ocean that takes 6 weeks to traverse in good weather. Winter storms can extend the journey to 3 months. While the message travels east, Boston waits in a strange state of suspension. You have acted. Now you must see how the Empire reacts. In London, Benjamin Franklin serves as colonial agent for Massachusetts. He receives reports about the tea destruction in January. Franklin, whose long career has been built on finding diplomatic solutions to political problems, sees immediately that this event cannot be managed or smoothed over. He writes to friends in Boston urging that the destroyed tea be paid for. The East India Company must be compensated. Parliament must see colonial willingness to make amends. Only through demonstrating contrition, Franklin argues, can Massachusetts avoid harsh punishment. But Franklin's moderate voice gets drowned out by others. Lord North, the Prime Minister, views the Boston tea destruction as a direct challenge to parliamentary authority. King George III, reading reports in his private chambers, writes that the colonists must be made to understand who governs the empire. The language used in parliamentary debates reveals the mindset of men who cannot imagine that their authority might be questioned. They speak of Boston as one might speak of a disobedient child who requires firm discipline. Parliament passes a series of laws in the spring of 1774. The first, the Boston Port Act, closes Boston Harbour to all commerce until the destroyed tea is paid for. The effective date is June 1st. The law means that no ships can enter or leave. No goods can be imported or exported. The city's economy will strangle. Governor Hutchinson estimates that Boston's trade employs several thousand workers directly and supports countless others indirectly. Closing the port means unemployment, hunger, and economic collapse. Parliament intends this suffering as punishment and warning. The Massachusetts Government Act follows. This law fundamentally restructures how the colony operates. The elected council is abolished and replaced with one appointed by the Crown. Town meetings, the foundation of a New England political life, are restricted to one per year, and only with the governor's permission. The law strikes at the heart of colonial self-governance. It says that Massachusetts cannot be trusted to manage its own affairs. It must be governed like a conquered territory. The Administration of Justice Act allows royal officials accused of capital crimes, while enforcing the law to be tried in Britain rather than in the colonies. The purpose is obvious. British soldiers and customs officers need protection from colonial juries who might convict them out of political spite. But to colonists, the law creates a system where those who abuse power can escape local justice. It suggests that British lives matter more than colonial lives. The symbolism is corrosive. The Quartering Act requires colonial authorities to provide housing for British troops. If barracks prove insufficient, the troops can be housed in private buildings. The law does not quite force colonists to quarter soldiers in their homes, but it comes close enough that the distinction feels academic. You imagine redcoats sleeping in the room where your children play. The image disturbs you. London newspapers begin calling these laws the Coercive Acts. Colonial newspapers rename them the Intolerable Acts. The different terms reflect different worldviews. To Parliament, these are measured responses to criminal behaviour. To colonists, they are collective punishment that ignores individual guilt or innocence. You did not personally destroy any tea, yet you will suffer when the port closes. Your neighbour, a loyalist who condemned the tea destruction, will suffer equally. The punishment makes no distinction. It targets an entire city, an entire colony, as if political disagreement can be cured through economic strangulation. General Thomas Gage arrives in Boston in May to replace Hutchinson as governor. Gage is a military man who served in the French and Indian War. He married an American woman. He owns property in New York. By the standards of British officers, he knows the colonies well, but he arrives with a mandate to enforce laws that cannot be enforced without violence. His position is impossible from the start. He commands 4,000 troops in a city that views them as an occupying army. He must close the port and restructure the government while maintaining order. The mathematics of his situation do not add up. June 1st arrives. The port closes. Ships that were loading or unloading when the deadline hit must leave immediately. Cargo meant for Boston sits in holds or on wharves, going nowhere. Merchants cannot sell goods they cannot receive. Artisans cannot work without materials. The economy begins its contraction. Charitable donations arrive from other colonies. Rice from South Carolina, money from Philadelphia, grain from Virginia. The support matters both practically and symbolically. You are not alone. Other colonies see your suffering as their concern. The coercive acts intended to isolate Massachusetts have instead united the colonies in opposition. The first week of the port closure brings a strange quiet to the waterfront. The normal sounds of commerce have stopped. No longshoremen shouting instructions. No carts rolling over cobblestones carrying goods to warehouses. No ship's bells marking the hours. The wharves that were always crowded with activity now stand nearly empty. Gulls still circle overhead, but they find fewer scraps to scavenge. The fishing fleet can still operate, but everything else has ceased. You walk through the market district and see the impact everywhere. Shops that sold imported goods have closed their doors. Some owners have painted signs explaining they will reopen when the port does. Others have simply locked up and left, unwilling to wait for a resolution that might never come. The grocer who sold sugar and coffee and tea now has empty shelves. The cloth merchant who displayed bolts of English wool and Indian cotton has nothing to sell. The hardware store that carried tools manufactured in Birmingham sits dark and shuttered. Your neighbour, a cooper who made barrels for merchants to ship goods, has no work. The barrels he crafted so carefully now stack unused in his workshop. He cannot sell them because no one is shipping anything. He cannot afford to make more because he has no customers. His family, which includes 4 children and his elderly mother, depends on his income. You watch him grow thinner as summer progresses. His wife takes in sewing to earn a few coins. Their oldest son, barely 15, looks for any kind of work. The port closure is not an abstraction for them. It is hunger and fear and the slow erosion of everything they built. The soup kitchens organised by churches and committees serve hundreds of people daily. You volunteer there on Thursdays, ladling broth into bowls held by hands that shake from weakness. Some of the people in line you recognise: former shopkeepers, dock workers, craftsmen whose trades depended on commerce that no longer exists. They thank you quietly for the food. The gratitude feels uncomfortable. You are not saving them. You're barely keeping them alive while the political crisis plays out in meetings and letters you cannot control. You attend meetings in defiance of the new law limiting assembly. The gatherings now carry additional risk. Simply being present constitutes a crime under the Massachusetts Government Act. Yet people come anyway. The meetings have acquired a different character. Before, you debated whether to resist. Now you discuss how to survive resistance. The questions have become practical. How to organise food distribution, how to coordinate with other colonies, how to prepare for the possibility that words might give way to weapons. Samuel Adams speaks with greater urgency now. His rhetoric has always tended toward warnings about tyranny. Current events have proven him correct. He does not gloat. Instead, he pushes for action. Massachusetts must send delegates to a continental congress, where all colonies can coordinate their response to British policy. The proposal itself is radical. A continental congress suggests a continental identity. It implies that colonial interests might supersede imperial loyalty. The language of independence has not yet been spoken aloud, but it hovers in the room like smoke from a fire not quite visible. Your wife worries about the future. She measures flour and counts coins and calculates how long your savings will last if the port remains closed. Her concerns are immediate and practical. Political theory does not feed children. Principles do not pay rent. The gap between abstract rights and daily survival creates its own pressure. You support the resistance in principle, but principle tastes thin when your family goes hungry. Governor Gage attempts to implement the new government structure. He appoints councillors to replace the elected ones. Many appointees resign almost immediately when their neighbours shun them. Some flee to Boston, where British troops can protect them. The resistance takes many forms. No violence, no threats. Simply a complete social withdrawal. Appointed officials find themselves unable to conduct business. Shops refuse to serve them. Churches ask them not to attend services. Their children are excluded from play. The enforcement of collective disapproval proves remarkably effective. Gage sends expeditions into the countryside to seize weapons and gunpowder stored in colonial armories. Each expedition generates rumours of violence. The rumours spread faster than the truth. You hear that British troops fired on civilians in Lexington. The report proves false, but the fact that people believe it reveals the state of tension. Everyone expects violence. The expectation makes violence more likely. Fear feeds on itself. Autumn arrives. The leaves turn colour and fall. Winter approaches. The port remains closed. The occupation continues. You have lived through 8 months of collective punishment for an act of resistance you supported but did not personally commit. The experience has changed how you think about authority. Parliament claims the right to govern you. But what does that claim mean if it rests only on force rather than consent? If government derives its legitimacy from the people, then government that ignores the people has no legitimacy. The thought feels dangerous even in the privacy of your own mind. The First Continental Congress convenes in Philadelphia in September 1774. 56 delegates from 12 colonies gather at Carpenter's Hall. Only Georgia declines to send representatives. The gathering itself represents something new in colonial history. These men have come together not to petition Parliament, but to coordinate resistance. They represent different colonies with different economies and different relationships to Britain, yet they meet as equals to discuss common problems. The journey to Philadelphia for the Massachusetts delegates takes nearly 2 weeks by horse and carriage. They travel through Connecticut and New York, where people gather to hear news from Boston. The delegates speak in taverns and churches about the port closure and military occupation. Their audience listens with expressions that mix sympathy and self-interest. What happens to Massachusetts today might happen to other colonies tomorrow. The understanding creates solidarity born not from pure altruism, but from recognition of shared vulnerability. Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia is a modest 2-story brick building, chosen specifically because it is not a government structure. The delegates want to make clear they are acting outside official colonial channels. Inside, the rooms smell like fresh plaster and sawdust from recent renovations. Windows let in September sunshine that illuminates dust motes floating in the air. The furniture is simple, wooden chairs arranged in rows, a table at the front where speakers can address the assembly. Nothing about the setting suggests the historical weight of what will happen here. The Massachusetts delegation includes Samuel Adams and his younger cousin John. John Adams keeps a detailed diary of the proceedings. His entries reveal both the high stakes and the mundane reality of political organisation. Delegates argue over procedures. They disagree about goals. Some want reconciliation with Britain. Others see independence as inevitable, even if they cannot yet say it aloud. The debates stretch for hours. The compromises come slowly. Democracy, it turns out, is inefficient. But the alternative is someone making decisions for you. The southern delegates arrive with different concerns than their northern counterparts. South Carolina's economy depends on rice and indigo exports to Britain. Virginia's tobacco planters have deep commercial ties to London merchants. These colonies have less interest in cutting trade relationships than in reforming them. The tension between radical New England and conservative South creates constant negotiation. Every resolution must satisfy delegates who want to push forward and those who want to pull back. The resulting documents reflect compromise that leaves everyone partially dissatisfied. Joseph Galloway of Pennsylvania proposes a plan for colonial union under British sovereignty. His scheme would create an American parliament that could veto British laws affecting the colonies. The proposal attracts support from moderates who see it as a middle path between submission and rebellion. But radicals argue it concedes too much. The debate over Galloway's plan consumes several days of session time. Ultimately, the Congress rejects it by a narrow vote. The rejection signals that reconciliation within the existing imperial structure is becoming impossible. Patrick Henry of Virginia makes a speech that delegates remember for years afterward. He declares that the distinctions between Virginians and Pennsylvanians and New Englanders no longer matter. They are not members of different colonies. They are Americans. The term itself is new in this political context. Before, colonial identity remained primary. You were a Bostonian or a New Yorker or a Virginian. The idea of a continental identity, of being American rather than British subjects who happen to live in America, represents a fundamental shift in how people imagine themselves. The Congress adopts the Suffolk Resolves, declarations written by Massachusetts delegates that call the coercive acts unconstitutional and not to be obeyed. The vote endorses Massachusetts' resistance. More importantly, it links that resistance to a broader colonial cause. You are no longer alone. Your suffering and your defiance have been adopted by representatives from colonies you have never visited. The symbolic support matters. But symbols do not feed families or prevent the economic stranglehold of a closed port. The Continental Association emerges from the Congress as its most concrete achievement. The agreement creates a complete boycott of British goods. Nothing imported from Britain can be sold. Nothing exported to Britain can be shipped. The boycott will begin in December. It includes detailed enforcement mechanisms. Each county and town must elect committees to inspect merchants and ensure compliance. Violators will be publicly named. Their names will be published in newspapers. Social pressure will enforce economic policy. You serve on the enforcement committee for your district. The work proves more complicated than anticipated. What counts as a British good? What about items manufactured in Britain but shipped through other countries? What about goods already in warehouses when the boycott begins? The committee meets weekly to debate these questions. You make decisions that affect your neighbours' livelihoods. The responsibility weighs on you. This is not abstract politics. This is whether the merchant down the street can sell his inventory or goes bankrupt. Some people cheat. They hide British goods. They falsify manifests. They sell forbidden items through complicated arrangements that obscure the origin. Your committee investigates complaints. You inspect warehouses. You question merchants who suddenly have inventory they cannot explain. The process feels uncomfortable. You are enforcing rules on people you know, but the alternative is letting the boycott fail, which means letting Massachusetts stand alone against British power. The British military presence in Boston increases. General Gage receives reinforcements. More troops arrive on transport ships that can enter the harbour despite the port closure, because military vessels are exempt from the ban on commerce. The soldiers drill on Boston Common. They march through streets. They occupy the city in fact, if not yet in name. The message is clear. Britain has the force to compel obedience. The question is whether colonists have the will to resist force. Spring comes to Massachusetts in 1775. The ground thaws. Farmers begin planting. Life continues despite political crisis because life always continues. Children need feeding. Crops need sowing. The ordinary demands of existence do not pause for revolution. You work your land and attend your committee meetings and watch British patrols march past your house. The competing demands create a strange double consciousness. You are a farmer and a revolutionary, a family man and a potential rebel. The roles have not yet separated. Rumours circulate about British plans to seize the gunpowder and weapons stored in Concord. The military stores represent the colony's ability to defend itself. If Gage seizes them, Massachusetts becomes helpless. The Provincial Congress, meeting illegally because the new Government Act forbids it, organises a network of messengers to warn if British troops move in force. Paul Revere, a silversmith you know slightly, helps coordinate the warning system. The preparations feel both necessary and surreal. You're planning to resist the army of your own government. April 18th arrives. British troops begin moving out of Boston after dark. The warning system activates. Riders spread across the countryside carrying news that the regulars are marching toward Concord. You hear the alarm around midnight. Church bells ring. You rise from bed and dress quickly. Your musket hangs over the fireplace where it has hung for years, used for hunting and now possibly for something else entirely. You check the powder and shot. Your hands shake slightly. Fear or excitement or simply the body's response to adrenaline. You cannot tell which. Lexington Green lies quiet in the dawn light of April 19th, 1775. Dew covers the grass. Birds sing their morning songs. Approximately 70 colonial militia have gathered on the common, called out by the alarm system that activated in the night. These are not soldiers. They are farmers and craftsmen who drill occasionally and hope never to actually fight. They carry hunting muskets and ancient weapons inherited from their fathers. Against them march 700 British regulars, professional soldiers with military training and discipline. The militia assembles in two ragged lines facing the road where the British column will appear. You stand in the second row, your musket feeling heavier than it did when you left home 3 hours ago. The weapon is a hunting piece you have owned for 10 years. You know its quirks. The trigger pulls slightly to the left. The powder pan sometimes fails to ignite in damp weather. You have killed deer and turkey with this gun. You have never pointed it at another human being. The thought of doing so now makes your hand shake slightly. The men around you are your neighbours. The blacksmith who shoes your horse stands to your left. The miller who grinds your grain is 3 positions down the line. You know their wives and children. You have shared meals at their tables. Now you stand together waiting for British soldiers to arrive and demand you disperse. The surreal quality of the moment keeps hitting you in waves. This is Lexington. This is home. This should not be happening here. The eastern sky lightens from black to grey to pale blue. The temperature remains cold. April in Massachusetts not yet warm enough for comfort at dawn. Your breath makes small clouds. Your feet hurt from standing on ground still hard with winter frost. Someone coughs. The sound seems too loud in the quiet morning. Captain Parker walks the line, speaking quietly to individual militiamen. His words are too soft for you to hear from your position, but you can see the effect they have. Men stand straighter, grips tighten on muskets. Fear remains visible in faces, but determination overlays it. Captain John Parker commands the Lexington militia. He's 45 years old, a veteran of the French and Indian War, dying slowly of tuberculosis. He tells his men to stand their ground, but not to fire unless fired upon. The instruction reflects the impossible situation. You cannot disperse without looking cowardly. You cannot attack without committing treason. You can only stand and wait and hope that British officers show restraint. The sound reaches you before the sight. The measured tramp of boots on packed earth. The jingle of equipment. The low murmur of commands passing down a column. Then the British soldiers come into view around the bend in the road. They march in formation, their red coats bright even in the dawn light. Their muskets carry fixed bayonets that catch glints of sunrise. They look professional and confident and vastly more numerous than you realise 700 men could be. Major John Pitcairn leads the British advance column. He is a Marine officer known for relatively decent treatment of colonials. He rides onto the green shouting for the militia to disperse. His voice carries across the open ground. You cannot make out every word, but the meaning is clear. Leave now, go home, do not make this a conflict. Some men in the militia line begin to move, obeying the command. Others hesitate, unwilling to retreat but unsure what else to do. The line wavers without breaking completely. The exact sequence of what happens next will be debated for centuries. Someone fires. No one can later say with certainty whether the shot comes from the British line, the colonial militia, or a spectator watching from nearby buildings. But the sound of that first shot breaks the stalemate. The crack of a musket in cold morning air is a sharp sound that echoes off buildings and fades slowly. For a moment, perhaps 2 seconds, nobody moves. Then British officers begin shouting orders. The soldiers, trained to respond without thinking, fire a volley. The sound is enormous. Dozens of muskets discharging simultaneously creates a wall of noise that physically impacts you. White smoke billows across the green, obscuring vision. You cannot see the British line anymore. You cannot see much of anything. The militia, outnumbered 10-1, begin to scatter. Some return fire as they retreat. The engagement lasts perhaps 15 minutes. When the smoke clears, 8 colonists lie dead on the green. 10 more are wounded. British casualties are minimal. 1 soldier slightly wounded. The disproportion tells the story. This was not a battle. This was a massacre that happened to occur during an armed confrontation. You run toward the cover of a nearby stone wall. A musket ball passes close enough that you hear it buzz through the air like an angry insect. The sound is distinctive and terrifying. You do not stop running until you reach the wall and drop behind it, gasping for breath. Your hands shake so badly you nearly drop your musket. Around you, other militiamen take cover or flee entirely. Some lie on the ground, not moving. You force yourself not to look too closely at the bodies. Looking means recognizing faces. Recognition means grief. Grief means paralysis. You need to keep moving. The British column continues to Concord. Their mission is to seize the military supplies stored there. But the alarm has given Concord time to hide or disperse most of the weapons. British soldiers search houses and barns. They find little. They burn some supplies they cannot carry away. The smoke from the burning buildings rises into the spring sky. Colonial militia gather on the hills surrounding Concord. By mid-morning, several hundred men have arrived from neighbouring towns. They outnumber the British now. At the North Bridge, militia engage British troops guarding the crossing. This fight is different from Lexington. The Colonials hold numeric advantage and defensive position. They fire in formation. They reload and fire again. British soldiers fall. The British troops at the bridge retreat back toward the main force in town centre. You reach North Bridge around 10 o'clock. Your lungs burn from running. The fight is already over. Bodies in red coats lie near the bridge. Colonial militiamen stand in groups talking in the shocked tones of men who have just killed other men. Nobody celebrates. The mood is grim and determined. This has become real. This has become war. The abstraction of politics has transformed into bleeding corpses and the smell of gunpowder. The British begin their march back to Boston around noon. The return journey becomes a nightmare. Colonial militia line the route, firing from behind walls and trees and buildings. British soldiers trained for European warfare, where armies meet in open fields, find themselves unable to engage an enemy they rarely see. They march. They fall. They cannot stop to fight because stopping means being surrounded. The countryside has become hostile. Every wall might hide a musket. Every tree line might conceal militia. You watch the British column retreat past your position. Redcoats march in formation despite taking fire. Officers struggle to maintain discipline as soldiers panic and want to run. Some redcoats break formation to charge their attackers. The attacks succeed in the moment but leave the soldiers isolated and vulnerable. Bodies in red coats dot the road. The professional army is being defeated not by superior force, but by tactics they have no training to counter. British reinforcements arrive from Boston with artillery. The cannon fire creates space for the retreating column to organise. But even with reinforcements, the march remains a running battle. By the time the British reach the safety of Charlestown Neck near Boston, they have suffered 273 casualties. Colonial losses total 93. The mathematics of the day favour the colonists. But more important than numbers is the fact that militia, ordinary men with minimal training, stood against British regulars and won. You return home as evening falls. Your musket has been fired. Your powder horn is nearly empty. You are alive. Others from your town are not. The names of the dead will be read in church on Sunday. Their families will mourn. But tonight, exhausted and still shaking from combat adrenaline, you simply feel relieved to see your house still standing and your family safe. News of Lexington and Concord spreads through the colonies faster than any previous event. Riders carry accounts south and west. Newspapers publish eyewitness reports. The story grows in the telling. Each retelling emphasises British aggression and colonial heroism. The propaganda value of the day's events becomes clear immediately. British soldiers fired on citizens. Colonists defended their homes and families. The narrative fits perfectly into the framework of resistance that has been building since the Tea Act. The Second Continental Congress convenes in Philadelphia in May. The delegates now face a reality that has moved beyond boycotts and petitions. Colonial militia have fought British regulars. Blood has been shed. The question is no longer whether to resist, but how to organise resistance. John Adams proposes that Congress adopt the militia forces gathering around Boston as a continental army. The motion passes. George Washington, a Virginia delegate with military experience from the French and Indian War, is appointed commander-in-chief. You watch Washington arrive in Cambridge to take command in July. He rides a magnificent horse and wears his old military uniform. He looks like what he is, a Virginia planter who never wanted war but accepts duty when called. His appointment sends a message. This is not just Massachusetts defending itself. This is a continental effort. Virginia's most prominent citizen has committed to leading forces primarily composed of New England farmers. The symbolism matters. The siege of Boston continues through summer and fall. British troops hold the city. Colonial forces surround it. Neither side has the strength to force a decisive action. The stalemate creates a strange situation where war exists in fact but not in name. Congress has not declared independence. King George has not declared the colonies in rebellion. Everyone pretends that reconciliation remains possible while preparing for the war they know is coming. You serve in the militia companies that rotate through siege duty. The work is mostly boring. You dig trenches, you stand watch, you wait. Occasionally there is skirmishing. British patrols venture out. Colonial forces exchange fire. People die in these small encounters, their deaths no less final for occurring outside a major battle. But mostly the siege means sitting in camp, writing letters home, and wondering how long this can continue. Winter 1775 brings both hardship and a strange kind of clarity. You cannot maintain a siege forever. Either the British must leave Boston, or the Continental Army must force them out, or someone must negotiate a settlement. The first option requires British leadership to admit defeat. The second option requires resources and training the Continental Army lacks. The third option requires both sides to compromise. None seem likely. George Washington orders Henry Knox to bring artillery from Fort Ticonderoga. Knox accomplishes this impossible task, dragging cannon through winter mountains and across frozen rivers. The artillery arrives in Boston in January 1776. Washington positions the guns on Dorchester Heights overlooking the city. From this position, he can bombard British positions. General Howe, now commanding British forces, faces a choice. Attack the heights, which means fighting uphill against entrenched artillery, or evacuate Boston. He chooses evacuation. March 17th, 1776. British ships load troops and equipment. Loyalist families who fear reprisal if they stay crowd onto vessels. The harbour fills with transport ships making ready to sail. You stand on Dorchester Heights watching the evacuation. After almost 2 years of occupation, British forces are leaving Boston. They are not leaving because they want to. They are leaving because maintaining control requires more cost than the city is worth. The calculation speaks volumes about where this conflict is heading. The British fleet sails out of Boston Harbour carrying 11,000 people, soldiers, sailors, and loyalist civilians who have chosen to abandon their homes rather than live under what they assume will be rebel control. The ships head for Halifax, Nova Scotia. From there, the British will regroup and launch new campaigns aimed at crushing the rebellion. But for now, for this moment, Boston is free. The occupation has ended. You walk through the city in the days after evacuation. The British left damage and disorder. Buildings have been torn down for firewood. Supplies have been destroyed to prevent their capture. But the city still stands. More importantly, it stands as free territory. The Continental Army marches into cheering crowds. The symbolism feels almost overwhelming. A force that did not exist 2 years ago has driven out the army of the most powerful empire on Earth. The tea that floated in Boston Harbour in December 1773 set in motion a chain of events that no one fully intended. Parliament wanted to punish Boston for destroying property. The punishment united the colonies in opposition. Colonial unity led to organised resistance. Organised resistance led to armed conflict. Armed conflict is leading towards something that still has no name but increasingly looks like independence. The chain of causation reveals how empires fall, not through single catastrophic failures, but through accumulated misjudgments that compound until the system collapses under its own contradictions. The Tea Act was meant to save the East India Company and reassert parliamentary authority. It achieved neither goal. Instead, it created a crisis that exposed the fundamental flaw in the imperial relationship. Britain wanted colonies to remain commercially dependent but politically subordinate. The colonies wanted the economic benefits of empire without the political costs of subjugation. These desires were incompatible. Something had to give. You think back to that December night when you helped empty tea chests into dark water. The action seemed almost theatrical at the time, a grand gesture unlikely to change anything fundamental. but small actions can have consequences that ripple outward in ways impossible to predict. The tea protest was meant to be a statement. Instead, it became a catalyst. The protest itself was carefully calibrated. Destroy the tea to prevent its sale, but harm no person and damage no property beyond the cargo. The discipline showed that this was political theatre rather than mob violence. But theatre, when performed on the stage of history, can have real consequences. The British government, unable to distinguish between political statement and criminal riot, responded with overwhelming force. The response radicalised colonists who might otherwise have remained loyal. Each escalation by Britain created a counter-escalation by the colonies. The spiral became self-sustaining. Standing in your fields now, watching summer crops grow in soil you have worked for decades, you marvel at how quickly the familiar world has changed. 3 years ago, you were a British subject who sometimes grumbled about taxes. Today, you are a revolutionary who has fought against British soldiers. The transformation feels both natural and impossible. How did you get here? What series of decisions led from drinking tea at breakfast to shooting at redcoats? The answer involves thousands of individual choices by thousands of people across 13 colonies. No single person decided to start a revolution. Instead, millions of small acts of resistance accumulated into something that looked like coordinated rebellion. You destroyed tea. Your neighbour refused to buy British goods. Someone else sheltered a deserter from the British Army. Each action alone meant little. Together, they meant everything. The British never understood this. They kept looking for leaders to arrest or conspirators to hang. They could not grasp that the resistance was too diffuse to decapitate. It was not a conspiracy. It was a social movement that emerged from shared grievances and mutual support. Cutting off one leader simply meant others would step forward. The Hydra had too many heads to kill. History will remember the big moments, the Boston Tea Party, Lexington and Concord, Bunker Hill. But revolutions are built from countless forgotten acts. The merchant who broke his contract with London suppliers, the printer who published pamphlets criticising the king, the woman who made bullets from melted pewter, the farmer who gave food to militiamen. These individual contributions do not get commemorated with monuments or taught in schools. Yet without them, the famous battles would never have occurred. The Continental Congress debates independence through the spring of 1776. Thomas Paine publishes Common Sense in January, a pamphlet that argues in clear language that hereditary monarchy is absurd and that America should govern itself. The pamphlet sells 150,000 copies in 3 months. Ideas that seemed radical a year ago now appear almost obvious. If government derives its authority from the consent of the governed, and if the governed do not consent, then government has no legitimate authority. The logic, once accepted, leads inevitably to separation. July 4th, 1776. The Continental Congress adopts the Declaration of Independence. The document lists grievances against King George and Parliament. Many of the complaints trace directly to the coercive acts passed in response to the Boston Tea Party. The closed port, the restructured government, the quartering of troops, the denial of trial by jury. Actions taken to punish Massachusetts for destroying tea have become the justification for revolution. You hear the declaration read publicly in Boston a few days later. The words sound strange. They describe rights as self-evident that previous generations would have considered radical philosophy. They claim that people have the right to abolish governments that become destructive of their rights. The claim is not new. English political theory has discussed similar ideas for centuries, but theory is different from action. This declaration turns philosophy into political fact. It says that Americans will govern themselves or die trying. The war continues for 7 more years. British armies occupy New York, Philadelphia, Charleston. American forces suffer defeats and near disaster. The struggle involves more bloodshed, more hardship, more sacrifice than anyone imagined in 1773. But the trajectory established by the tea protest continues. The colonies have chosen independence. Whether they can achieve it remains uncertain. But the choice has been made. You survive the war. Many do not. You see friends die of disease in military camps. You see neighbours killed in battles whose names become famous. Bunker Hill, Trenton, Saratoga, Yorktown. Each battle is a story. Each story is a price paid for the independence declared in 1776 and finally secured in 1783. Looking back from the perspective of peace, you try to understand how tea became revolution. The connection is not obvious. The Tea Act was about commerce and monopoly. The resistance was about principle and rights. The gap between cause and effect seems almost absurd. Yet history often works through such disproportionate relationships. Small causes have large effects when conditions are right. And conditions in the colonies in 1773 were very right indeed. Britain never understood what it was fighting. British leadership saw the conflict as a problem of maintaining order. Punish the troublemakers. Demonstrate authority. Force compliance. The strategy might have worked against people who saw themselves as subjects. It failed against people who had come to see themselves as citizens with rights rather than subjects with privileges. The difference is subtle, but absolute. The Boston Tea Party changed everything, not because destroying tea was inherently significant, but because the destruction revealed a truth. Colonial Americans would resist imperial authority even at the cost of economic hardship and military conflict. Once revealed, that truth could not be hidden again. Every British attempt to reassert control only strengthened colonial determination to resist. The spiral led to independence. You sit on your porch on a summer evening in 1790. The Constitution has been ratified. George Washington serves as president. The experiment in self-government continues despite doubts and difficulties. Your children, born during the war years, have no memory of British rule. To them, American independence is simply how things are. They cannot imagine another reality. But you remember. You remember tea floating in dark water. You remember meetings where ordinary people debated extraordinary questions. You remember the night march to Lexington. You remember standing on Dorchester Heights watching British ships sail away. The memories carry weight because you know how unlikely all of it was. History feels inevitable when looking backward. Forward, everything was uncertain. Victory was never guaranteed. Independence might have failed. The experiment could have collapsed. Yet here you are, a citizen of a republic that exists because people were willing to destroy tea rather than accept taxation without representation. The chain of causation still seems improbable, but improbable things happen. Small actions have large consequences. Tea dumped in a harbour can change the world. Well, my tired dumplings, we have followed 342 tea chests from London warehouses to Boston Harbour to the foundation of a nation. Tomorrow, consider the moments in your own life when small choices led to unexpected transformations. For tonight, rest. Knowing that history is made by ordinary people making decisions they believe are right, even when outcomes remain uncertain. If you enjoyed this journey through a winter night in 1773, the share button exists for precisely that purpose. Now, sleep well. You stand in the marketplace at dawn, watching camels being loaded with impossible amounts of silk. The animal closest to you shifts under the weight, and its handler speaks softly in a language you recognise from years of trading in these border cities. Your own goods wait in a warehouse 3 streets away. Spices from the coast, indigo cakes wrapped in oiled cloth, 6 bolts of cotton that took 3 months to acquire at the right price. The caravan master walks past, counting animals. He does not look at you directly, but you know he has already assessed everything. Your age, your experience, whether your boots are new or broken improperly. Ibn Battuta wrote about men like this in his accounts from the 14th century. describing caravan leaders who could read a traveller's capability from the way they tied their head wrap. You have made this decision a dozen times in smaller ways. The first journey on a river barge, the first week spent walking behind pack animals through mountain passes. Each time the distance grew longer and the preparation more complex. But this crossing is different. 60 days minimum, possibly 90 if the seasonal winds prove difficult. The camels here are the Bactrian kind with 2 humps, better suited for the cold desert nights you will face. Each one can carry close to 400 pounds and walk for 10 hours without stopping. The handlers have been working with these particular animals since they were calves. You can see it in how the camels lean toward their keepers, how they lower themselves for loading without resistance. Your business partner sent word 2 months ago. The northern cities need what you carry. The prices there will cover this journey 3 times over and fund the next year of trading. But profit alone does not explain why you agreed. Something about the trade routes themselves pulls at you. The old paths worn into rock by centuries of caravans. The knowledge that you will sleep under the same stars that guided merchants during the Abbasid Golden Age. A woman passes carrying bread still hot from morning baking. The smell makes your stomach wake up properly. You buy 3 flatbreads and eat 1 immediately. The other 2 go into your shoulder bag for later. Food that can survive heat and time becomes more valuable than gold once you leave the last town. The caravan master stops near you finally. He gestures toward your warehouse without speaking. You nod and he marks something in his ledger. Your place is confirmed. Departure happens in 3 days. The moon will be right for travel, and the scouts report the first wells along the route are full from late rains. Those 3 days will determine everything. You have watched merchants rush their preparation and then struggle for weeks with consequences. Forgotten rope, inadequate shade cloth, water skins that leak. An experienced traveller from Mamluk Egypt once told you that a merchant's true skill shows not in bargaining, but in the quiet work of getting ready. Your feet know the walk to the warehouse without thinking. The streets narrow as you move away from the market centre. Children play a game with stones in the dust. An old man sits in a doorway working leather with patient hands. His awl moves in the same rhythm it probably moved 40 years ago. This is what the desert teaches eventually. That speed matters less than consistency. Inside the warehouse the air smells of spice and dry wood. Your goods wait in neat stacks. You begin the mental inventory that will occupy the next 72 hours. Each item must justify its weight. Food, water capacity, shelter, clothing, trade goods, tools, medicine, rope. Everything else is luxury, and luxury has no place on a desert crossing. The indigo alone weighs close to 90 pounds. Merchants in Tang Dynasty China transported similar cakes across the Taklamakan Desert, wrapping them exactly as you have done. The knowledge pleases you in a quiet way. Your hands doing what hands have done for 1,000 years. You spread a cloth on the warehouse floor and begin laying out your personal supplies. 2 cotton robes, 1 heavy for night cold, 3 head wraps, needle and thread, a small knife with a bone handle, flint and char cloth, a leather cup that collapses flat, tea leaves in a sealed tin, dates, dried apricots, salted meat that will last 6 weeks if kept dry. The water calculations take longest. Each person needs roughly 1 gallon per day. Add extra for cooking and washing wounds. Account for evaporation. Plan for delays. The mathematics become grim quickly. You can carry 8 days of water on your assigned camel if you limit everything else. The caravan will stop at known wells and springs, but you must trust that they have not run dry. A merchant you knew from previous journeys died 3 years ago when his small caravan misjudged distance between water sources. The Moroccan traveller Al-Idrisi documented similar disasters in his 12th century geographic work. The desert keeps no records of intent. It measures only preparation against reality. You roll your sleeping mat and tie it with cord that will not slip. Inside the roll you tuck your writing materials, a small bound journal, 3 pencils wrapped in cloth. Someday perhaps your grandchildren will read about this journey. Or perhaps the pages will simply help you remember details when you're old and your feet no longer want to walk. Evening comes while you're still working. The warehouse keeper brings a lamp and sets it near your space without comment. He has seen this process many times. Merchants spread out their lives and then carefully fold everything back into loads that camels can carry. You eat the remaining flatbread slowly. Outside, the call to prayer echoes from the mosque. The sound carries differently in evening air. Clearer somehow, more certain. You do not stop working, but the rhythm of your hands changes slightly. Becomes more deliberate. By full dark, you have everything organised into 3 categories: essential, important, useful. Tomorrow you will begin the hard choice of moving items between categories. What seems essential tonight may prove merely useful when you actually lift the load. You sleep in the warehouse on your unrolled mat. The indigo sacks make decent pillows if you wrap them in extra cloth. Your dreams are of walking, always walking, feet finding rhythm on hard ground. Sky overhead stretched tight and blue. These dreams have visited you before every long journey. Your mind practicing what your body will soon do for weeks without stopping. Before dawn, you wake naturally. No alarm needed. Your internal clock has already adjusted to caravan time. You will sleep when the sun makes travel impossible. Walk when darkness or early light makes the temperature bearable. Everything else bends around these facts. The caravan master appears at your warehouse at midday. He looks at your organised piles and nods once. Then he picks up your water skins and examines the seams. This is the test that matters. He hands them back without expression, but you notice he marks something positive in his ledger. 2 days remain. The weight of decision has shifted into the weight of preparation. Your hands know what to do now. Pack, repack, test every knot, check every seal, walk through the mental map of 60 days. Count your resources against the endless counting the desert will require. Tonight you will visit the bathhouse one final time. Soap and hot water will become memories soon enough. Clean skin, clean clothes, the small luxury of warmth without rationing. You will carry that feeling into the dry days ahead when dust coats everything and water is too precious for washing. The stars are visible when you leave the warehouse. You find the North Star automatically, then trace to the navigator stars you will follow: Polaris, Arcturus, Vega in season. The same lights that guided caravans when Baghdad was the centre of the scholarly world. Your navigation will be older than any city, simpler than any transaction. Sleep comes easier tonight. The decision is made. The preparation is nearly complete. What remains is only the walking, only the endless patient movement toward a destination weeks away, across sand and rock, and the occasional impossible green of an oasis. Your last thought before sleeping is of water, how it sounds when poured, how it feels in your throat after hours of dust, how an entire existence can reduce to the simple question of whether the next well will be full or dry. The desert is waiting. In 3 days you will go meet it properly. Dawn arrives cold and pink. You dress in layers, knowing that by midday you will strip down to single robes, and by evening pile everything back on against the chill. The caravan gathers at the eastern gate, where ancient stones mark where the city ends and the desert begins. Merchants learned centuries ago that this threshold matters. You do not simply walk into sand, you prepare, adjust and commit. 37 camels stand in a loose line. The handlers move between them, checking loads one final time. The mathematics of weight distribution fascinates you. Too much on one side and the camel develops sores that can end a journey. Too little padding and the same result occurs from different causes. The handlers learned their craft from fathers who learned from grandfathers. Knowledge that never appears in books but shows in how animals stand content under heavy loads. Your assigned camel is a female named Rama. The handler tells you this and you repeat the name quietly until it sticks. She has grey patches on her shoulders and a calm way of watching you that suggests experience. Camels remember cruelty for years, but also remember kindness. You offer her a date from your palm and she takes it carefully. Her breath smells of cumin and dry grass. The caravan master raises his hand. No speech, no ceremony, just a gesture that means everything has been checked and rechecked, and now walking must begin. The led camel moves and the others follow. This is how it works. The most experienced animal goes first and the rest trust in that knowledge. You fall into position 12 camels back, close enough to see the leaders, but far enough that your dust does not bother them. The gate passes. The city sounds fade. Within 20 steps, the only noise is footfall and breathing and the creak of rope against wood. Marco Polo described this moment in his 13th century account. How cities disappear faster than seems possible. How the desert claims space with a completeness that makes travellers feel very small. You understand now what he meant. The buildings behind you shrink and then vanish. The path ahead shows no end point. Just sand and scrub and distant rocks that promise nothing except more walking. The first hour passes easily. Your legs remember this rhythm from previous journeys. Left foot, right foot. Watch the camel ahead. Keep your spacing consistent. Drink small sips when your mouth begins to dry, but never enough to empty the skin. The discipline of rationing starts immediately. Heat builds as the sun climbs. You adjust your head wrap to cover more of your face. Others in the caravan do the same. No one speaks. Speaking wastes water and breath. Everything will be said around evening fires when rest and shade allow. For now, walking is prayer enough. The landscape changes slowly. Sandy soil gives way to harder ground. Rocks jut at angles that suggest ancient violence. Wind shapes everything here. The stones wear smooth on their western faces where weather comes from. The eastern sides stay rough. You could navigate by stone shape alone if you understood the patterns well enough. Midday arrives with brutal heat. The caravan master signals a stop. Everyone knows the routine. Shade cloths go up. Animals are given small amounts of water. People rest in whatever shadow can be created. You sit with your back against a rock that has not yet absorbed the full heat. Your shadow pools at your feet, short and dark. This is when doubt arrives for travellers. The hard, empty hours when the body wants to know why it agreed to this discomfort. You have learned to let the doubt exist without fighting it. Yes, this is difficult. Yes, you could have stayed in comfortable places, but comfortable places do not show you what you are actually made of. An older merchant sits near you. He pulls dried apricots from his bag and offers you 3. You accept with a nod. The fruit is sweet and slightly leathery. It takes time to chew properly. Good food for walking, dense with energy, easy to carry. The merchant speaks finally. He tells you this is his 23rd crossing. His voice carries the tone of someone who has made peace with the desert's demands. He no longer fights the heat or resents the distance. He simply walks and drinks carefully and trusts his preparation. You listen without commenting. This wisdom cannot be taught, only demonstrated. After 2 hours, the caravan master rises. The shade cloths come down. Packing happens in efficient silence. Your hands work automatically now. Roll the cloth, tie the cord, check Rama's load, adjust the balance. Walk. The afternoon miles feel longer than the morning ones. This is always true. Your body has used its fresh energy and now must work harder for the same pace. But you have water and food and the ground beneath your feet stays solid. Small mercies count for everything in the desert. Rock formations appear to the north. The caravan angles toward them slightly. You recognize this tactic from previous journeys. The rocks will provide better shelter tonight and possibly seepage water if you're lucky. Medieval Arab geographers wrote detailed descriptions of which rock formations held moisture and which stayed dry. The caravan master knows these formations personally. Your feet develop hotspots. You can feel where blisters want to form. Tonight you will apply balm and adjust your foot wraps. Preventing injury is simpler than healing it. The merchant who died 3 years ago started his fatal journey with infected blisters that made walking agony. Small problems become catastrophic when you cannot stop moving. Evening finally gentles the temperature. The angled light turns everything golden. The rocks ahead look closer, but distance tricks the eye in clear air. What appears 1 hour away might require 3. You trust the caravan master's judgment and keep walking. Darkness comes quickly. The sky shifts through purple and deep blue before settling into black scattered with stars. The caravan stops at the rock formation. A small spring seeps from a crack. The water tastes of minerals but flows clear. Everyone fills their containers in order of seniority. You wait your turn patiently. The spring will not run dry from courteous waiting. Fires are built in a central area. The handlers tether the camels in a circle around the camp. This provides security and also warmth. Camels generate significant heat during cold desert nights. Medieval travellers often slept between their animals for exactly this reason. You spread your sleeping mat near Rahma. She is settled into rest with her legs folded beneath her. You can hear her breathing steady and deep. The sound is comforting. All day she carried your livelihood without complaint. Now she rests and tomorrow will do it again. Food is simple: dates, dried meat, flat bread that has gone slightly stale but still chews well. You make tea from the spring water and your precious leaves. The hot liquid feels like celebration in your throat. You drink slowly, making it last. The older merchant sits near your fire. He gestures at the stars. He begins to name them in 3 languages: Arabic, Persian, Chinese. Each culture mapped the same sky differently, but all navigated by the same lights. Polaris anchors everything. The rest wheel around it in patterns that merchants have trusted for millennia. He points out the path you will follow, not by landmarks, but by stars. When certain constellations reach certain positions, you turn slightly north. When others appear, you adjust south. The desert leaves few permanent marks, but the sky stays reliable. You ask about the wells ahead. He tells you the first good water is 4 days away if travel goes smoothly. Between here and there are 3 smaller springs that may or may not flow depending on recent weather. The caravan carries enough water to skip all 3 if necessary, but stopping is always preferable to rationing. Sleep comes despite the hard ground. Your body understands that rest must happen when possible. The stars wheel overhead. The fires burn down to coals. Someone keeps watch, but you do not know who. The caravan functions as a single organism. Each person does their part without announcement. You wake once during the night. The cold is sharp. You pull your heavy robe tighter and shift closer to Rahma. Her warmth is immediate and generous. You fall back into sleep listening to her breathing and the occasional shuffle of other camels. Morning arrives too soon, but morning always arrives too soon when the body wants more rest than time allows. You rise in darkness, roll your mat, pack your few items, drink water and chew dried meat. The routine is already becoming automatic. The caravan moves before dawn. The early hours provide the best walking temperature. You settle into rhythm behind your assigned place. Rahma walks steadily. Your feet find their pattern. Left, right. Breathe. Watch the horizon slowly lighten from black to grey to pink. This is the 2nd day. 58 remain. The numbers feel impossible, but you do not think about them. You think about the next step, then the one after that. Distance is only ever conquered by refusing to measure it. The 3rd morning you wake before the call to rise. Your body has synchronized to caravan time faster than expected. The stars provide your clock now. When Arcturus reaches a certain point above the eastern rocks, dawn is 1 hour away. When Vega appears in the gap between 2 hills, midnight has passed. You are learning to read time from light that left its source years ago. The breakfast routine has become familiar. Dates and water. Check your feet for new damage. Rewrap any areas that show wear. Apply balm where skin has reddened. These small acts of maintenance matter more than grand gestures. A merchant from 14th century Timbuktu wrote that successful desert crossing depends entirely on attention to detail. You understand this deeply now. Rahma accepts her morning date from your hand. She has learned to look for you specifically. Camels form attachments more readily than most people assume. The handlers say a well-treated camel will remember her merchant for years. She might cross the same desert with different traders, but she will recognize your scent if you pass her in a marketplace 5 years later. The landscape has shifted during 3 days of walking. The rocks have given way to open sand in rolling formations. Dunes build to the south. The caravan master steers carefully to avoid the deepest sand. Walking in dunes drains energy at triple the normal rate. Your feet sink with each step and your calves scream by midday. The old paths choose firm ground wherever possible. Today a wind picks up from the west. Not strong enough to halt travel, but persistent enough to require adjustments. You tie your head wrap tighter. Sand finds impossible gaps in fabric. By noon, your eyelashes are gritty and your teeth feel coated. Everyone looks down more than usual, watching feet rather than horizon. The wind carries no conversation. Midday rest happens in the lee of a large dune. The sand here is softer, but the shelter from wind is worth the trade. You dig a small pit with your hands and sit in it. The depression provides surprising protection. Bedouin travellers taught this technique to merchants centuries ago. Knowledge passes through demonstration more than instruction. The older merchant sits in his own pit nearby. He pulls out his tea supplies despite the wind. Making tea in difficult conditions is an art form. He builds a tiny fire using dried camel dung as fuel. The smell is not pleasant, but the heat is real. He boils water in a dented pot. The tea leaves steep. He pours 2 cups and hands you one. You drink and feel human again. The hot liquid cuts through the dust in your throat. The ritual of tea reminds your body that you're not just an animal surviving, but a person maintaining dignity. This distinction matters on long crossings. The desert can reduce travellers to pure function if they allow it. He tells you about sandstorms he has survived. The worst lasted 3 days. The caravan stopped completely and everyone huddled together under layered cloths. They breathed through wet fabric and waited. Some animals died. One merchant went slightly mad from the darkness and noise, but most survived by simply enduring what could not be changed. You ask if storms are common this season. He shrugs. The desert provides no guarantees. Weather patterns shift. Wind comes or does not come. A merchant prepares for everything and then accepts what arrives. Control is an illusion. Competence is real. The afternoon walk is harder than previous days. The wind persists. Sand gets into everything. Your water skin, your food bag, the folds of your robe. You develop a habit of clearing your throat every few minutes. Small grains scratch as you swallow. Nothing to do except continue. Your mind begins to wander during the repetitive hours. You think about the cities you left behind, the noise and crowding, the constant negotiation of space and price and social standing. Out here, all that complexity disappears. You're simply a body moving through space. The simplicity is almost violent in its completeness. Al-Biruni wrote in the 11th century about how desert travel changes merchant psychology. The stripping away of social masks, the reduction to essential self. You're experiencing what he described. No one cares about your family connections or your warehouse location. They care whether you pull your weight and manage your water and keep the walking pace. An odd feeling of freedom grows. You're anonymous in the most complete way. Just another figure in a line of figures. Your worth measured only in competence and endurance. This will not last. Cities wait at both ends of the journey. But for now you exist in a pocket of pure function. Evening brings relief from wind. The air goes still as temperature drops. The silence after hours of wind rush feels sacred. Your ears ring slightly in the sudden quiet. The caravan stops near a rocky outcrop that provides minimal shelter, but good sight lines. Security matters more as you move deeper into empty spaces. The camels settle into their circle. Fires are built. Food is shared more freely tonight. Someone produces dried figs. Another has honey in a small jar. The merchants are beginning to bond through shared difficulty. You contribute some of your salted meat to the common pot. The gesture is small but meaningful. A young merchant sits near your fire. This is his first major crossing. He asks questions about navigation. You show him the stars you use, Polaris for north, the Big Dipper for time, Orion's belt for season. He writes notes in a small book. You remember doing the same on your first long journey. The desire to record everything, to hold on to knowledge through writing. He asks if you are afraid. You think before answering. Fear is complicated in the desert. You fear real dangers, storms, thieves, injury, running dry between wells. But you do not fear the emptiness itself. The vast spaces have become almost comforting. No demands except to keep moving. No complexity except to stay alive. The young merchant nods. He admits the emptiness unsettles him. How far you can see. How nothing blocks the horizon. He comes from a mountain city where views end at valley walls. This openness feels exposing. You tell him the feeling will shift. Eventually the exposure becomes freedom. The horizon becomes possibility. Sleep comes easily despite wind-worn exhaustion. Your body has stopped fighting the hard ground. You have learned to find positions that minimize discomfort. Hip on one side becomes numb so you roll. Shoulder protests so you adjust. Small movements through the night, but sleep stays deep between adjustments. The fourth day begins with the best dawn yet. Clear sky, no wind, temperature perfect for walking. The caravan master sets a slightly faster pace. Good conditions should be used fully. You can rest when weather forces it. Today is for covering distance. Your feet have hardened. The hot spots from day one have become calluses. Your leg muscles have stopped complaining about endless repetition. Your body is adapting to desert requirements. This adaptation pleases you. Evidence that human capability exceeds what comfort suggests. The first well appears just after midday. A stone structure marks where diggers reached water decades ago. The caravan master approaches carefully. Old wells can collapse, can be poisoned by dead animals, can simply be dry. He lowers a bucket on worn rope. The rope goes slack at the bottom. He pulls. Weight returns. Water sloshes in the bucket. Everyone breathes easier. The well is good. This means tomorrow's rations can be less strict. You can wash your face tonight. Maybe rinse your robe where sweat has stained it. Small luxuries that feel enormous. The well water tastes of iron but runs clean. Each merchant fills their containers in turn. Rahma drinks deeply. Camels can consume 30 gallons when truly thirsty. She takes perhaps 15. Enough to sustain, but not enough to slow her. Animals understand rationing instinctively. That evening the mood in camp shifts towards celebration. The first well is behind you. The next is 3 days ahead but manageable. You have proven to yourself that preparation was adequate. Fear of inadequacy quietly haunted your early days. That fear is evaporating. The older merchant tells stories around the fire, tales of his 22 previous crossings, the time they found an abandoned caravan with goods intact, but not a single person remaining. The night a lion circled their camp for hours, never approaching, but never leaving. The morning he woke to find his water skin had developed a leak, and he had to survive 2 days on minimal liquid. His stories are not heroic. They are simply accounts of what happened and how he responded. This is the deepest teaching. Not grand lessons, but specific examples of problem solving under pressure. You listen and file each story away. Someday you might face similar situations. The stars are remarkably clear tonight. You can see the band of the Milky Way stretching overhead. Thousands of individual lights that blur into glowing cloud. Persian astronomers mapped these stars in the 10th century, created catalogues that merchants still use for navigation. Your eyes trace patterns they identified 1,000 years ago. Sleep comes with gratitude. For water. For good weather. For strong feet. For Rahma's steady presence. The desert is teaching you to notice what works rather than fixate on what hurts. This might be the most valuable lesson. How to inventory blessings even when surrounded by difficulty. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, but tonight the well is full and your water skins are heavy and the stars wheel overhead in ancient reliable patterns. Tonight is enough. The deep crossing begins on day 7. The caravan master calls everyone together before departure. He speaks plainly about the next 10 days. No wells until the far side of a salt flat. Springs marked on old maps might be dry. The route crosses the hardest terrain. Some merchants turn back at this point. No shame in choosing survival over pride. No one turns back. You have all come too far to retreat now. The goods you carry are worth nothing unless delivered. The journey has meaning only if completed. So you tighten your loads and check your water calculations one more time and begin walking toward the white expanse that shimmers in morning light. Salt flats are their own category of difficult. The ground looks solid but can hide soft patches that trap feet, or even whole camels. The reflection from white surface burns eyes even through squinted lids. Temperature becomes extreme in both directions. Blazing midday heat, freezing night cold. No rocks to provide shelter, no vegetation to mark distance, just flat white extending until it meets sky. The caravan master ties coloured flags to poles carried by every 5th camel. This helps maintain spacing when visibility becomes deceptive. Distance collapses on the flats. A camel 50 feet ahead might look to be miles away, or something miles distant might appear within touching range. The flags provide concrete reference in liquid space. Walking on salt is different. The ground crunches under your feet, a sound like walking on old snow. Your eyes water from glare despite your wrapped head. You develop a habit of looking down at the camel ahead rather than trying to see the horizon. The horizon provides no useful information. Only the next steps matter. Hours blend together. The sun climbs and crosses and descends. You drink at intervals measured by feeling rather than time. When your mouth goes beyond dry into tacky. When swallowing becomes difficult. Small sips, never emptying the skin. The discipline is harder now because your body wants to gulp, wants to flood itself with relief. But discipline determines survival. Midday rest provides no shade. The caravan simply stops. Everyone sits or lies directly on the hot salt. Cloths go over faces. You close your eyes and try to find stillness. Heat presses from above and below. Your body sweats, but the dry air steals moisture so fast you barely feel damp. This is dangerous. Dehydration happens invisibly in these conditions. The older merchant forces himself to drink even though he is not thirsty. He makes you drink too. 2 full cups. Your stomach protests. You feel sloshy and uncomfortable. But he insists. The body lies about its needs in extreme heat. You must drink on schedule regardless of thirst signals. You ask how he knows when to trust his body and when to override it. He says this knowledge comes only through error. He once trusted his lack of thirst and ended a crossing with kidney damage that took months to heal. Now he drinks on schedule, every time, no exceptions. The young merchant is struggling. You can see it in how he walks. Feet dragging slightly, head down further than necessary. He's learning what desert veterans know. That mental strength matters as much as physical. Your legs will walk if your mind stays firm. But if your mind begins to break, your body follows quickly. You walk beside him during the afternoon. Do not speak much. Just maintain presence. Sometimes company alone helps, knowing you are not enduring alone. He notices and straightens slightly. His pace steadies. Small helps accumulate into survival. The salt flat does not end on day 7 or day 8. Each morning you hope to see the far edge. Each morning reveals only more white expanse. The monotony becomes its own challenge. Your mind hungers for variety, for colour, for anything except endless flat white. You begin to notice small details to occupy your thoughts. How shadows change angle through the day. How the salt crystals catch light differently depending on sun position. How your breathing synchronizes with walking rhythm. These tiny observations keep your mind engaged when landscape provides nothing. Chinese merchants crossing the Taklamakan Desert in the 7th century wrote about similar experiences, the way monotony threatened sanity, how travellers invented games and songs to occupy restless minds. You try to remember songs from childhood, hum them quietly as you walk. The familiar melodies provide comfort. Night 9 on the salt flat brings the coldest temperature yet. Your heavy robe is not quite sufficient. You sleep poorly, wake often from shivering. Rama is warm beside you but cannot share heat the way a second person could. You understand now why some caravans travel in pairs. Shared warmth at night, shared vigilance, shared sanity. Morning 10. You notice something different. A line on the horizon that is not white. Possibly rock. Possibly illusion. You do not mention it. Desert mirages are cruel, but as morning progresses the line stays constant, grows slightly. By midday you can confirm. The far edge of the salt flat is visible. Energy returns to the caravan. Pace quickens slightly. The end of this section is near. Beyond the rocks should be the spring marked on medieval maps. A place called the Weeping Stone for how water seeps from a cliff face. If the spring still flows, you're saved. If not, rationing becomes severe for the final push to the next certain water. The rocks arrive late afternoon. Solid ground feels foreign after 10 days on salt. Your feet almost stumble on the slight unevenness. The caravan master finds the path described in old accounts. A narrow gap between two cliff faces. The shade inside is shocking after endless exposure. Your eyes need time to adjust to darkness. The Weeping Stone is exactly where the maps promised. Water runs down a vertical rock face in slow streams. Not abundant, not fast, but steady and clear. You could weep yourself from relief. Everyone fills their containers, drinks fully, fills again. The spring provides enough for complete restoration. That night the camp feels celebratory despite exhaustion. The hardest section is behind you. From here the route passes through more varied terrain. Hills, scattered vegetation, real shelter. The mathematics of survival shift back toward comfortable. You wash your face and hands thoroughly for the first time in 10 days. The feeling is transcendent. Clean skin, clean cloth. You had forgotten how good simple cleanliness feels. Another lesson filed away. Never take fresh water for granted. It is wealth, beyond gold. The young merchant sits by your fire. He looks different. Older somehow. The crossing has marked him. He tells you he understands now why his father always spoke of the desert, with respect bordering on fear. It is not dramatic, not violent, just relentlessly indifferent. You survive through preparation and luck, nothing else. You agree. The desert is the ultimate honest place. It measures capability without caring about confidence. Your belief in yourself means nothing. Only your water supply and foot care and navigation matter. This honesty is brutal but also clarifying. Sleep comes deep and dreamless. Your body finally believes the worst is past. Tomorrow walking will still be hard, but hard in normal ways. Not the existential difficulty of salt flats and uncertain water. Just the regular challenge of distance and heat and tired feet. You wake once in the night and look at stars. They seem brighter after the flat crossing, or perhaps you're simply more grateful for their guidance, for patterns that stay reliable when everything else shifts, for light that reaches across impossible distance to show you the way forward. 10 days crossed, the desert's hardest test passed. You're becoming what you needed to become, a merchant who can endure, who can calculate, who can walk through difficulty without breaking. The transformation feels quiet but complete. The oasis appears on day 17, first as dark smudge on horizon, then as definite shapes that might be trees, finally as unmistakable reality. Palm trees, water, buildings, the end of empty spaces. Your body responds before your mind fully processes. Pace quickens, breath comes faster. Even Rahma picks up her speed slightly, but the caravan master does not rush. He signals for measured approach. Oases are complicated places. Some welcome traders. Others charge exorbitant fees for water and shelter. A few harbour thieves who prey on exhausted merchants. You must enter carefully, assess before committing. The settlement is medium-sized, perhaps 200 permanent residents. Buildings cluster around a central pool fed by underground springs. Date palms provide shade and food. Small gardens grow vegetables in irrigated plots. Chickens scratch in the dirt. Children play near the water. Normal life continuing in the middle of enormous nothing. A man approaches as the caravan halts. He wears the head wrap style of local tribes. His Arabic is accented but clear. He welcomes the caravan formally, offers water for animals and people, states the fees for camping and trade. The prices are fair, not generous but not exploitative. The caravan master agrees. You help establish camp in the designated area outside the main settlement. The routine is familiar now. Unload animals, check for sores or injuries, set up sleeping areas. But today includes additions. You can wash properly, maybe purchase fresh food. Certainly rest without calculating water consumption. The communal bath is gender separated and costs a small fee, worth every coin. You soak in lukewarm water that feels luxurious after weeks of dust. Soap actually lathers. You scrub skin that has accumulated layers of dirt and salt. The water around you turns grey. You soak until your fingers prune, then soak longer. Clean clothes feel like ceremony. You have been washing your spare robe in minimal water and drying it in sun. But truly clean fabric is different. The cotton is soft again. No crusty salt patches. No sand embedded in weave. You dress slowly, appreciating each sensation. The evening meal is purchased from local cooks. Vegetable stew with actual vegetables. Flatbread still warm. Dates fresh off trees. Goat cheese. Mint tea with real mint leaves. Your stomach almost rebels from richness after weeks of dried food. But you eat slowly and everything settles. Taste is overwhelming. You had forgotten food could have this much flavour. The oasis operates on different time than desert. People stay awake later, talk more, socialise. Children run around long past dark. Music comes from somewhere, a stringed instrument played with skill. The normalcy is almost disturbing. These people live here. They did not endure salt flats to arrive. They simply exist in this green pocket surrounded by hostility. You walk to the central pool after eating. The water is clear enough to see bottom. Small fish dart between submerged rocks. Dragonflies hunt mosquitoes. Frogs call from the edges. An entire ecosystem thriving because water allows it. The pool is perhaps 60 feet across, supplied by springs that have flowed for thousands of years. A local woman sits nearby. She's weaving palm fronds into baskets. Her hands move with unconscious skill. You watch the pattern emerge. Over, under, twist, pull tight. She notices your interest and smiles. Asks where you travelled from. You tell her, and she nods. She has seen many merchants pass through. Some stop for one night. Others rest for weeks. You ask how long her family has lived here. She laughs. Forever, she says. Since the springs first emerged from rock. Since palms first grew. Her ancestors are buried in the small cemetery on the hill. Her children will bury her there someday. The oasis is not a stopping point for her. It is the entire world. This perspective shifts something in you. You are passing through, resting briefly before continuing toward distant cities. But for her this is permanence. The pool and palms and dusty streets are not temporary shelter. They are home in its deepest sense. She knows every family, every tree, every corner where wind blows differently. You purchase a basket from her. It is beautiful and functional, perfect for organising small items in your pack. But mainly you buy it to honour her rootedness, her knowledge of place, her contentment with enough rather than hunger for more. That night you sleep better than you have in weeks. The ground is softer here, sandy soil rather than rock or salt. The air smells of growing things, water scent, green scent, palm pollen. The sounds are gentle. Frogs, night birds, distant conversation. Your body releases tension you did not know you were holding. Morning brings decision time. The caravan will rest here 3 days. Enough to recover, but not so long that schedules break. You must choose how to use this time. Rest completely, or explore, or work on gear maintenance, or socialise with locals. You choose maintenance first day. Your sandals need repair. Straps have worn thin in places. A local cobbler has a shop near the market. He examines your footwear with expert eyes, asks where you have walked, nods when you describe the salt flats. He reinforces weak points, replaces one strap entirely, charges fairly. Your feet will thank you for the next 1,000 miles. Second day you explore the oasis edges. The palms extend perhaps half a mile in all directions from the central pool. Beyond that, vegetation thins rapidly. Within a mile there is nothing but sand and rock again. The transition is abrupt. This is what makes oases feel miraculous. The sharp border between impossible life and possible death. You find the cemetery the woman mentioned. Simple graves marked with stones. Some have carved names. Others just rocks arranged in patterns. Dates suggest people have died here across centuries. Infants, elders, everyone in between. Life is finite, but the oasis continues. People pass, but place remains. Ibn Battuta wrote about oases in his 14th century travels. He noted how they function as more than water sources. They are cultural crossroads, information exchanges, places where news from distant cities meets news from remote tribes, where languages blend and stories transfer between travellers. You see this happening in the evening market. Merchants from your caravan mix with locals and traders going opposite directions. Stories are shared. A merchant heading back toward your origin city tells of political changes there. New governors, new taxes. You file this information for later use. Knowledge is trade good as valuable as spice. The third day you simply rest. Sit by the pool, watch life happen. Children splash. Women wash clothes. Men discuss matters of local importance. The rhythms are ancient and calm. For one day you are not a merchant calculating profit. You are just a person existing in a pleasant place. The young merchant finds you there. He sits quietly for a long time before speaking, then asks if you ever consider staying, choosing an oasis, settling into rootedness instead of endless movement. You think carefully before answering. The pull is real, you say. After hard crossings, the idea of permanence appeals, of waking to the same trees, knowing every neighbour, having routines that repeat in comfortable patterns. But you are built for movement, for curiosity about what lies beyond horizon. Settling would feel like giving up part of yourself. He nods. He feels the same but wanted confirmation. That the restlessness is normal, that choosing travel over stability is valid. You tell him merchant life is not for everyone. Some need routes, others need roads. Neither choice is superior, only different. That evening the caravan packs for departure. The 3 days have restored everyone. Clean, rested, well fed. Water skins are full. Fresh food is stocked. The next leg should be easier. Established route through hills. Several reliable wells. Possibly meeting other caravans travelling opposite direction. You thank the woman who sold you the basket. She wishes you safe travel. Says if you pass through on return journey, look for her. She will remember you. This kindness touches you more than expected. Being remembered. Being seen as individual rather than just another merchant. The oasis fades behind you on the 4th morning. The green shrinks. Palms become tiny, then disappear. The desert reclaims everything. You're back in emptiness. But now you carry memory of green. Proof that life is possible. That islands of thriving exist in seas of barely surviving. The psychological impact of the oasis matters more than physical rest. You are reminded that destinations exist, that journeys end in real places with real people, that all this walking serves purpose beyond simply enduring. You are moving towards something, not just away from comfort. Rama walks steadily beside you. She also benefited from oasis time. Fresh fodder, long drinks, rest without load. She's ready for the next section, as are you. The deep crossing is behind. The oasis is behind. What remains is the final push toward your destination. The stars appear clearer tonight after 3 nights under palm shade. You have missed them. Their reliable patterns, their indifference to human struggle. They marked time when you crossed salt flats. They guide you still. Polaris steady in north, Orion rising in east. The familiar lights of navigation and timekeeping. Sleep comes easily despite returning to hard ground. Your body has remembered how to rest anywhere, how to find positions that minimize discomfort, how to sink into whatever sleep is available without demanding perfect conditions. The desert has trained you thoroughly. Tomorrow brings new miles, new challenges, but tonight you are clean and fed and your feet are sound. Tonight is gift enough. Day 23 brings the first real complication. A sandstorm builds from the south. You can see it coming for hours. A wall of brown that grows taller as it approaches. The caravan master calls immediate halt. Everyone knows the drill, but speed matters now. Shade cloths must be secured over people and animals. Water skins must be sealed completely. Face wraps must be tripled. The storm hits like physical force. Wind strong enough to push you sideways. Sand that stings any exposed skin. Visibility drops to arm's length. The world becomes brown noise and pressure. You huddle under your secured cloth next to Rama. She stays calm. Camels understand storms better than people. Time loses meaning in the constant roar. Minutes or hours. Impossible to tell. You breathe through the cloth and try not to think about sand getting into water supplies, into food, into everything. This is the cost. Days of setback. Possible damage. Always something. When the storm finally passes, assessment begins. One camel has a leg injury, not severe but needs rest. Several water skins have seal failures from sand abrasion. Salvageable, but requiring careful repair. Everyone's food stores are contaminated to some degree. No avoiding grit in every meal for the next week. The delay costs 2 days, waiting for visibility to return, treating the injured camel, repairing damage. The caravan master recalculates. The destination city is still reachable on schedule if no other problems arise. Big if. You use the forced rest to thoroughly clean your gear. Sand has infiltrated incredible places, inside your journal, between the pages of your careful records, in the folds of your cleanest robe. You spend hours shaking and brushing and wiping. The work is meditative, necessary but endless. The young merchant is discouraged. This feels like backward progress to him. All that preparation, and still storms damage goods. Still delays happen. You tell him about a merchant you knew who lost everything to a flash flood. Water in the desert is rare except when it is catastrophic. She survived but walked out with only the clothes on her back. Perspective helps. Day 26 brings better fortune. The caravan meets another group travelling the opposite direction. Information exchange is immediate. They report good water at all wells ahead. No unusual weather. Bandits quiet this season. The trade goods you carry are fetching excellent prices in their origin cities. This news lifts spirits significantly. You trade some of your salted meat for their dried figs. Different foods after weeks of repetition feels like luxury. The other merchant group has news from distant places. Political marriages, new trade agreements, cities growing or shrinking. You file everything away. Information is currency in merchant work. A woman from the other caravan recognizes your indigo cakes. She offers good price for one. You negotiate fairly and make the sale. This is your first trade of the journey. Proof that you carried something valuable enough to sell before reaching final destination. The coins feel solid in your hand. Real exchange. Real value created through travel. Hills appear on day 28. Real elevation after weeks of flat. The landscape transforms. Rock formations, scattered trees, evidence of seasonal water in dry creek beds. The air smells different, less purely dry, hints of distant green. Climbing hills with loaded camels requires new rhythm, shorter steps, more frequent rests, different balance. Your calves burn from the changed angle, but the variety is welcome. Your eyes hunger for topography after endless flat horizons. Each rise provides new views. Each valley holds potential discovery. You find a fossil in a rock outcrop during midday rest. A shell pattern pressed into stone, evidence that oceans once covered these high places. The timescale is incomprehensible. Your journey measures weeks. This rock measures millennia. Yet here you both are, existing in the same moment. Water becomes easier to find in hills. Small springs emerge where rock layers force underground flow to surface. Not every spring is reliable, but the odds improve. You still calculate carefully, but with less desperation. The mathematics shift from pure survival toward comfortable margin. Day 32, you notice smoke on horizon. Distant but definite. The caravan master steers toward it cautiously. Smoke means people. People might mean trade opportunity or danger. Cannot tell from distance. As you approach, the source becomes clear. A caravanserai, a traveller's rest station. These structures dot major routes. Built by wealthy patrons or governments to support trade, they provide walled enclosure for security, wells, sometimes food available for purchase, shelter from weather. The architecture varies by region, but purpose stays constant. Safe stopping points for merchants. This particular caravanserai is old, stone walls weathered to smooth, gates that have opened for centuries of travellers. The keeper greets your caravan with practiced hospitality, states fees, shows water source, indicates where animals can be tethered, professional but not warm. He has seen thousands of merchants. You are routine. The structure is beautiful in its utility. Central courtyard open to sky, rooms along the walls, simple but clean, designed for function over decoration. Arab architects perfected these buildings during medieval trade boom. The design is so effective it has barely changed across centuries. You claim a room, 4 walls and a door that closes, privacy for the first time in weeks. You sit in the enclosed space and feel strange. Walls feel confining after endless open sky. You leave the door propped open. Need to see horizons still. That evening multiple caravans share the space. Merchants from different routes, different languages, different goods. The courtyard becomes marketplace and social hub. Stories are exchanged. Prices are compared. Routes are debated. This is how merchant knowledge spreads. Oral tradition in sheltered spaces. An old trader from the Silk Road tells of crossing the Pamirs in winter. Temperatures so cold water froze in canteens. Passes so high breathing became difficult. He lost 2 fingers to frostbite but gained knowledge worth the cost. He knows which routes stay passable, which monasteries shelter travellers, which local guides can be trusted. You listen and offer your own knowledge in return. The Salt Flat Crossing, the Weeping Stone Spring, the Sandstorm timing. This exchange is ancient practice. Merchants teaching merchants, building collective wisdom that no single journey could accumulate. Sleep in the enclosed room feels wrong at first. Too quiet, too still. But exhaustion wins. You sink into deep rest, your body recognizing that walls mean security, that locked doors reduce vigilance requirements, that tonight you can fully relax. Morning departure from the caravanserai feels like leaving civilization. The structure represents human order. Beyond its walls is indifferent nature. You carry the contrast with you. Reminder that safety is temporary, that desert is default, that preparation matters always. The final week of journey begins. Destination city is 5 days ahead if travel stays smooth. The caravan master pushes slightly harder pace. Everyone is eager to arrive, to convert travel into profit, to eat food that is not dried, to sleep in actual beds. But you feel unexpected reluctance. The journey has become familiar. The rhythms of walking and resting, The simple calculations of water and distance, the clarity of purpose, cities bring complexity, negotiation, social navigation, performance of merchant identity. You're not sure you're ready to end the simplicity. Rama walks steadily. She does not know destination is near. For her each day is just walking. No anticipation, no complexity, just one foot then another. You envy this. The animal clarity, the lack of projection into future or reflection on past, pure present existence. The stars wheel overhead as always, Polaris marking north, the familiar patterns that guided you across salt and through hills. Soon you will sleep under roofs that hide the sky. Will navigate by street names instead of constellations. The shift will be jarring, but tonight you are still in desert, still counting stars, still measuring time by celestial movement. Tonight you are still a merchant of empty places. Tomorrow is soon enough for arrival. The city appears on day 37, first as shimmer that might be mirage, then as definite structures breaking the horizon line, finally as unmistakable reality. Walls, buildings, the organised chaos of human density. Your heart rate increases, anticipation mixed with something like grief. The journey is ending. The caravan stops one final time before entering. Everyone adjusts clothing, arranges goods for presentation, transforms from desert travellers back into merchants. The performance of success matters. You must look capable despite weeks of hardship, must project confidence in your goods and prices. The city gates are tall and well guarded. Trade cities take security seriously. Taxes must be collected, contraband prevented, order maintained. The guards are professional. They check manifests, ask questions about origin and intent, assess each merchant's legitimacy. You answer clearly and provide documentation. They wave you through. Inside, the noise is shocking. After weeks of wind and footsteps and occasional conversation, the urban volume overwhelms. Vendors calling, animals protesting, carts clattering, children shouting, conversations overlapping, music from multiple sources. Your ears ring from overstimulation. The smells are equally intense. Cooking food, animal waste, perfumes, incense, sweat, spices, sewage. The olfactory assault makes your eyes water. Desert air was clean, simple. This is complicated human density. All its benefits and costs compressed into narrow streets. The caravan master leads to a designated merchant quarter, warehouses and lodging for traders. Here the chaos organises slightly. This is where business happens, where goods exchange hands, where fortunes are made or lost through negotiation. You have entered your professional element. You secure warehouse space for your goods, pay the deposit, begin unloading Rahma with careful attention. Every bundle must be accounted for, every seal must be checked, any damage from the journey noted. This documentation protects you in disputes. Medieval merchant guides stress this process repeatedly. The indigo cakes are intact. Some salt damage to wrapping, but the product is sound. The spice is sealed perfectly. No moisture intrusion. The cotton shows wear but remains valuable. You calculate potential profit and feel satisfaction. The journey was worth it. The goods you carried commanded the distance successfully. Rama is led to merchant stables. Clean straw, fresh water, good fodder. She has earned luxury. You visit her before securing your own lodging. Run your hand along her neck. Thank her quietly. She has been steady companion. Reliable when everything else was uncertain. The bond formed over weeks will not simply disappear. The lodging is simple but feels palatial. An actual bed. Clean sheets. A door that locks. Windows that open to let in air. You sit on the bed and it feels wrong. Too soft. You have slept on hard ground for so long that cushioning seems excessive. But you bathe first. A real bath with hot water. The luxury is almost painful. You scrub away weeks of accumulation. Watch brown water swirl away. Your skin emerges pink and raw but clean. You dress in your market clothes. The formal robes kept packed for this moment. The transformation from traveller to merchant is complete. Evening you walk the market quarter, assessing competition, noting prices, identifying potential buyers. Other merchants from your caravan are doing the same. The young merchant looks lost. The urban complexity overwhelms him. You guide him to a recommended tea house. Suggest he spend one day just observing before beginning negotiations. The older merchant sits at a good table. He gestures you to join, orders tea without asking your preference. It arrives hot and sweetened with honey. The taste is incredible after weeks of basic brew from remaining leaves. You drink slowly, making it last. He asks about your plans. You outline your selling strategy, which goods to offer first, which to hold for better prices, how to present yourself to serious buyers. He listens and nods, suggests a few modifications. Names of merchants who pay fairly, ones to avoid who undervalue goods systematically. This knowledge sharing is merchant culture. You helped each other survive the desert. Now you help each other navigate market complexity. The bonds formed through shared difficulty persist. This is valuable network. Trust established through endurance. That night's sleep is difficult. The bed is too soft, the room too quiet. No stars visible through the window, no Rama breathing nearby, no sense of camp around you. Urban life feels alien after the desert's simplicity. You lie awake remembering the crossing, the salt flats, the oasis, the sandstorm. Already the journey's becoming story. Morning brings business. Your first buyer arrives early. A textile merchant interested in the cotton. She examines the bolts carefully, notes the quality, asks about origin and transport. You answer honestly. Highlight that desert crossing proves durability. Fabric that survived salt flats will survive anything. She makes an offer. Fair but not generous. You counter slightly higher. She accepts. The negotiation is brief and professional. Coins exchange hands. Documentation is prepared. Your first major sale is complete. The profit covers half the journey cost. Remaining goods should put you well ahead. The indigo attracts multiple buyers. Competition drives price up. You negotiate carefully. Take the second best offer, because that merchant commits to purchasing your next shipment site unseen. Building relationships matters more than maximizing single transactions. Think long term. Think reputation. By third day, all your goods are sold. The profit is excellent, better than projected. The journey expense is covered 3 times over. You have capital for next venture, plus reputation as merchant who completes difficult crossings. This matters in trade networks. Reliability is currency. The caravan master calls final meeting, settles accounts, returns deposits. Thanks everyone for professionalism during the journey. He's already organising the next crossing, back toward your origin city. Different route, different season. Some merchants sign on immediately, others will rest first. You consider. The pull is already there, to cross again, to test yourself against different terrain, to see what else you can endure. But first you need time in the city, to recover fully, to remember why you travel, to let the desert become memory before encountering it again as reality. The young merchant asks if you will cross again. You tell him yes, eventually. This is what you do now, not just buying and selling in markets, but the movement between markets, the transformation of goods through distance, the alchemy of endurance into profit. He says he will cross again too, wants to try the northern route next. The mountains and high passes, different challenges, different knowledge to gain. You recognise the hunger in his voice. Desert has marked him, given him taste for testing limits. That evening you walk to a rooftop overlooking the city. The view extends for miles. Buildings, gardens, the river running through the centre, human civilization in full complexity. Beautiful and overwhelming. You appreciate it more for having left it. The contrast makes both places more vivid. But your eyes go to the horizon, where city ends and desert begins. the empty spaces waiting, the routes not yet travelled, the crossing still ahead. You feel the pull already, the restlessness that made you a merchant instead of shopkeeper, the need to see what lies beyond known places. Stars appear as light fades, the same stars that guided you across salt flats, Polaris steady and north, Orion rising, the familiar patterns that now mean navigation and time and survival. You will always see stars differently now, not decoration but tools, not distant but intimate guides. You return to your lodging, count your profit carefully, calculate options, the northern route, the western passes, the coastal trails. Each offers different challenges, different goods, different knowledge. The choice can wait. Tonight is for rest, for integration, for letting the journey settle into your bones. Sleep comes easier. Your body is readjusted to soft surfaces, to quiet nights, to safety that does not require vigilance. But your dreams are of walking, always walking, feet finding rhythm on hard ground, sky overhead, distance measured by endurance and stars. Morning brings letters from home, business opportunities, social obligations, the complexity of settled life. You read them while drinking tea, respond to urgent matters, defer the rest. You're not quite ready to fully re-enter normal complexity. Part of you remains in desert, walking, calculating water, counting stars. The older merchant finds you one final time. He is leaving on tomorrow's caravan, back toward home. He says the crossing was good, hard but good, the kind that tests without breaking. He hopes to see you on future routes, share tea at distant oases, trade stories at caravanseries. You tell him the same, that the shared journey matters, that merchant bonds formed through difficulty are worth keeping, that you will look for him on future crossings. He nods and leaves. Another farewell, more distance opening. That afternoon you visit Rama at the stables. She's resting in clean straw, well fed, content. You bring her dates, and she accepts them with familiar patience. You tell her about the next journey, different route, different challenges. Ask if she is willing. She chews her dates and watches you with dark eyes. Patient, steady, ready. This is the life now, the rhythm of crossing and recovering, of testing limits and integrating lessons, of transforming distance into profit and hardship into capability. You're becoming what the desert requires. Not harder exactly, but more flexible, more confident in your ability to endure what comes. The sun sets over the city, lights begin appearing in windows, the evening call to prayer echoes from mosques, normal rhythms of urban life. You appreciate them more now, the variety, the complexity, the simple miracle of abundant water and available food. Desert taught you to notice what works, to inventory blessings even when surrounded by difficulty. But tomorrow you will begin planning the next crossing, because this is what you do, what you are, a merchant of empty places, a trader in distance and endurance, someone who carries valuable things across impossible spaces because the journey itself is the transformation. The stars appear overhead, Polaris marking north as always. The sky that guided you then guides you still. You will sleep under roofs now, but you carry the desert with you, in your calculations, in your preparedness, in your quiet confidence that you can walk through difficulty without breaking. 60 days, thousands of miles, salt flats and oases, storms and clear skies, water carefully managed, stars carefully followed, and here you stand, arrived, successful, ready already for the next journey. This is merchant life. This is what distance teaches. That capability grows through testing, that the horizon always offers another crossing. The desert is waiting. It was waiting before you crossed. It will wait after you cross again. Patient and indifferent and perfect in its honesty. You will return to it, because some spaces teach what cities cannot, because some silences speak louder than noise, because walking through emptiness shows you what you actually contain. Tonight you rest in comfort. Tomorrow you begin preparing for the next journey. This is the rhythm now. Cross and recover. Test and integrate. Walk until the horizon becomes familiar. Then find new horizons to walk toward. Sweet dreams, my tired potatoes. May your own crossings teach you what you need to learn. May your water last. May your feet stay strong. May the stars guide you true. And when you arrive, may you already be planning the next departure. Because the journey never really ends. It just pauses between crossings, waiting for you to be ready. Waiting for the desert to call you back to its honest spaces. If this story helped you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you might enjoy the next desert crossing. You know where to find me. Sleep well. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy. Yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension. A child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had, taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. 1 or 2 suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated. The nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she poured at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's tilatwit, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from the Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a fierce battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a window pane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realize that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal: how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognized there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding onto Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared, battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horaceman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognized that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrollment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deafblind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed Even then, that much of learning came from inside an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalized disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalise disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together, Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalized due to disability and being marginalized due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamored with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognized spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity. Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support, and she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights, and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression, and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity.